My stepmother asked for a Wenchang talisman for my younger brother who was about to take the college entrance examination. But I could tell at a glance that the talisman was very wrong, so I found an opportunity to secretly burn the talisman paper. As a result, my younger brother didn't even get into the third-level college, while the neighbor's child used the Wenchang talisman to get into a key university. After my stepmother found out, she tied me in the house with an iron chain and let the men in the village come in and out of my room. In 8 years, I gave birth to 8 children in a row and died of exhaustion. They didn't know that the talisman was clearly a life-borrowing talisman. Once used, it would pierce the intestines and become a human poison. When I opened my eyes again, I went back to the day before my younger brother's college entrance examination. My dear, I spent a lot of money to get this Wenchang talisman from a master for you. When you take the exam, carry this talisman with you, and you will definitely be admitted to a key university. When my stepmother's voice rang in my ears, I trembled uncontrollably. In my previous life, I was chained in a small house, trampled by men, and died tragically in a pool of blood. The scenes flashed through my mind. I blinked hard and looked at the people at the table in disbelief. My dad, stepmother, and brother, am I reborn? My dad pushed my favorite sweet and sour pork ribs in front of my brother. He said lovingly, "Lele, when you get into college, Dad will buy you the latest computer and mobile phone." My brother is a well-known troublemaker in the village. My dad spent a lot of money to send him to a private school in high school. But he is a hopeless case. He fights with others in school, skips classes, and bullies female students in the same class. His grades are even worse. Not only does my stepmother not blame my brother, she also hopes that he can get into a good university, so she spent a lot of money to ask for a Wenchang talisman for him. In my previous life, I took a closer look at the talisman, frowned and said to my stepmother, "This talisman is unlucky and will kill my brother. Throw it away quickly." But my stepmother slapped me instead and said, "Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. You are just jealous of your brother. You are afraid that he will get into a university better than you. You little bitch is as cheap as your mother." I covered my face with tears in my eyes. I thought that my brother was my blood after all, and I couldn't really watch him die miserably. So at night, while my brother was taking a bath, I took the talisman paper out of his pocket and burned it secretly in the yard. As a result, my brother didn't even get into junior college, while the son of the neighbor Aunt Fat used the Wenchang talisman and got into a top university. My stepmother almost beat me to death when she knew I burned the talisman paper. But she was afraid of going to jail, so she stopped in time when I was still alive and came up with a more cruel way to torture me. She locked me in the house with an iron chain and let men come in and out of my room. She told my counselor that I had depression and forced me to apply for a leave of absence. I was locked in a small dark house, and she would let men from the village in every day. To prevent me from hurting men, she pulled out my teeth. Because there was no contraception, I got pregnant soon after. The boy she gave birth to was sold to human traffickers at a high price, and the girl she gave birth to was thrown into the river and drowned. I tried to escape several times, but was caught by her. I died miserably after giving birth to my 8th child. Now that I am reborn, I want to see what will happen to my brother after using the magic charm. Just like in my previous life, I still can't help but ask, is this charm really useful? Is that expert a liar? My stepmother crossed her arms proudly and said, "How is it possible? This expert calculated it at a glance." Lele fell into the urinal when he was a child and almost drowned. I also gave him Lele's birth date and 8 characters, and he said that our Lele is destined to be rich and powerful. I lowered my head and ate 2 mouthfuls of rice without saying a word. In my previous life, I met an old magic charmer from Southeast Asia when I was working part-time during the summer vacation. He said that I was born with a Yin body, took me in as an apprentice, and helped me open half of my eyes. So I saw at a glance that this Wenchang charm was fake, and it was a charm that was bewitched by the magic charmer. Master said that the steps of Jiang Tushu are Jiang and Tu. Jiang refers to the method of applying the medicine, and Tu refers to the individual being cast. The caster establishes control through the birth date, 5 elements, body hair and nails of the person being cast. When I heard my stepmother mention the birth date, I knew that my guess was right. My stepmother took out another pill from her bosom and handed it to my brother. The master also said that eating this elixir can open your wisdom, so hurry up, swallow it in one gulp. My brother swallowed the pill reluctantly and almost choked. He drank several sips of water before he could swallow it. I sneered in my heart. Jiang Tushi uses goo medicine as a primer to make people accidentally take it, which is toxic to the human body and achieves the purpose of control. This is not an elixir, it is obviously a poison that penetrates the intestines. My stepmother saw that my eyes were not right, and asked me in a shrill voice, "You damn girl, what bad thoughts are you thinking?" I hurriedly put on a smile and said, "I have heard that Wen Chang Fu is very effective, but it's a pity that no one prayed for me when I took the college entrance examination, otherwise I would not have passed the second-tier exam. I really envy my brother." My stepmother became more and more proud when I heard me say this. "How can you, a child without a mother, compare with my good baby? Fortunately, I married your father. If it were another woman, she would definitely not let you go to a second-tier university. Girls should go out to work and support the family early. Remember, after graduation, you have to hand over your salary to me to help your brother buy a house and a car, here?" I nodded and said calmly, "Mom, I will not forget your kindness, and I will repay you in the future." But I was thinking in my heart, repay? Retribution is more like it. You just wait. After the exam, my brother went to the internet cafe to book a night. He called his stepmother and told her that the Wencheng talisman was indeed useful. He seemed to have opened up his Ren and Du meridians suddenly. He could do many questions, and it was as if he had the answers in his mind. His stepmother was so happy that she couldn't sleep all night. My brother stayed in the internet cafe for 3 days and 3 nights. When he came back, his eyes were dull. It was as if he had been drained of his energy and couldn't walk steadily. He said he felt sick, had chest tightness and dizziness, and kept scratching his arms. Soon, dense red rashes appeared on his snow-white skin. My stepmother frowned slightly and said, "It must be because you stayed up too late. The internet cafe was too dirty and caused skin allergies. Take a shower and have a good sleep. Mom will make you a delicious meal to replenish your body." After that, she went into the kitchen with the ribs. After they left, I leaned against the balcony wall with my arms folded, and a sneer appeared at the corner of my mouth. If you look closely, you will find that there is a bloodshot line running from left to right on my brother's eyeballs. Before long, he will become depressed and manic, and gradually lose his mind. I sneaked to a public telephone booth in town and called my boyfriend Lin Yu. When I heard his voice again, I almost choked. "Ting Ting, I heard that something happened in your family. Have you dealt with it? Is there anything I can help?" "Ting Ting, why don't you say anything? What happened to Ting Ting? Do you want me to find you?" My heart was throbbing with pain. In my previous life, my stepmother peeked at my diary. She found out that I was in love and told my dad about it. My dad beat me up and told me that unless Lin Yu could come up with a 1 million betrothal gift, he would not agree to our relationship. Lin Yu is an ordinary person like me. His parents are honest working-class people. How could they come up with a sky-high betrothal gift? I could only find a reason to break up with him. On the day of the breakup, he stood downstairs of my dormitory all night. His roommate also came to persuade me, saying that Lin Yu really loved me and he had planned our future. Later, my stepmother applied for a leave of absence for me, and Lin Yu came to my house to find me several times. I was locked in a small house, with my mouth sealed with tape. I heard my stepmother say to Lin Yu, "A toad wants to eat swan meat, but he doesn't even pee to see how much weight he has, and he wants to marry our Ting Ting. Are you worthy?" Lin Yu just begged humbly, "I just want to see how she is, please, aunt, let me see her." My mother pushed him out and spat at him, "Don't bother my Ting Ting anymore." When Lin Yu left disappointed, I struggled to the door, but the chains imprisoned me. I lay on the ground, and tears flowed silently. I really wanted to say, "Lin Yu, take me away, leave this hell on earth." Thinking back, I told Linyu that the real reason I came back this time was that my father arranged a blind date for me, and the other party was a middle-aged widower in his 40s or 50s. Linyu was stunned for 2 seconds on the other side of the phone, and then said angrily, "Just for a few 100,000 betrothal gifts, they sold their daughter. Are they still human? Don't worry, let me think about it." After hanging up the phone, my heart became more and more sad. Fortunately, I still have Linyu. He is the only life-saving straw I can grasp. Thinking of the wonderful life with him in the future, I couldn't help but smile. On the day when my brother's score came out, my stepmother and my father were squatting in front of the phone nervously. After listening to the manual broadcast, my brother almost jumped up with excitement. "Mom, Dad, I got 671 points. Last year, the first in the city only got 650 points. My dad was so excited that he burst into tears, and he gave my brother a thumbs up and said, "My son has a promising future, and it's not in vain to raise you." My stepmother said happily, "It must be the Wenchang Fu that worked. My dear, you must carry it with you during this period until the admission results come out. Check your score to see if you apply for Tsinghua or Peking University." I stood in the corner and watched quietly. No one noticed that my brother had just covered his chest and gasped twice. Even he himself did not notice the strange changes in his body. From that day on, my stepmother would tell everyone she met that my brother was the god of literature. The villagers found it strange that my brother usually ranked last in the school, but he suddenly ranked first in the city. They even suspected that the college entrance examination questions had been leaked. My neighbor, Fatty, secretly pulled me to the wall and asked, "Did your stepmother use any dirty tricks? I saw that your brother looked very bad recently. He prayed for the Wenchang talisman. Didn't you pray for Zhang Feng as well?" I said puzzledly. "Zhang Feng is Fatty's son. She has a son and a daughter, and they study very hard. But the strange thing is that her daughter jumped into the river and committed suicide 2 years ago. The villagers said that the pressure of studying was too great and she couldn't bear it. Later, she placed all her hopes on her son Zhang Feng." "Oh, the Wenchang talisman. No wonder that thing is quite effective. My Zhang Feng also did well in the exam this year, just 20 points less than your brother." When Fatty heard about the Wenchang talisman, an unfathomable look flashed across her face. "Fat's sister-in-law is a good person. When I was in prison last time, she often secretly sent me food. She wanted to call the police several times, but was threatened by my stepmother. So in this life, I am grateful to her. If I have the chance, I must repay her." As she was talking, my stepmother twisted her big butt to show off at Fat's sister-in-law's house. "I have said it before, hard study is not as good as natural intelligence. Your son is far worse than my son." Fat's sister-in-law and stepmother have always been at odds, because of the vegetable plot behind the house, and they fight whenever they meet. She picked up a broom and chased stepmother out. "You have done so many bad things, and you will be punished sooner or later." At this moment, a terrifying sound came, and Fat's sister-in-law and my mother stopped moving at the same time. They looked in the direction of my house at the same time, and it was my brother who howled strangely. Stepmother hurried home, and when she entered the door, she found my brother sitting in front of her dressing table, looking at the mirror with a weird expression. "Lele, what's wrong with you?" Stepmother walked towards my brother. At the moment my brother turned around, he stopped. My brother's eyes were red, and dark blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. His face was pale, and his teeth were clattering. I didn't know what he was chewing. There was an indescribable weirdness. My stepmother pushed my arm in fear. "Go see your brother." I subconsciously took 2 steps back and shook my head violently. "Mom, my brother is not right." My stepmother twisted my arm in anger. She mustered up the courage to go forward. Just as she was about to touch my brother's head tilted and fell on the dressing table. After my brother woke up, his eyes were no longer red, but there was still a red line in his eyes, which became more and more obvious. My father stood by the bed and said a little worriedly, "Is he possessed by evil spirits? Should we invite a witch to come to our house to take a look?" My stepmother wiped the sweat from my brother's forehead distressedly. No, Lele has the Wenchong talisman to protect his body, and ordinary evil spirits dare not approach him. It must be that his eyes are congested due to staying up late to play games recently. Look, he is better now. My brother blinked, as if he had lost his memory. He looked at the top of the mosquito net in a daze, and after a while he picked up the phone beside him and continued to play games, completely ignoring my father and stepmother. My stepmother breathed a sigh of relief. I said Lele is fine. But you can't play with your phone for too long, it hurts your eyes. My brother ignored her and focused on the game. I looked at my brother and always felt that something was wrong. He had always been impatient with my stepmother and my father before, but today he was like a fake person without emotions. The next day, just like in my previous life, my father arranged for me to have a blind date with an old widower from the neighboring village. He took me to the town for dinner and looked at me with a lecherous look. He wanted to touch my hand while eating, but I immediately pulled it back. The old widower stared at me and said, "Don't look at me at this age. I can be your father. I don't have children. I will spend all my money on you in the future. I will love you like a daughter, as long as you are virtuous and obedient." I almost vomited after hearing that, and slipped out under the pretext of going to the toilet. I found a phone booth and called Linyu to ask if he had any ideas. I have thought a lot these days. If Linyu is willing to marry me, I can steal the household registration book and get the marriage certificate with him directly. After graduating from college, I will fly away with him and never return to this home. But I called the phone several times, but no one answered. I thought it was a bit strange, because Linyu always kept his mobile phone with him. The phone book in my pocket fell to the ground. I bent down to pick it up and found a line of unfamiliar numbers on a certain page. Seeing that the handwriting was not mine, the words of my master in the previous life suddenly popped up in my mind. He said, "I will help you open half of the sky eye and teach you to identify evil and determine the poison. When you encounter danger, come to me and I will help you open the other half of the sky eye." At that time, he turned around and left after he finished speaking. I was still wondering where to find him in the future. I dialed this number for some reason. A hoarse and vicissitudes voice soon came from the other end of the phone. "Little apprentice, the flowers I waited for have all withered, and I finally waited for you." I didn't expect that master still cared about me. My nose was sore and I almost cried. I told him briefly about my brother using the life-borrowing charm. Master said you were right, he was indeed poisoned by someone. The red line in his eyes was a poison charm cast by a powerful magician. The bleeding in his eyes means that the poison has taken effect. If the charm cannot be removed in time, he will die. Is there any way to remove the charm? I asked curiously. Master thought I wanted to save my brother. He sighed and said, "Ting Ting, I know you are kind by nature, but everyone has their own cause and effect. You can't go against the will of heaven, otherwise you will suffer a disaster. But since I have accepted you as my apprentice, of course I still have to teach you something. If you meet it in the future, you can also use it. To remove the poison charm, you must find the magician who cast the charm. Force him to commit suicide or kill him, burn his blood into ashes and put it in wine, let the person who was cursed drink it, and the poison can be removed." After listening to what Master said, I suddenly realized. It turns out that the brother I stopped in my previous life caused the disaster. But there is one thing I can't figure out: who cast a spell on my brother? Is he going to deal with my brother, or is he going to deal with our family? If he is going to deal with our family, then wouldn't I be in danger too? Master saw that I didn't speak for a long time, and he was a little worried on the other end of the phone. "Don't go to the magician without authorization, it's too dangerous. I will leave for Lotus Village immediately, you wait for me at home honestly. And, don't eat anything who gives you these days." After hanging up the phone, a question flashed through my mind: how did the master know that I lived in Lotus Village? The old widower sent me home, bought a pack of good cigarettes for my father, brought a few bottles of wine, and gave my stepmother a gold chain. My stepmother was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. "Our Ting Ting is beautiful and good at studying." After graduating from college, she will definitely find a job in an office. There is no one better than her in the whole Lotus village. I can't count the number of people who come to my house to propose marriage with my 2 hands. The old widower took out a stack of 100 yuan bills and stuffed them into my stepmother's hand, and called out in a friendly voice with his missing tooth, "Mom, this is your son-in-law's gift to you." I immediately got goosebumps all over my body. It seems that even if I had not been imprisoned by my stepmother in the previous life, there would not be a good ending. I had better find a way to leave this home as soon as possible. In a blink of an eye, it was the day for my younger brother to fill in his application. My stepmother had already decided to apply for Tsinghua University. She also planned to hold a big banquet in the town and collect gifts. After filling in his application, my younger brother covered his stomach. My stepmother asked him where it hurt, and he said stomach for a while, then lungs. Anyway, all his internal organs hurt. My younger brother has been feeling unwell these days. He seems to have been hollowed out, and he is so thin that only a skeleton is left. My father realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly said, "I will go to the front room to ride a motorcycle and take him to the hospital for examination." My stepmother wanted to say that Wen Chongfuhui would bless my younger brother, but seeing that he was sweating on his head, she was scared and said, "Okay, I'll go get the money." After they left, I went to Fat Sister's house. Fat Sister's house was the only one in the village with a telephone, so people in the village often went to her house to borrow a phone. I held Lin Yu's number and asked embarrassedly, "Fat Sister, can I make a call?" Fat Sister warmly grabbed my wrist, "Ting ting, don't worry, I steamed a big meat bun. It's just out of the pot, come and have one." As she said, she put a steaming bun in a bowl and handed it to me. I can't eat meat buns at home. Every time I go home to steam buns, I can only stand aside and watch. So I was drooling at this moment, just about to bite it. I remembered what the master said, so I put the bun on the table. "Fat Sister, I want to make a phone call before eating." Fat Sister's face flashed with doubt, but soon changed to a smile. "Okay, I'm just afraid that it will be cold and not delicious." I nodded, then picked up the phone, and the phone was dialed several times before the other side was connected. Lin Yu's roommate answered the phone. She said, "Hello, is this my junior from the medical department?" Lin Yu is taking a shower. I was stunned and said, "I am Zhang Ting." She blurted out, "Didn't you break up?" My heart sank and I realized something immediately. When I hung up the phone, Lin Yu's voice came from the other end, "I'm going out on a date later. Leave the door open for me tonight." Seeing that my expression was not right, the fat lady poured a glass of water and handed it to me, asking in a gentle voice, "Did you quarrel with your friends? Let's talk it over." I didn't expect Lin Yu to be such a fickle person. In the previous life, in such a situation, I still regarded him as a ray of light in my life. Why did he abandon me? He was trying to help me find a solution just a few days ago. Too many doubts lingered in my mind, and the extreme disappointment made my heart ache and I couldn't breathe. I took the water cup and gulped down a few mouthfuls, said thank you, fatty, and then walked out with a dazed mind. My brother stayed in the intensive care unit for a week, and the hospital issued several critical illness notices. The doctor said that his stomach was full of maggots, and the worms were about to eat up all his internal organs. He had to have an operation to pick out all the worms quickly, otherwise he would die of stomach ulcers. He also said that he had never seen such a disease before, and he couldn't find the cause. Asked my stepmother if my brother had eaten something unclean by mistake. My mother's face turned pale at the time, and she waved her hands and said in a crying voice, "No, I made everything Lele ate and drank." My father paid tens of thousands of yuan, and he was sad and painful. He said to his stepmother, "I said Lele was not right. How could a normal person have maggots in his stomach? It must be evil spirits, you just don't believe it. If you spend this money in the hospital and can't cure it, you will lose both your money and your life." I saw that my stepmother was in a panic, so I whispered to her, "Mom, didn't you ask the master for a Wencheng talisman for your brother? Or you can contact that master again?" My stepmother's eyes lit up, "Yes, go ask the master." My stepmother went back to the ward, picked up her bag and left in a hurry. After a long time, she brought back a middle-aged man in a black tiger-patterned gown, who claimed to be a white magician from Southeast Asia. Standing in front of my brother's bed, he reached out and flipped his eyelids, and then said solemnly, "This child has been cursed. If you don't remove the curse, I'm afraid the gods can't save him. This is a hospital, and it's not convenient for me to perform rituals." My father immediately understood and hurried to go through the discharge procedures. The doctor disagreed at first, saying that my brother would not survive tonight if he didn't have surgery. My father insisted on being discharged, and the doctor could only respect and bless him. After arriving home, my stepmother and my father put my brother on the bed. I don't know if it was my illusion, but I could vaguely smell a rotten smell. The White Master chanted a spell to my brother. After a long while, my stepmother asked anxiously, "Master, our family has not made enemies with others. Who wants to harm my baby? Your son really has never done anything wrong?" The White Master stroked his beard and asked the stepmother with sharp eyes. The stepmother turned away a little guilty. "Children will definitely make some mistakes, but don't worry, there is definitely no murder or arson." My father asked, "Master, have you figured out who cast a spell on my son?" The White Master took out a yellowed black and white photo from his sleeve and handed it to my father. "Look, do you recognize this person?" My father was obviously stunned when he saw the photo. "Isn't this him? Isn't he dead?" I squinted and looked over, and when I saw the photo clearly, I was stunned. The person in the photo is clearly my master. At this moment, my mind was full of thoughts. Why would the master cast a spell on my brother? It seemed that my father knew him before. Why did he approach me? He also helped me open my third eye. What was his purpose? Thinking of this, my mind was about to explode. After seeing the photo, my stepmother twisted my father's arm. "It's all your fault. You killed my baby." Then she looked at Master Bai with tears in her eyes. "Master, what should we do now?" Master Bai said, "I will take out the poisonous insects in your son's body now, but this will cost me a lot of energy. You decide how much you want to pay." My stepmother immediately understood, turned back to the house, took out a thick envelope and said, "Thank you for your hard work. If it's not enough, I will go get more." After Master Bai received the money, he drove us all out. I walked under the big tree in the yard and listened to the cicadas. Suddenly, I felt a headache and my hands and feet were itchy. I thought to myself, maybe it was because I didn't sleep well last night. Somehow, I always felt that someone was whispering in my ear last night, and I always had some strange dreams. I dreamed that I went to school with Su Meng Meng, the daughter of Fatty's sister, when I was a child, and I also dreamed that she came to my house to do homework. Half a day later, the white-haired master opened the door and came out with a bowl of black water. My stepmother and my father went to meet him. He said, "I have refined the poisonous insects in the child's stomach. If you want to completely remove it, you have to find the black magician who cast a spell." My father looked embarrassed, but he is obviously dead. I listened to their conversation on the side, thinking that the master was about to come to Lotus Village, and I had to stop him quickly. But I just took 2 steps, and suddenly I felt a cramp in my stomach, and my legs softened and I fell to the ground. Seeing this, the white magician hurried over. He picked up my arm and found a faint black line on it. He was shocked and said, "Oops, you have also been cast a spell." I was stunned. Master Bai said, "Have you ever given your birth date to anyone?" I recalled that in my previous life, my master said that he had to look at his birth date to accept a disciple, and I gave it to him. But I didn't dare to tell Master Bai, so I could only shake my head. "No, no." "Have you eaten food given by strangers recently?" he asked again. "I haven't been to any other place except Fatty's house and the hospital recently. I only drank a sip of water at Fatty's house," I muttered to myself. "Wait, is there something wrong with the water? But Fatty has no reason to harm me. In my previous life, she often came to bring me food secretly. Apart from Master, she is the only person who treats me well. I am thinking about it. My brain is about to smoke." At this time, my stepmother suddenly remembered something, pointed at Fatty's yard, and said angrily, "It must be the bitch next door." She is jealous that I live a better life than her, and that my son scores higher than her son, so she teamed up with that person to harm our family. My stepmother wanted to go to the fat sister-in-law's house to ask for an explanation, but was stopped by my father. He lowered his voice and almost squeezed out the words from his teeth. There is no evidence, don't let the neighbors laugh at you. Besides, if the matter is dug up, it will not be good for Lele. When my stepmother heard about that matter, her arrogance immediately subsided. In the evening, I forced myself to go to the back mountain to cut grass and feed the pigs. I only heard rustling in the grass, and I thought it was a rabbit, a fox, or something. Just as I was about to dig to see, a figure suddenly jumped out. I was so scared that I threw away the sickle and collapsed on the ground. When I saw the man's appearance clearly, I stammered, "Master, master." He glanced at the black line on my wrist and frowned. "Didn't I tell you not to eat things given by others? How did you still fall for it?" I am not sure whether he is a good person or a bad person. He takes a step closer to me, and I take a step back. He asked with a trembling voice, "Master, how do you know I live in Lotus Village? You know my father, right?" The master paused slightly, with an intriguing expression on his face. He stretched out his hand to me. "Ting ting, master will not harm you. If I wanted to harm you, I would not help you open your third eye." Seeing that I did not believe him, he said again, "Think about it carefully, we have met several times before. You also invited me to dinner. It would be easy for me to harm you. Why wait until today? I came here to save you." He made sense, and I was just about to climb his arm and stand up. Another figure came from a distance, and Master Bai reminded me anxiously, "Ting ting, he is the one who cast a spell on you and your brother, and he is also your father's enemy. You can't trust him." I retracted my hand as if I was electrocuted, looked at Master, and then at Master Bai, and was completely stunned. "You are an evil person who takes people's money and kills people, and you dare to slander my innocence." Master lifted up his robe and pulled out the posture of performing a ritual. The white master was not to be outdone, and the two confronted each other for several rounds. The master was sure to win, but at the critical moment, the white-haired master suddenly removed his head, and the bloody head flew over and bit the master's neck. I was stunned, watching from the side. Is this the flying head curse that the master once talked about? The veins on the master's forehead bulged, and he stretched out his hand to me in pain. "Ting ting, save me." I froze in place and dared not move. I watched the white master subdue the master and then tied him up. It was dark when I got home. The white master dragged the master into the yard with a rope. When my stepmother saw the master's face change drastically, she asked in horror, What is this?" My father was also shocked and speechless. The white master tied my master to the big tree in the yard. "This is the black master who cast a curse on your son. Wait until the early morning, I will kill him with a ritual to help you remove the curse." After dinner, the white master said he would go to the town to buy some things for the ritual, so that we could keep a good eye on the master. I was squatting under the window of my brother's room in a daze, and suddenly I heard my stepmother scream. I stood up and looked through the window, and saw that my stepmother's arm was bitten by my brother. My father heard the sound and ran out of the kitchen and asked, "Ting ting, what happened?" I don't know how to describe the strange scene in this room. I was dumbfounded. My father was also scared. He didn't react until my stepmother shouted for help, and he ran into the house. I saw that my brother's eyes were bright red, his body was festering and pus was flowing, and there was no breath of life. And my stepmother's arm had been bitten by him into a bloody mess, revealing the white bones. He was still chewing with relish in his mouth, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. "Save me!" My stepmother cried loudly, "Save me!" My father bent down and picked up a bench and threw it at my brother, but he didn't seem to feel any pain. He just shook his body for a while, and then bit my stepmother's neck again. I know that my brother has become a human goo. He didn't remove the curse at all, he died long ago. Now his stomach is full of poisonous worms, which have eaten out his internal organs, leaving only an empty skin. Master said that the first thing that the human goo eats is the parents. Seeing the miserable state of my stepmother, my father was stunned for a moment, trembling all over, and was about to run away. But he was still caught by the human goo, and he lay on the ground and stretched out his hand to me. Ting ting, save me. I stood there without moving. With tears in his eyes, he begged, I am your real father. Seeing that I still didn't respond, he tore off his disguise. You beast, I raised you in vain. I retreated to the door step by step, with a sneer on the corner of my mouth. Dad, you killed my mother and uncle in order to marry my stepmother, and now your retribution has come. How do you know? He opened his eyes in disbelief. As soon as he finished speaking, he was bitten off the neck by the human goo with a snap. I locked the door of the main room from the outside, and just turned around, I saw the white magician swaggering into the yard. He said triumphantly, my human goo is about to be cultivated. Just kill another altar of the head-falling master. Ting ting, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have never been able to find my junior brother. After saying that, he glanced at my master. The master said expressionlessly, you and I are from the same school, but you use black magic to harm people. Aren't you afraid that the master will punish you? The white master shook his head and said disdainfully, the master has been in seclusion for many years. Maybe he died in a gutter. Now let me revive the master's school. As long as the human goo is practiced, I will be the most powerful black magic master in Asia. As he cast a spell on me, my hands and feet were immediately unable to move. He walked up and stuffed a dagger in my hand, then pointed at the master and ordered me, go, kill him. My eyes were gray, and I could only see the shadow of the master was a touch of scarlet. Go. He used the black magic again. I held the dagger, but my feet did not move. I turned around and stabbed the white master in the chest. Maybe it was because the incident happened suddenly, Master Bai didn't have time to dodge. He opened his mouth and looked at the dagger on his chest in astonishment. How can you not be controlled by me? Because she was not bewitched from the beginning. At this time, Master loosened the rope, stood up and hooked his hand at me. Come to Master quickly. I trotted over and stood side by side with Master. You two, Master and apprentice, teamed up to deceive me. Master Bai pulled out the dagger from his chest, and the door behind him was knocked by the human goo. To be precise, it was the uncle and the niece. Master and I smiled at each other. No matter who you are, you must die today. With a roar from Master Bai, the door of the main room was broken by the human goo. The human goo had eaten 2 people and had become 2 meters tall. He was covered with insects and looked very creepy. Master subconsciously protected me behind him and said to me, Ting Ting, you run first. I ran to the gate and found that the bolt could not be pulled at all. It should be because of the magic cast by the white master. The human goo came towards me, and every footprint was dripping with smelly corpse oil. I stood close to the gate, watching the master and the white master fighting in fear. I thought, it's over, I finally lived again, and my life is going to be over again. Just as the human goo was about to approach, the master tied his arm with a thin fishing line. With a force, his arm was removed, and a large number of insects and black corpse water gushed out. Accompanied by an indescribable stench, I covered my chest and almost vomited. The human goo creaked and walked towards the master again. Master! I shouted anxiously. I saw that he soon ran out of strength and was stepped on by the human goo. The white master got a torch from somewhere and pretended to light his clothes. I told you that you can't beat me. I ran over to stop the white master, but he pushed me to the ground with a palm. At the critical moment, an old man in white clothes with tiger stripes fell from the sky and twisted off the head of the white master. Evil disciple, don't stop. The head of the white master was in his hand, his face changed with fear, and his lips trembled as he said, Master, Master. The old man bit his finger, drew a talisman in the air, and hit it on the human goo. The human goo shrank instantly and turned into a pool of corpse water. No, no. The head of the white master screamed shrilly. The old man picked up the body of the white master with his other hand and said to me and the master, I will deal with this evil disciple myself, you stay and clean up. The master knelt down and kowtowed to him solemnly, Thank you for coming to rescue me. After the old man left, the master set fire to the yard. When we walked out of the gate, we saw a dark shadow squatting in the corner. "Come out, Fatty sister," I said coldly. Fatty sister walked out with her head shrunk, not daring to look up at me. Watching the fire gradually burning in the yard, I asked calmly, "You hired a sorcerer to cast a spell on my brother, right?" The fat wife raised her head with tears in her eyes. "Ting Ting, you know everything. It was your brother who killed my daughter first. I just wanted revenge. I didn't want to hurt you, it was the sorcerer who forced me to do it." I didn't say anything. In my last life, I was locked up in a small room and heard my stepmother and my father quarreling. My father mentioned my brother, who bullied a female student in high school. He said that the girl later jumped into the river and committed suicide, so I guessed that it was Auntie Pang's daughter. Auntie Pang didn't expect that I would burn the magic charm and be imprisoned by my stepmother. She felt guilty about me, so she often secretly came to bring me food. As for why she didn't call the police to save me in the last life, it was because our village was remote and backward. Many women were abducted from other places, and the villagers assumed that women could be imprisoned. Once someone called the police, they would be ostracized by the villagers. Auntie Pang was a widow with a son, and she couldn't afford this price. So I could understand Auntie Pang's difficulties, patted her hands, and said calmly, "They are all dead, and my master and I will leave here soon, and everything is over." The fire burned until dawn, and my master and I had already taken a long-distance bus to the provincial capital. The master stuffed a bag of hot roasted chestnuts into my hand and asked, "What are you going to do next? Will you come with me?" "Uncle, I'm still used to calling you master." I shook my head and said, "I want to finish college first, and then work to earn money while preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination." The master glanced out the window, "Then remember to call me often and come to see me more often when you are free. Also, the things I taught you cannot be used indiscriminately, otherwise it is easy to attract trouble." I nodded. After returning to school, I calmed down and prepared for the final exam. I rented a house near the school during the summer vacation, working part-time while reading books and preparing for the exam. In the second half of my senior year, I finally passed the entrance exam for a graduate student at a key university. One day I came out of the library and met Lin Yu again. He was deliberately squatting on me. When he saw me, he hurried over and handed me the milk tea in his hand. He said, "Ting Ting, I'm sorry. It was a junior sister from the medical school who pestered me before. I have made it clear to her. Can you forgive me?" I was a little speechless. Some time ago, he waited downstairs of the dormitory every night, and made a heart with candles, confessed to me, and shouted that he loved me forever, so that the whole building knew that he was my ex-boyfriend. I couldn't bear it any longer, so I took him to the playground. I found a remote corner, hugged my arms, and asked impatiently, "You were the one who cheated on me, how dare you bother me now?" Lin Yu hugged me. "Ting Ting, I didn't want to break up with you from the beginning. It was my mother who heard that your family wanted hundreds of thousands of betrothal gifts, and felt that your original family was not good, so she forced me to break up with you. I was in a bad mood during that time, so I let my junior sister take advantage of the situation. Now that you are back and have been admitted to graduate school, my mother will definitely agree to let us be together. Let's start over, okay?" I broke his hands and almost laughed out of anger. "Lin Yu, can you have some shame? You can't control yourself and put all the faults on others. Do you have any responsibility as an adult?" After that, I turned and left. I was really blind, treating such a person as a life-saving straw, and thinking about getting a marriage certificate with him as soon as I graduated. However, I also want to thank him for letting me stop the loss in time. Women are independent and the world is wide. Dependence on others will only jump from one fire pit to another. It's September again, and I'm busy with graduate school admissions. My college roommate called me and said, "Ting Ting, it's a good thing you didn't agree to get back together with Lin Yu. Lin Yu, that scumbag, got my junior sister from the medical school pregnant. He secretly checked the gender and found out it was a boy. The girl's family asked for a 1 million yuan dowry, otherwise they would abort the child. Now the two families are arguing. The junior sister is threatening to jump off the building to commit suicide. Lynn, you will have a hard time for the rest of his life. My roommate gloated over the phone, but I didn't feel anything because he no longer had a place in my heart. I opened my notebook and wrote down a sentence I saw in a book recently. Life is like a dark room, but it doesn't stop me from writing spring poems. My life is up to me, I walk alone, and good times will come after bad times. The end. In order to successfully enter a key university, I killed my best friend. Just because I have an unknown superpower. Every time I kill someone, I can inherit all the knowledge in the other person's mind. The first time I realized that I had this superpower was during the summer vacation when I was 10 years old. My mother was too busy with work to take care of me, so she sent me to my grandma's house in the countryside to stay temporarily. The thing I hated most when I was a child was being sent to my grandma's house. The countryside was poor and broken, and it was not fun at all. And every night just after 8 o'clock, my grandma was ready to go to bed, so I often quarreled with my grandma. Several times, my grandma's wrinkled old face was swollen into purple by my anger, making her look like she was about to faint. My mother used to teach me not to make my grandma angry, because my grandma had a bad heart and often carried a small medicine bottle with her for first aid, so I naturally knew about this. Later, when I quarreled with my grandma again, I cursed her with malice. Old witch, why don't you die? My grandma widened her eyes in shock when she heard this, and looked at me as if she had seen a monster. You. She was so angry at my words that she trembled all over, and she hesitated for a long time without being able to say a complete sentence. Then I saw Grandma's eyes suddenly widen, she arched her body in pain, raised her dry right hand to press her heart, and fell to the ground. Grandma raised her hand with difficulty and reached into her pocket. I took the lead and took out Grandma's small medicine bottle from her pocket. I held the small medicine bottle in my hand, stepped back quickly, and looked at Grandma on the ground expressionlessly. Grandma's lips turned purple, and a trace of surprise first appeared in her deep eye sockets. After a few seconds, that trace of surprise was mixed with incredible fear. Grandma seemed to realize what I wanted to do, and the instinct for survival drove her to get up from the ground. But the harder Grandma struggled, the more she panted. After a period of time that seemed extremely long to me, Grandma's movements froze in an instant. She lay on the ground, her arms stretched straight toward me. Like a frozen ice sculpture, her body gradually became cold and motionless. The dim room fell into deathly silence. I walked with stiff legs to the landline and dialed the emergency number. While waiting for the ambulance to arrive, I walked to a cabinet full of various medicine bottles, spread my sweaty palms, and put the small medicine bottles in my hand on the cabinet. Then I swung my arms violently, and the small medicine bottles fell to the ground with crackling sounds. When the shrill whistle sounded from outside the house, I suddenly collapsed to the ground, pretending to be panicked, and burst into tears. The medical staff confirmed my grandmother's death on the spot. After my mother rushed to the hospital, she kept comforting me who was crying bitterly. She didn't blame me. When my grandmother had a seizure, she didn't find the emergency medicine on the cabinet in time. Everyone thought it was just a tragic accident. After my grandmother's funeral, I realized that things were starting to go wrong. I suddenly found that I had mastered some skills that I had never touched before. For example, cooking and sewing clothes, and even some knowledge about how to farm. But I didn't have any relevant memories, and that knowledge just appeared in my brain out of thin air. Until one day later, I tasted the potato shreds I fried myself, and the taste was exactly the same as my grandma's. At that time, I suddenly realized that all the extra knowledge in my brain came from my grandma. It was at that moment that an extremely crazy and unreasonable guess emerged. For a long time, I kept this guess in my heart and never told anyone. However, this guess was like a seed, sprouting silently. My grades were not good in junior high school, and it was difficult to even get into an ordinary high school. It happened that a girl in our class who was an excellent student lived in the same community as me. We often rode to and from school together. To be honest, I envied her very much. With her academic performance, it was easy for her to get into the key high school in our city. One day on the eve of the high school entrance examination, I sneaked into the carport during the break and somehow broke the brakes of that girl. It is difficult for me to describe the reason for this behavior. I don't think I really want to kill her. I just want to take this opportunity to verify the guess that has been lingering in my heart for a long time. On the way home, I don't know if my luck is too good or the girl's luck is too bad. When we passed an intersection, we happened to encounter a large truck running a red light. The girl didn't brake and was hit directly in front of me and died on the spot. The driver of the large truck was driving fatigued. He hadn't slept for almost 2 days when the accident happened. In short, this is a complete tragedy and has nothing to do with me. Later, I sat in the examination room for the high school entrance examination. The questions that were as difficult to understand as the heavenly book in the past became extremely simple overnight. After the results of the high school entrance examination came out, I ranked 10th in the grade and successfully entered the key high school that I had been dreaming of. Everyone thought that I was doing exceptionally well and envied my good luck. I just smiled and never refuted. They were right, I was indeed lucky. Half a month before the college entrance examination, most of the students in the class were preparing for the exam, only I was different. I sat in the classroom every day, staring at the textbook, and the question that I thought about most in my mind was how to kill Chen-rong without leaving any trace. In the eyes of others, I am Chen-rong's best friend. During the 3 years of high school, the two of us were almost inseparable on campus, and we didn't forget to call each other even when we went to the bathroom. Chen-rong has excellent grades, sweet looks, and a cheerful personality. He is a typical good student in the eyes of teachers and parents. But I have average grades, ordinary looks, and a bit introverted personality. In short, Chen-rong and I are two completely different types of people. The reason why Chen-rong chose to be friends with me is precisely because I am too ordinary. It is my ordinariness that can highlight her excellence. I have known for a long time that Chen-rong often speaks ill of me behind my back. She said that I am not very smart, look stupid, and always have an unpleasant smell of medicine on me. If she hadn't felt sorry for me, she would have broken up with me long ago. Chen-rong is right, my family is quite pitiful. My father died when I was very young, and my mother raised me up alone with great difficulty over the years. In the end, she became ill due to overwork and could only rely on long-term medication to regulate her body. But it doesn't matter, I don't care about Chen-rong's opinion of me at all. After all, I don't really want to be friends with her. The first time I noticed Chen-rong was in the first-year high school entrance examination. She scored first in the grade. From then on, I quietly put her on my reserve list. Of course, I was also worried that Chen-rong's academic performance would decline in the next 3 years. Although my reserve list is updated every semester, it would still be very troublesome to change the candidates at will in the middle. Fortunately, Chen-rong's academic performance has always been very stable. Until the last mock exam before the college entrance examination, she had never fallen out of the top 5 in her grade. And she had no intention of taking the competition as a recommendation. It can be said that Chen-rong was the perfect candidate. Whether I could reverse my undergraduate studies and get into a key university depended entirely on her. In fact, it was not that I had not tried to study hard, but it was really difficult to excel in my studies. Even with the foundation laid by that junior high school girl, I could only barely hold on for half a semester. Since the second half of the second semester of my first year in high school, my grades have plummeted. Perhaps some people are not born to be suitable for studying. Anyway, I think that I am not the material for studying, and it is easier to think about how to kill others. I used my spare time in the 3 years of high school to cram all kinds of suspense and mystery novels, and watched a lot of documentaries related to homicides. I found that the police's detection methods were too powerful. Not only were they thinking in a tight way, but they also had many high-tech methods, which could almost make criminals know where to hide. I conceived several plans to kill Chen-rong in my mind, but I felt that they were not ideal and had too many loopholes. Once the police determined that the case was a homicide, they would bite it to the death and keep investigating. So I had to work hard to make Chenrong's death look like an accident. After some deep thinking, I roughly outlined a plan. Although Chenrong looked like a good student on the surface, she would actually do some outrageous things in pursuit of excitement. For example, she would date a gangster boyfriend outside the school, or smoke secretly in the toilet. So I decided to take advantage of this and let Chenrong go to her own death. 2 days before leaving school, I kept knocking on Chenrong's ear, suggesting that we should indulge ourselves the night before leaving school. I deliberately asked her if she dared to sneak to the rooftop of the teaching building to drink during the evening self-study. At first, Chenrong was a little hesitant, and she asked me how to bring alcohol into the school. I said, "You are stupid, why not let your day friends bring it in?" Chenrong was speechless now. I didn't continue to persuade her, but just said, "If you don't dare, forget it, I'll go by myself later. I don't want to leave regrets in my high school life." Who said I didn't dare? I was just thinking about what kind of wine to buy. Sure enough, Chenrong took the bait. I continued to bait and said, "Then why don't you buy a few cans of beer?" Chenrong glanced at me with contempt, and said arrogantly, "That's so boring, I'll ask my friends to bring a few bottles of whiskey for you to taste later." I resisted the urge to laugh out loud, pretended to be very envious, and kept praising her for being so amazing. On the night before leaving school, Chenrong really brought 2 bottles of whiskey. But when we were about to go upstairs to the rooftop, I deliberately grabbed Chenrong at the stairs and said weakly, "Why don't we just forget it? What if we are caught by the director?" Chenrong grabbed my wrist abruptly. "It's already this time, what are you afraid of? Even if you get caught, it's okay, at most, you'll just curse a few times. We are about to take the college entrance examination, we should consider our mood. Come up with me." I resisted symbolically twice and glanced at the surveillance camera at the staircase when I went upstairs. The rooftop door was only wrapped with an iron chain, not really locked. I deliberately followed Chenrong and waited until she removed the iron chain and threw it aside before I followed her into the rooftop. The cool evening breeze in early summer was particularly comfortable on my body. Chenrong looked in a good mood and unusually excited. She urged me to pour out the snacks bought from the school supermarket, and then couldn't wait to pull out the wine cork. Pour the dark brown liquid into 2 disposable paper cups. "Cheers!" Chenrong shouted, and ignored me, and drank the wine in the paper cup. At first, I judged from the expression on her face that the taste of the wine might not be very good. I was still thinking, what if she didn't want to drink it? Fortunately, things went more smoothly than I expected. That night, Chenrong talked to me a lot. She said that her parents had lost their feelings for each other a long time ago, but they still pretended to be in love in front of her, which made her feel sick. There was a younger brother who was 10 years younger than her at home. He was the apple of the family's eye, and no one cared about her at all. She finally survived the 3 years of high school, and after the college entrance examination, she was going to go on a graduation trip to the south, and asked me if I wanted to go with her. Chenrong's cheeks flushed, and she held my hand and apologized to me with intoxicated eyes. She said that she shouldn't have said bad things about me behind my back before, and said incoherently that I was her best friend. I was calm inside, just thinking that she must have drunk too much, and in fact, Chenrong was really drunk. She staggered and fell down uncontrollably. I helped her stand in front of the half-person high railing to blow the wind. When the rusty railing broke, Chenrong's body lost balance. In panic, she reached out to me, but I just pushed lightly, and Chenrong's figure disappeared at the edge of the rooftop, and the dull sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was heard. After a short silence, there was a commotion downstairs. I took a big gulp of wine for myself, then closed my eyes and collapsed in front of the railing of the rooftop, half of my body exposed. When I heard noisy footsteps in my ears, I reluctantly opened my eyes. The pale face of the head of the grade appeared in front of me, like a dead person. When Chenrong's parents rushed to the school, I knelt in front of them and said in tears that it was all my fault. It was all my fault that I killed Chenrong. I shouldn't have agreed to let Chenrong go to the rooftop to drink. If I could stop her at that time, nothing would have happened. Mother Chen wanted to rush towards me like crazy and yelled at me to return her daughter. The police at the scene held her firmly and signaled her to calm down first. The police retrieved the surveillance footage at the staircase. The surveillance footage showed that it was Chenrong who forcibly dragged me to the rooftop. The student who helped Chenrong bring the wine in said that Chenrong took the initiative to ask him to help buy the wine. The broken railings on the rooftop did not show any signs of human damage, and there was no sign of fighting on Chenrong's body. It can be said that the main reason for this tragedy was that Chenrong violated school rules and regulations and went to the rooftop to drink privately. The main reason was that the railings on the rooftop had been in disrepair for a long time and the school was improperly managed. Faced with the clear investigation results, Chenrong's parents did not bother me again. I heard that in order to take into account the impact, the school also paid a large sum of money to Chenrong's parents. After the college entrance examination, I went back to school to get my diploma, and I quit all the class groups when I got home. I remembered that Chenrong said on the rooftop that day that she wanted to go on a graduation trip after the college entrance examination. Unfortunately, I don't know which city she wants to go to, so I have to wait until I get into college and then slowly help her fulfill this wish. I hope she can rest in peace and don't blame me. Of course, if she can't rest in peace, I can't do anything about it. The night I checked my results was probably the most stressful day of my life. When the webpage finally refreshed, I couldn't help crying with joy when I looked at my results. You know, it was very stressful to see my good friend fall to his death. But for some reason, my mother didn't seem so happy after learning about my college entrance examination results. She also advised me not to apply for a very good school, just an ordinary one would be fine. I told her that I wanted to apply for a medical university and study medicine in the future. Unexpectedly, my mother's emotions suddenly became very excited. She told me clearly that I was absolutely not allowed to apply for a medical major. When my mother said this, her expression was so serious that it even scared me. Mom didn't mean anything else, but studying medicine was too tiring, and she didn't want to see you so hard. My mother's expression relaxed, gently stroked my hair and said, "Listen to me, and apply for another major." At that time, my mother's health was already very bad, and the whole person looked very weak. No matter how much medicine she took, it was useless. I didn't want to make my mother angry, so I had to choose finance. I heard that it is easier to make money after graduation from this major. After entering university, I felt a little more relaxed. My dormitory relationship is very harmonious, and the academic pressure is not as great as in high school. Although my grades are not in the top few in my major, as long as I can attend classes on time, at least I will not fail. I enjoy a busy and fulfilling college life and feel very happy. But in the past 2 years, I don't know if it is my illusion. Every time I go home during the holidays, I always feel that my mother is deliberately alienating me. And her health is getting worse, but she stubbornly refuses to be hospitalized. In the winter of her sophomore year, she suddenly fainted at home and was sent to the intensive care unit that night. The doctor told me that my mother's organs were seriously failing due to overwork, so I should be mentally prepared. I stayed in front of the bed, looking at the extremely old face, and my heart ached. My mother is only in her 40s this year, and her hair is gray and wrinkled, like an old lady. In the second half of the night, my mother barely opened her eyes through the breathing mask and tilted her head to look at me. Her lips were murmured, as if she had something to say. I quickly clenched her hand and put it close to her ear, trying to hear what she was going to say. But her chapped lips just moved, and she didn't say a word. Soon she took her last breath, and a line of tears slid down her eyes. I was extremely sad and threw myself on my mother, crying heartbreakingly. I suppressed my grief and handled my mother's funeral. Over the years, my mother has been my biggest support. Now that my mother is gone, I am left alone. Returning to the empty house, looking at the medicine bottles everywhere in the house, I couldn't help crying again. I sorted out the items left by my mother, packed them into boxes, and put them in her bedroom. In fact, I have considered selling this house, plus the money my mother left me. It is enough for me to move to another city and start over. But in the end, I still couldn't make up my mind. There are still traces of my mother here, and I can't bear to throw it away. When I gradually accepted the fact that my mother had passed away, I thought a lot. For example, whether to drop out of school and go back to take the college entrance examination again. I think it would be easier for me to use my abilities by becoming a doctor or a policeman. But after some thought, I still didn't choose to do so. First, I almost forgot the original high school knowledge. Second, if I drop out of school and go back to high school in my current situation, it will definitely be very conspicuous. If I use my abilities at this time, the risk is too great. Besides, I don't want to go against my mother's will, so I decided to change my direction and take the master's degree in law from finance. In this way, if the matter is exposed in the future, I can also protect my rights. I spent a whole year and finally locked in a candidate. Her name is Lu Chanqian, a high school classmate of my other roommate, and now she is studying law in the school next to us. For this reason, I specially applied for a small account and pretended to be a junior to find her online, to ask for advice. I learned that she had no hope of being recommended for graduate school, so she could only work hard to prepare for the exam. At the same time, I tried my best to avoid any contact with her in real life. I completely separated myself from Lu Chanqian's life. In reality, she didn't even know me. For me, this is simply the most ideal state. One night in the bitterly cold December, a week before the postgraduate entrance examination, I was standing guard at the gate of the community wearing a black down jacket, a mask and sunglasses. As usual, Lu Chanqian usually studies until 11 o'clock in the evening and then returns to her rented single room outside the school. In order to save money, the community she rented was very old, and even several street lights were broken. I hid in the shadows on the side of the road and waited for about 10 minutes. I heard a hurried sound of footsteps, and the flash of the mobile phone was shaking in the dark, making the red down jacket on Lu Chanqian particularly conspicuous. After making sure that there was no one around, I clenched the hammer in my pocket and quickly followed Lu Chanqian. Before she could react, she groaned and fell to the ground. I first picked up her dropped mobile phone, turned off the flash, and continued to swing my arms to hit her head. After finishing my business, I deliberately messed up Lu Chanqian's pockets and school bag, and took away her mobile phone and tablet. Then I climbed over the wall from the back door of the community and left. I bypassed the main road and found a small internet cafe hidden in an alley, and walked straight in. The lights in the internet cafe were dim and the voices were noisy. No one noticed me, and the network administrator at the front desk didn't even bother to look up at me. I dodged and hid in the bathroom and locked the door. After all, this was my first time doing it myself, and it would be a lie to say that I wasn't nervous. I wiped the blood off my down jacket and the hammerhead with a wet wipe. I took off my coat, wrapped it up with various sundries, and threw it out through the bathroom window. I had prepared another set of clothes outside the bathroom window in advance, and after changing, I left the bathroom. When I walked to the door of the internet cafe, I deliberately took out a cigarette and put it in my mouth, lowered my head in a very natural posture, and put my hand to cover my face to light it. When I walked out of the surveillance range, I extinguished the cigarette butt and put the cigarette butt in my pocket. Then I went around to the back of the internet cafe and retrieved the black down jacket. I found a corner where no one was, smashed Lu Chanqian's mobile phone and tablet, and threw the parts everywhere. On the way back to school, I threw the hammer into the bushes. I stuffed the black down jacket into the green box for donating old clothes. After dealing with everything, I lay down on the bed in the dormitory, and my tense nerves relaxed, making me almost faint. When I woke up the next day, everything was calm and no one came to me. The only difference was that I had a lot of knowledge about the postgraduate entrance examination in my mind. It was not until the third day that my roommate, who was Lu Chanqian's high school classmate, learned that Lu Chanqian had an accident. She told us in panic that her high school classmate had been killed. It seems that a robber appeared near the school. It is said that the means are very cruel and the person has not been caught yet. She reminded us to pay attention to safety recently and not to return to the dormitory too late at night. I showed a very regretful and worried expression and nodded repeatedly. Later, I searched the internet for related reports, and basically there was no follow-up. It only said that the police are currently doing their best to solve the case. Please actively provide clues and take precautions. I temporarily put my mind at ease and began to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination in a few days. Until I took the retest in April, Liu Qianqian's case had not been solved. Thanks to Liu Qianqian, although I stumbled a little during the interview, I still passed it smoothly. Looking at the name on the list of candidates for admission, I couldn't help but think of Liu Qianqian's face, with short black hair, delicate features, and a pair of glasses on her small nose. She looked very cute. It's just a pity that her life ended here. When the case was the hottest, a video circulated on the internet. In the video, Liu Qianqian's parents cried in front of the camera while holding the portrait. The comments below were all condemning and cursing the inhumane murderer, that is, me. But I personally don't care. If scolding me can make these people feel better, I don't mind sacrificing. At first, I was a little worried, fearing that the case would be too popular and expose my whereabouts that night. But later, it turned out that I thought too much. Only 4 or 5 days later, no one on the internet cared about this case anymore. The summer after I graduated from college, I visited several cities in the south as a way to give an explanation to Chenrong. After the start of the school year, the life of a graduate student is busier than I thought. Not only do I have to attend classes every day, but I also have to take time to intern at a law firm and come back to write reports. Since my undergraduate major is not law, I have to study for 3 years as a graduate student, which is almost torture for me. To be honest, it is too painful to memorize those legal provisions. I envy my mentor very much. His name is Zhou Yang. He is a professor in his 40s and a part-time director of the Law Society. He has published many heavyweight papers and knows all kinds of legal provisions by heart. I often think, if I can inherit Zhou Yang's knowledge, it would be great. In that case, my future study and life will definitely be much smoother. However, I am more troubled about which method to use to kill Zhou Yang. The method similar to Liu Qianqian will definitely not work. The reason why I was able to escape the police's pursuit by chance is to a certain extent because I am a complete stranger to Liu Qianqian, and the police can't investigate me. But Zhou Yang is different. Once he is killed, I will definitely be targeted, and I still have to find a way to disguise it as an accident. After a period of observation, I noticed that Zhou Yang suffered from high blood pressure and often attended some dinner parties. I conceived a very bold plan in my mind. Just as I was thinking about how to start, Zhou Yang actually took the initiative to provide me with an opportunity. One night, Zhou Yang called me to his office on the pretext of guiding the thesis. There were only 2 of us in the office. He was drunk, and his arm was intentionally or unintentionally on my shoulder. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. I didn't expect that Zhou Yang looked serious at ordinary times, but he was like this behind the scenes. But it's good this way, saving me the trouble of getting close to him. After guiding the thesis, Zhou Yang took my hand and asked me if I was interested in continuing to study for a doctorate with him. He said that I have good qualifications and high talent, and I will definitely make a difference in the future. These words almost made me laugh, but I resisted the urge to laugh and expressed my interest. Zhou Yang was overjoyed and asked me to go to his house another day to have a deep chat, and I readily agreed. 3 days later, I came to Zhou Yang's house as promised. He was quite sentimental, arranged a table of Western food, and opened a bottle of red wine, which saved me a lot of trouble. During the meal, Zhou Yang kept complaining to me that his ex-wife didn't understand him and he had been divorced from his ex-wife for many years. I expressed my understanding and comforted him not to be too sad. He held my hand and vowed that he would never treat me badly. I smiled and kept pouring wine for him. Finally, while Zhou Yang got up to go to the bathroom, I poured the prepared drug powder into his wine glass. Seeing Zhou Yang raised his wine glass without noticing and drank it all, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. After the meal, Zhou Yang couldn't wait to get to the point. I told him not to worry and found an excuse to clean up the table to cover up the traces of my presence. After cleaning up, I immediately put on another face, pushed Zhou Yang away unceremoniously, and signaled him to be more respectful. Zhou Yang was stunned and looked at me in confusion. I completely removed my disguise, glanced at Zhou Yang with disdain, and deliberately said, "Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? You are as fat as a pig, disgusting." Zhou Yang's face flushed with anger, and he glared at me fiercely. "How dare you talk to me like that?" I sneered. "Aren't you just an old man who is old and no one wants you? What's so great about that?" In Zhou Yang's astonished eyes, I slammed the door and left without looking back. At this time, the plan was only half completed. The most critical part was whether Zhou Yang would take blood pressure-lowering medicine after being angered by me. This was out of my control and I could only leave it to fate. If God didn't stand on my side, I might be sad in the days to come. I had to consider whether to take risks and take extreme measures. That night, I lay in bed tossing and turning and couldn't fall asleep. It wasn't until after 1 a.m. that countless miscellaneous knowledge flooded into my mind, which made me wake up instantly. It took me a whole night to digest all that knowledge. What surprised me was that in addition to professional knowledge, Zhou Yang also knew a lot of other miscellaneous things, which really opened my eyes. A few days later, our school announced Zhou Yang's obituary. I heard some gossip that Zhou Yang had a disulfiram reaction after taking drugs after drinking. He called an ambulance that night, but he still couldn't be rescued. At the same time, I also learned that Zhou Yang was not divorced at all, he was just separated from his wife for a long time. At the funeral, I met Zhou Yang's wife, and she didn't show any sadness. It felt like she was just completing a task. At the same time, many articles accusing him circulated on the internet. It was not the first time that Zhou Yang had deceived female students. But he had suppressed it by various means before, so I thought I did a good thing. With Zhou Yang's professional knowledge, I successfully passed the doctoral exam after graduating from my master's degree. I planned to stay at the school to teach after completing my doctoral studies. But I didn't expect that at this time, my health suddenly had problems. After studying for a doctorate, my physical condition became worse and worse, and I often felt abnormally tired. At first I thought I was just too tired, but I soon realized that things were not that simple. After a week of recuperation, my physical condition did not improve at all. I could clearly feel that I was becoming weaker and weaker. Every morning when I woke up and looked at the messy hair on my pillow, I felt a palpitation. I went to several hospitals for a full body checkup, but nothing was found. The doctor just suggested that I pay more attention to rest. But I knew in my heart that it was definitely not because of rest. Those doctors must not have told me the truth, and I had to find a way to save myself. At this moment, I couldn't care about so much, so when I got rid of the first doctor, I bought some medicine for myself according to the knowledge in my mind. But my condition did not improve at all, but became more and more serious. I began to lose a lot of hair, and the joints of my body seemed to be rusted. I had to stop and rest every few steps. I thought that the doctor was not good enough, so I set my sights on another old professor with superb medical skills. I took a lot of medicine and tried countless methods, but it didn't work. I could only watch myself gradually wither away, but I was powerless. Until another morning of collapse, when I numbly picked up the medicine bottle and prepared to take the medicine, the dusty memory surged up for no reason, making me stiff. My hands were shaking, and I was horrified to find out something. The medicines I was taking now seemed to be similar to the medicines my mother had been taking for years when she was alive. In an instant, I felt as if I was locked in a huge block of ice, losing all the temperature and strength to move. In order to confirm my doubts, I forced myself to cheer up and bought the earliest train to rush home. I haven't been home for a long time since I started my doctorate. I didn't care about the dust in the house, and I rushed straight into my mother's bedroom. For so many years, I haven't touched the things my mother left behind. I opened the storage box again, and there were still some medicines my mother had bought before. Although the packaging is not the same as it is now, I still recognized it at a glance. The medicines my mother took before were similar to what I am taking now. What is going on? For some reason, I recalled the appearance of my mother lying on the hospital bed before she died. I felt a chill running up my spine, and all kinds of scattered and trivial fragments rolled up a vortex, which made my mind fall into confusion. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. I dragged my exhausted body to open the door and saw two men in police uniforms standing at the door. One of the policemen took out a pair of cold handcuffs and put them on my wrists. "We suspect you are the murderer of 2 murders, please cooperate with our investigation." At this moment, I was completely desperate and did not intend to resist. I was taken to the police car obediently. I knew I was about to die, and struggles and excuses were futile. During the investigation, I did not hide anything. I told everything about how I killed the 2 doctors. The motive I gave was that I was dissatisfied with the diagnosis results of the 2 doctors, but after recording the transcript, I asked the interrogator Lou to help me investigate one thing about my father's death. As far as I can remember, my father got drunk on the night when I was 5 years old and accidentally fell into the river and drowned on the way home. But now I think that my father's death is probably not an accident. Officer Lou looked like a good person, although he was confused by my request. Moreover, it had been more than 20 years since the accident, but he still agreed to help me check it out. More than a month later, Officer Lou found me and said that he had indeed found some things. He found several people who drank with my father that night. One of them recalled that my father did drink too much that night. They wanted to call a taxi for my father, but my father thought it was too expensive and said that someone would come to pick him up. The person my father mentioned should be my mother. But after the accident, my mother said that she had something urgent to do that night and did not pick up my father. My father came back by himself. Now there is no way to verify these details. However, Officer Lou also told me another piece of news. My mother seemed to have proposed to divorce my father many times because my father was domestic violence. This matter once caused a sensation in my father's unit, but I was too young at that time and had no impression of it at all. Officer Lou said that this was all he could find out. Finally, he asked me why I specifically asked him to investigate this accident. Did I suspect that my mother killed my father and disguised it as an accident? I pursed my lips and did not answer this question. On the eve of the trial, I was rushed to a provincial hospital for treatment due to multiple organ failure. Lying on the hospital bed, I clearly knew that I didn't have much time left. At the same time, I also roughly understood the price of using that ability. If my guess is correct, when using that ability to inherit the other party's knowledge, the time it took for the other party to master this knowledge was also added to me. For example, the knowledge I mastered after killing my grandmother, such as cooking, sewing clothes, and farming, may only be converted into a few years, while the knowledge mastered by my junior high school classmate in Chenrong, converted into time, is 3 years and 6 years. Liu Chanqian, who came later, was 10 years, and Zhou Yang, perhaps 20 years. The time spent by the last 2 doctors may reach 30 years or even more. In other words, my 27-year-old body has endured nearly 100 years, which led to such severe organ failure. As for my mother, she should have encountered a similar situation as me. My father used to be a high school teacher, and the knowledge he mastered is estimated to be converted into time of 20 to 30 years. Looking back now, many things that I felt strange in the past have been answered at this moment. Perhaps after learning about my college entrance examination results, my mother guessed what I had done. That's why she strongly opposed my medical studies, and that's why she deliberately distanced herself from me. Recently, I often wonder what she wanted to say to me before she died. Did she want to remind me not to use that ability again? But what kind of mood should she have when she spoke? Should she tell her daughter that her beloved mother was the murderer who killed her father with her own hands? I tried to imagine my mother's mood at that time, regretful, worried, desperate, but powerless. In the end, my mother paid her price, and now it's my turn. At this point, I don't feel guilty for what I did, nor do I feel that I did anything wrong. People are selfish, and I just want to fight for a better life for myself. In this world, every moment, there are countless people doing the same thing as me. They either rely on money or power to deprive others of their lives in order to make themselves live better. In my opinion, there is no such thing as good or bad people in this world. Humans have always been such ugly and evil creatures. Everyone is destined to pay the price, it's just a matter of time. In a trance, the door of the intensive care unit seemed to be opened. I struggled to open my eyes and saw a woman who looked like a nurse holding a little boy's hand and standing in front of my bed. I don't know how she got in, nor do I know what she is going to do. The nurse took off her mask, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. She said her name was Jean Anran, and she came from an organization called Brave New World. Every member of the organization has a unique special ability. They want to create a new world without disputes and sins. I heard the woman say, "Your ability is very important to us, but it's a pity that you are not perfect enough." Jean Anran pushed the little boy in front of me. "This child's ability is very similar to yours. Every time he kills someone, he can gain the other person's ability." Jean Anran smiled and squinted. "Isn't it amazing?" But then she pouted unsatisfactorily, "But it's a pity that he can only have 2 abilities." "But it is enough. This child already has the ability of immortality. With your ability, he will soon become a god." I tried to turn my stiff neck to look at the little boy. He has a face with regular features, double eyelids, and thick eyelashes, and his tender pupils are as shiny as obsidian, which makes people stare at him. Jean Anran gently pushed the little boy. I watched him walk to a machine next to the bed. After operating it a few times, my pupils suddenly contracted and I began to feel difficulty breathing. I tried my best to open my eyes and remember the face of this little boy. If possible, I really want to see what this God who is about to bear everything will turn this terrible world into. The second before my consciousness dissipated, the little boy walked in front of me and closed my eyes for me. I thought to myself, what a gentle and pitiful boy. The end.
Have you ever heard of the rice borrower? On my grandma's birthday, a man came to borrow 7 grains of rice with a bucket. My uncle cursed him and drove him away. But my grandma counted 7 grains of rice and chased him out, but he never came back. No one was alive, and no body was found. My uncle cried and said that the rice borrower had borrowed my grandma's life. The family searched for 3 days. On the first day, my aunt broke her leg and my third uncle broke his head. On the second day, my mother burned her hand while cooking. Lupo in the village said that my grandma was not in the world, but she could not be buried, so we, the younger generations, would be tossed. My uncle was scared and asked Lupo to help find the body. Lupo lived at the end of the village and was the person I was most afraid of when I was 9 years old. Because everyone said that she was a living dead and talked to ghosts and gods. Her most powerful thing was, she could find people when she was alive and find corpses when she was dead. Lupo took the headscarf that my grandma often used, and after a while of chanting, she shouted loudly, "Get up, Tilda!" Then the headscarf fluttered and fell on the rice jar at home. I knew that it was the man who borrowed rice who killed my mother. Uncle was so excited that he threw himself on the rice jar. Lupo's expression remained unchanged. But I always felt that the look she gave Uncle was a little strange. Borrowing rice is equivalent to borrowing life. You said your mother chased out with 7 grains of rice? Uncle nodded with red eyes. Dowazi was there too, and she saw it too. Lupo looked at me hiding by the door. Dowazi, what does that man look like? Everyone present looked at me, and I swallowed and stuttered. I was playing with glass beads at the door, and I didn't see what that man looked like. It's just that he was always dripping with water, and there was a smell of rotten fish. I frowned, and the smell seemed to linger in my nose again. Lupo lowered her head, pinched and calculated, and muttered, "Water, rotten fish smell." Then she ran towards the pond at the entrance of the village. Everyone reacted, and Lupo was afraid that she had calculated the position of Grandma. Grandma Lu stopped by the pond at the entrance of the village. "Let's go find a corpse collector, it's in this water." The pond is not deep, but it is connected to the big river outside the village. The villagers don't let their children play here, and the pond is covered with moss. We found 2 corpse collectors in the town, but they didn't dare to go into the water. They said that the pond in Chintang village was evil. They were not good enough, so they asked our family to rent a machine to pump water in the town. "Go, your mother is standing in the pond with her eyes open. Your family will not have peace until she comes out of this water." In the evening, my uncle gathered everyone together. "Everyone knows the situation. Find someone to block the water inlet of the pond, plus rent a machine to pump water. It will cost more than 2,000 yuan to retrieve the body, and the money will have to be collected by the three families." My aunt limped. "Damn old woman! You can't rest in peace even after death. I have no money. I am a bachelor, and my mother usually helps me. How can I have money?" The third uncle had a bandage on his head, and his nonchalant look made the eldest uncle suddenly angry. "That's our mother, how can you be so heartless?" The youngest aunt said with red eyes, "What conscience? Anyway, we have all suffered from the disaster, and only you and the eldest brother are fine. You are afraid that you too will pay." The third uncle looked at the eldest uncle with a squint, and quarreled with the youngest aunt, and then left unhappily. I couldn't sleep well at night, and I always felt that there was a smell of stinky fish in the house. It seemed that water was dripping on my face, and I shrank my head and dared not open my eyes. Dua, wake up, your uncle is in trouble, let's go too." I was woken up by my mother. It was still dark, and the smell of stinky fish at the tip of my nose became stronger. "Mom, I smelled the stinky fish on the person who borrowed rice that day. Did you have a nightmare? Get up quickly, your uncle is not doing well, and Lupo asked us to go." My mother didn't pay attention to what I said, and quickly found my shoes for me. "Uncle is dead, head first in the rice jar at Grandma's house." But I remember that there was not much rice in the rice jar. I peeked through the gap between the adults, and the rice jar was full of blood, and the bright red rice grains filled Uncle's head. My aunt had fainted, my aunt was leaning against the wall and vomiting, and my third uncle was squatting at the door smoking. "Rice is life, your mother probably wants to come back. Standing on the corpse is evil, nailing the corpse into the door, quickly take the corpse out. Nailing the corpse for 7 days, the whole family will die." Lupo said that Grandma's evil spirit will become heavier day by day. Before, it only hurt the family members, but now it can kill Uncle. My third uncle said with a pale face, "I will go to the town to rent a machine at dawn." My aunt and my younger aunt also recovered and replied, "Let's pool money together to rent more machines, drain the water before noon, or someone will die tonight. I'll prepare something first." After saying that, Granny Lu went back. Just like that, it was the 5th day since Grandma disappeared. She slowly appeared amid the roar of the machine. The water was slowly pumped to the big river next to her, but Grandma stood motionless in the middle of the pond. She was still wearing the new clothes she bought for her birthday. The corpse collector came forward and lit incense to attract the corpse. But in this scorching summer, she couldn't light the corpse attracting incense even after changing several lighters. Granny Lu stood by the pond, her expression becoming more and more serious. "Duwazi, did you really see the rice borrower?" I was stunned for a moment, and nodded heavily. "I saw it, carrying a bucket." Granny Lu sighed, "What's in the bucket?" "There are snails." I blurted it out and was stunned again. How do I know there are snails? But Granny Lu didn't ask any more questions. Because the corpse collector invited his own master to come out of the mountain, and finally brought Grandma's body to the shore. I looked around the corpse's feet out of curiosity, but I didn't see any nails. Why did Lupo say that Grandma was nailed to the bottom of the pond? Under the command of Lupo, everyone put Grandma's body into the prepared coffin. Uncle's coffin was also parked in the yard, and the two coffins were placed side by side in a dark color. According to Lupo's request, my aunt tied a mouse, 2 rabbits, 3 roosters, and 4 black dogs to the coffin. Some brave people in the village gathered at the gate of the yard to watch, and I stood in the corner of the yard with my mother behind me. Lupo cut the necks of the mice, rabbits, etc. prepared by my aunt to bleed. The mixed blood was smeared on the outside of Grandma's coffin by Lupo. Lupo muttered something, and I only heard a few sporadic sentences. 1 mouse goes, 2 rabbits die, 3 roosters crow, and 4 dogs bark. Finally, Lupo nailed the animal corpses to Grandma's coffin with long nails smeared with blood. Again and again, Granny Lu nails with great effort. I felt that the clanging sound was like in my ears, which made me feel a little uncomfortable, and I shook my head. My mother reached out and touched my head and asked me, "Dua, what's wrong?" Lying in my mother's arms, I shook my head. Granny Lu also began to let the cousin of my uncle's family hold rice and sprinkle it into my uncle's coffin. People in the village said that this jar of rice was my uncle's life, and my uncle was borrowed by the ghost of my grandmother. Done! Bury tonight! Bury the eldest brother next to your mother. Granny Lu was sweating all over her head, and seemed to have spent a lot of effort. Granny Lu, my husband died so tragically, why do we have to bury him at night? What if it affects my son's future fortune? My aunt was a little dissatisfied, because our funerals and burials are all carried out after the cock crows in the early morning. Granny Lu sneered, "Fortune? Let's talk about it when you can live." The younger aunt was pale and didn't say anything. Uncle San looked at the villagers who were watching with a gloomy face. "Lupo, can you tell who is behind my mother's incident? There are a bunch of snail shells under your mother's feet, and the person who is carrying a bucket of rice is probably not a human." Lupo sighed, as if she thought of something, and shook her head again. "The person who borrowed rice." My aunt turned to look at me and said, "Only my eldest brother and Dowa have seen the person who borrowed rice." My mother stopped me and said, "Dowa didn't see the man's face clearly." Even though my aunt was dissatisfied, she still prepared for the burial according to Lupo's arrangement. Grandma died suddenly and made a fuss, and my uncle died tragically in the rice jar. Uncle San spent some money to find someone to carry the coffin. But when Lupo calculated the time, 12 strong men couldn't lift Grandma's coffin. Lupo went forward to check, and when the light swept over, she saw that the coffin was slowly leaking water, and the yard was filled with a strong smell of stinky fish. Lupo's face changed drastically, and she hurried to the pond at the entrance of the village. Even though they didn't know what was going on, everyone saw that something serious had happened, and they all ran towards the pond. On a summer night, the cicadas chirping in the moonlight made the pond surrounded by the shade of trees less terrifying. When they saw the middle of the pond, everyone retreated in panic. The water surface of the pond that had been pumped during the day only reached the calves of adults. Under the cold moonlight, the grandmother who should have been in the coffin stood in the pond with her eyes open, motionless. Lupo was obviously also frightened, and she took a few steps back before she could stabilize her body. "It's a disaster! It's a disaster!" Uncle San seemed to be furious, holding a machete and walking towards Grandma in the water. "Damn it, I'm going all out! I'll chop you up and see how you kill me!" Lupo tried to stop him, but Uncle San just turned his head and took a look, and his bright red eyes scared us. But when Uncle San approached Grandma, his speed slowed down strangely and he threw away the knife. Then, before we could react, he put his head into the water at Grandma's feet. "Please save my brother, Granny Lu, please save him?" The young aunt asked for help from the people around her and shook Granny Lu's arm. "Brother San, look up, look up!" But no one dared to go over, and everyone watched Uncle San drowning headfirst in the pond that was less than calf height. During the whole process, Uncle San did not struggle. No one spoke beside the pond except for the sobbing of the young aunt. Granny Lu's face was solemn. "Let's deal with it in the daytime, there are still 2 days, you all should be careful." The eldest aunt looked at the pond, her face pale. After my cousin called her several times, she came back to her senses. "Why do I think your third uncle seems to have stood up?" The youngest aunt trembled and leaned against the tree. "Yes, the third brother has stood up." The people who carried the coffin had already left, and our family and Lupo were by the pond. My cousin shone a flashlight on the water surface, and the body of the third uncle next to my grandmother was standing there with his head down. The youngest aunt's voice trembled. "Next, is it my turn? Is the second child in your family dead or alive?" In the moonlight, Lupo's face was a little scary. The last time I asked the eldest child, he said that the second child had a quarrel with his wife and ran away from home for 7 years. My mother held my hand tightly and asked my mother in a low voice, "Is my father still alive?" Mom didn't say anything. The youngest aunt cried first. "The second brother must be dead, he died 7 years ago." The eldest aunt stood aside and chuckled, "Don't talk nonsense! You are talking nonsense, Duo's father is not dead!" "Not dead, he wrote me a letter last month." My mother suddenly went crazy and pushed my aunt to the ground. I don't remember what my father looks like, but some people in the village said that my father eloped with a widow from a neighboring village, and some said that my father was in jail. I dare not ask my mother about my father. Every time she mentions my father, she will go crazy and smash things. My cousin stamped his feet. It's time, this is a fatal matter, everyone tell us what you know. My aunt was tightly grasped by her aunt, lowered her head and said nothing. Lupo sighed and took out 5 bells from her pocket. Divided them to my aunt, cousin, aunt, me and my mother. She whispered, you go back first. This bell must be carried with you, at least it can keep you safe tonight. If the person who borrowed rice is really the second son, then he must have died in vain. And no one has worshipped him for 7 years, I may not be able to resolve this resentment. Granny Lou looked at my mother with pity. If you don't tell the truth, no one can save you on the night of the 7th day. The eldest aunt was a little flustered, but still insisted, we really don't know these. The second son had a big fight with his wife, and I never saw him again. Who knows if he is alive or dead? But the second son's wife always said that the second son wrote back. Granny Lou turned around and asked my mother, what did you quarrel about? My mother spoke for a long time, her voice hoarse. It was raining that day, he was carrying a bucket to catch snails, and I didn't let him go. Why didn't you let him go? Granny Lou's voice became softer. Because that morning, I didn't cook the rice well, and the firewood was very strong. But the rice grains stood in the pot one by one, motionless, just like my mother and my third brother. Ha! You see, there are only 2 grains of rice in such a big pot, which is not enough to eat. Speaking of this, my mother pushed my aunt to the pond again, and you go in too. I picked up my aunt who had difficulty walking, and your fat rice grains were delicious. My mother went crazy. When she found that she couldn't move my aunt and the others, she turned around and threw me into the pond. Fortunately, my cousin reacted quickly and reached out to pull me out. Do as father, I want to eat fried snail meat with leeks, add more peppers, it's delicious. Don't go, don't go! If the rice is not cooked, there is no way out. Her father, I don't eat snails anymore, I don't need it. Mom was tied up in the yard, talking nonsense back and forth. My cousin knelt beside the coffin to burn paper, and my aunt and my younger aunt touched the bell given by Lupo, and I didn't know what they were thinking. I squatted next to my mother with my legs hugged, and my body was wet and smelled of stinky fish. It wasn't until the sound of the rooster crowing that everyone's expression was relieved. According to Lupo's instructions, after breakfast, everyone had to go to the pond to arrange for the body to be retrieved. My aunt asked my younger aunt to cook porridge early, but my younger aunt didn't come out of the kitchen. Can't you even cook a bowl of porridge? Hurry up, or you won't be able to catch the corpse at noon. The eldest aunt limped towards the kitchen. The youngest aunt stood in front of the stove with a pale face. Sister-in-law, look at the rice in the pot. I also tiptoed to look into the pot, and instantly understood what my mother said last night. The rice grains stood motionless in the pot, just like a corpse standing in a pond. Go and call Lupo, go! The eldest aunt pushed me. Didn't the second sister-in-law say last night that the rice was not cooked and we couldn't go out? The youngest aunt stretched out her hand to stop me. The eldest aunt glared at the youngest aunt, then turned her head and looked at me kindly. Dua, what your mother said was all crazy. Go call Lupo, and I'll give you all the comic books in your cousin's room. Next to the pillar, my mother was also staring at us. Her mouth was wide open, her eyes were dark and glaring, and it was a bit scary. My aunt didn't know what she was thinking of, and she served a bowl of uncooked porridge to my mother, second sister-in-law, try it to see if it's cooked. My cousin, who was kneeling and burning paper, also looked over. Under the gaze of several people, my mother threw the bowl of porridge at my uncle's coffin not far away. Raw rice is for the dead, I won't eat it. My cousin stood up suddenly, because the place where the coffin was hit slowly cracked. Now my aunt was also scared. Duwazi, go and call Lupo, my mother is still talking nonsense, saying that rice can't be cooked and can't go out. I stood next to my mother with a bell in my hand. I won't go, my mother won't let me go. Although the temptation of the comic book is great, I believe my mother. And the death of my uncle and my third uncle had a great impact on me, so I didn't dare to go out alone. But during the day, the cracks on my uncle's coffin became bigger and bigger. The eldest aunt stood at the gate of the yard and shouted to my cousin to stay away from the coffin. The sun had not yet risen, and there were a few dim stars hanging in the sky. There was no activity in the village. In the silence, the sound of the coffin cracking was particularly loud. My cousin was standing in front of the coffin in a daze, and he seemed to have not heard the eldest aunt's shouting at all. "Well, I didn't have a good life when you were alive, and you still want to torment my son after you die? Get out!" The eldest aunt was so scared that she got angry and threw the bell in her hand at the coffin, not knowing what she was hitting. "If you have anything, come to me, don't touch my son!" The eldest aunt shouted and cursed as she walked towards the coffin. The bell hit the coffin and a wisp of black smoke came out. It was not until the eldest aunt dragged my cousin to a place far away from the coffin that he suddenly collapsed on the ground and cried loudly. My cousin's face turned pale, as if he had seen something terrible, and it took a long time for him to recover with a long breath. In this way, my aunt squatted at the kitchen door, and my mother and I leaned against the pillar, and no one spoke. I know everyone is waiting for dawn, waiting for Lupo to come. But it was not Lupo who knocked on the door first, but an old man covered in dust. My aunt asked him first, "What's the matter?" But the man went straight to my uncle's coffin and sighed, "I'm still late." Then, the man told me about what happened to my family in the past 6 days. "You are wrong, the body with eyes open in the water needs to be rid of resentment first. Wait until the body closes its eyes before you can fish it out and bury it. This is the first. Second, the bells you 5 people hold are called resentment bells. 5 points form a formation, and the formation becomes evil. Fortunately you only held it for 1 night. If you stay in this coffin for another night, the person inside will turn into evil and no one can save you." The bell of the great aunt fell beside the coffin. She was still hesitating whether to pick it up, but now she was relieved. "I said that Lupo was not good, our family died of death and madness. His 3rd uncle died in front of Lupo, and she couldn't save him." Then the great aunt limped forward again. "Master, what do you think we should do?" The younger sister frowned and said, "Sister-in-law, this person may have heard about our family's affairs and came to deceive people, or Lupo is more trustworthy. I was invited by Chin-Chi-shan." The old man said the name of the great uncle, but the great uncle is dead. The great aunt was stunned for a moment, and then clapped her hands. "I remember that the dead man did say that he would invite another master to come, he was afraid of death." The cousin also came back to his senses. "Is Lupo going to harm us? I just saw my father sitting up in the coffin, so the coffin was cracked by the push." The old man stretched out his hand and motioned us to give him the bell. "Don't worry, it will be fine if the bell is taken away. Your father is not mature yet, I can still save your lives. But your grandma is a little difficult to deal with. The corpse has been exposed, and the resentment is hard to eliminate. It can only be suppressed. You prepare the things that the deceased cannot bear to part with as a medium for suppression." The old man turned to his cousin and said, "Everything is caused by Grandma. It doesn't matter whether the person who borrowed the rice is a human or a ghost. If the 7 grains of rice are human, they will borrow 7 years of life, and if they are ghosts, they will borrow 7 days to return to the world, and they will not bring disaster to future generations. Unless the lifespan of the borrowed person is not enough, even if it is 7 years, it does not take the lifespan of 3 people. So the root cause is that the resentment of the corpse has not been eliminated, which will bring disaster to future generations." The old man's words made my aunt hesitate for a while, and then gave the bell to the old man. I squatted next to my mother, considering whether to give it. My mother had already snatched my bell and then stepped on it hard. "Bad thing, bad, bad!" My aunt panicked, "Master, this..." The old man waved his hand, "It's okay, it will be fine if it is destroyed. Nothing will happen during the day, and the body cannot be retrieved today. You can wait and see what Lupo is going to do. Just cooperate, but don't take the things she gives you." The old man said, "Things are more complicated than he thought, and we need to prepare first, but he will come to watch over us tonight." The aunt saw the old man was leaving. "The rice is not cooked, can we go out?" The old man was stunned for a while, and then followed the aunt into the kitchen to deal with it. The old man took out a wooden stick from the bag on his back and whipped it above the pot. While whipping, he muttered something, and soon, he signaled the aunt to light the fire. Not long after, the rice in the pot began to stick. The old man said, the rice is not cooked because there is a ghost squatting on the pot. People eat cooked rice, and ghosts eat raw rice. Just drive it away. If you don't drive it away and go out again, the ghost will use it as a substitute, and it is very easy to have an accident. This made the ant more convinced that the old man was a master. After this, everyone felt a little unnatural when they saw Lupo by the pond. The corpse fisher was burning incense, and Lupo stood aside with a gloomy face. In the daytime, the two bodies in the water are more conspicuous and terrifying. Grandma's eyes seemed to be looking at the crowd by the pond. As for the third uncle, who was upside down, everyone could see clearly in the sunlight that his head was standing in a tattered bucket. The younger sister-in-law asked the eldest aunt tremblingly, "Didn't the second sister-in-law say before that the second brother went out to catch snails with a bucket?" The eldest aunt was also scared and turned to the mother whose hands were tied. "Your second sister-in-law is crazy, you are the only one who believes what she says." My mother seemed to see something funny, and she kept giggling and pointed at the third uncle. "What a big snail, Dua's father, you are really capable! We can eat such big snails for a month!" Lupo just glanced at it and didn't say anything. Because the corpse collector had already gone into the water, some brave people in the village also gathered around to watch. Seeing that the corpse attracting incense couldn't be lit again, the crowd began to whisper, "I said that his family was punished." That's right, look at their family, they were originally the poorest family in the village, and they have had such a good life in the past 7 years. The eldest son's family didn't work and ate meat every day. The youngest son was even more idle, but he loved to smoke and drink. He must have done something evil and took other people's money. Now he is dead or crazy, he deserves it. He still wears red and green for his 80th birthday and celebrates it in a grand manner, bah! He can't even close his eyes when he dies. The one who spat was my grandmother's mortal enemy, Old Lady Lee, at the entrance of the village. The people around her advised her to stop talking, saying that she is now an evil ghost, and it would be bad if she came to find you. The onlookers said more and more unpleasant things, but we didn't care. Because the corpse retriever, as if seeing something horrifying, hurriedly retreated to the pond. "Lupo, we can't take this job, the money is here, sorry." Lupo looked grim. "If you take this job, you have to retrieve it, this is the rule. It's not that we broke the rules, we have also retrieved this upright corpse, but we dare not touch the corpse covered with snails. Although we are in the business of dead people, there are 3 things we don't touch. Red clothes don't decay, corpses have strange fragrance, and corpses are living things. The snails on the bodies of the mother and child are still moving. We can't touch them. Sorry." The corpse collector and his master kowtowed to the pond together, and then lit incense. They didn't get up and leave until the incense burned out. Lupo said that there was only one chance tomorrow at noon. If no one was willing to come to collect the corpse, only the family could do it. I saw my aunt and aunt looked at each other, as if they agreed that the old man was really good at predicting things. Only I squinted my eyes and looked at the middle of the pond. The familiar smell of stinky fish had slowly spread to the edge of the pond. But no one seemed to smell it, except Lupo, who frowned slightly. "How could there be so many snails? Dua, you said that there were snails in the bucket of the rice borrower. Did you see it?" Lupo looked down at me with a soft look, which made me unconsciously relieved. "No, but I just knew that there were snails in the bucket. Did your grandmother count 7 grains of rice and chase them out?" Lupo seemed to remember something and continued to ask. I thought about it carefully, but I only remembered the back of my grandmother chasing after me with rice in her arms. It was all a disaster, and your family can't escape it. Dua, you stay with your mother tonight, don't answer whoever calls you, and don't leave your bell. I wanted to tell Lupo that my bell was broken, but my aunt kept answering and then pulled me over. My uncle's coffin was still in the yard. There was only somewhat mud left in my grandmother's coffin. My aunt suggested that we all sleep on the floor in the living room, so that we can live together safely. My aunt was looking forward to someone coming to protect her. The old man didn't show up until I fell asleep while watching my mother. In my dream, I felt something dripping on my face. I reached out and wiped it, and the strong smell of stinky fish hit me, and I woke up at once. There was a bell between my mother's tied hands, just pressing on my chest. My aunt had fallen asleep leaning against the chair, and my aunt was lying opposite her. My cousin was lying on the mat and snoring, and everything seemed normal. The stinky fish smell was still in my nose, and the dampness of my fingertips reminded me that the feeling just now was not a dream. I looked around again and realized that the smell came from my aunt who was sleeping on her side. Before I got up, my aunt suddenly woke up, followed by a shrill scream. My aunt pointed to my aunt with a shaking finger, "Big sister-in-law, ghost!" My mother was also woken up, and she laughed at my aunt. "The fried snails are on the table, ha ha ha! Dua, go eat!" I stood up and saw my aunt lying on her side, her face covered with snails. My cousin cried and laughed, and yelled to the yard, "Come out if you can, come to me!" My aunt fell off the chair and rolled and crawled out the door. The old man came in from outside the yard at this time, changed his clothes, and looked a bit like a hermit. "Didn't you say you would watch over us tonight? Huh? My mother is dead, dead!" My cousin was very excited and grabbed the old man's clothes. I went to the pond to suppress the corpse, and your grandmother and third uncle did not leave the pond. I came from that side and found snails and silt all the way. The old man went into the house to check on the miserable condition of my aunt, and then turned to look at me. "The bell leads the way, whose bell is still there?" I subconsciously blocked in front of my mother, mine was stepped on. The old man frowned and looked at me, then said to my cousin, "There is another body in the pond, it has become a resentful corpse, and it is also from your family." My cousin's face changed for a while, and then he pulled my aunt over. "Aunt, now some are dead and some are crazy, you tell me everything you know, otherwise no one will survive." My aunt didn't dare to go in, she just stood at the door and stammered about what happened 7 years ago. She said that the body in the pond should be my father's. Everyone thought that the second brother had a quarrel with the second sister-in-law and ran away from home, or got into trouble outside and was arrested and imprisoned. He has been in trouble since he was a child, but I saw it 7 years ago. When I got up at night, I saw my eldest brother and third brother chopping meat in the yard. They threw the minced meat into a bucket and took it to feed the fish. After they left, I picked up a finger on the ground. My aunt said that she heard my uncle and third uncle talking about my father that day. They said that my father was too stubborn and didn't know how to adapt. The eldest brother said that otherwise he wouldn't have to kill the second brother and make my mother sad. My aunt lowered her head and finished speaking softly. "My dad was killed by my uncle and my third uncle, why? What about Grandma, does Grandma know?" I stood up and asked my aunt. My aunt shook her head, "I don't know either. I just heard a little bit, my sister-in-law and the others must know the situation." The old man sighed, "If it was 7 years ago, then I would probably know. 7 years ago, Chen Qishan found me and said that his brother died unexpectedly. He was afraid that the old people at home would be sad, so he asked me for a way to cover up his whereabouts, so that the old people at home would think that the brother was just away from home. No wonder my mother has been looking for Lupo to find people every 3 or 5 days in recent years, but she can never find my father's whereabouts. It turned out to be used to cover up the traces of murder. No wonder the hexagram led me here, it's my karma." The old man beat his chest, seeming to regret it. The old man said that he was not sure whether it was Grandma or my dad who killed my uncle and my third uncle before, but the 2 standing corpses that came in tonight were definitely not those 2 standing corpses. I will check under the standing corpses in the pond during the day. If Chen Qishan had suppressed his brothers according to the method I gave him before, he probably didn't clean up the bodies. The heavy rain a few days ago, coupled with the fact that it was the 7th year, broke the resentment and was able to go ashore and cause chaos. I listened blankly to the old man and my cousin talking about what to prepare for tomorrow, but I thought in my heart, is it my father who borrowed rice? Why didn't he come to see me after being alive for 7 days? I sat there thinking about it until dawn, but my mother didn't smile foolishly and slept soundly. Today is the 7th day since Grandma passed away, and it is also the last day that Lupo said. If we can't bury her, we will have no way to survive. Early in the morning, the old man brought the things prepared by his cousin to the pond and ran into Lupo. "If you don't believe me, an old woman, you can just say it directly, there is no need to find another idiot." The old man smiled, "Old sister, let's not beat around the bush. You have dragged the corpse collection to the 7th day. The Chin family is almost dead. What are your plans? Lupo snorted coldly and did not answer. The old man did not wait for the answer. After asking, he went directly into the water and walked towards the upright corpse. He walked directly to Grandma's side before stopping. I saw him stretch out his right hand, slowly turn the bucket under the head of the third uncle, and gently push it. In the turbid water surface, he directly reached out and clamped it, and actually lifted the bucket out of the water. The old man ignored the upright corpse and only took the bucket back to the pond. "Look, is this your father's thing?" The old man threw the bucket at my feet. But I didn't know it at all. "Yes, this is the second brother's bucket. There is a hole on the side, and he always takes this bucket to catch snails." After the aunt looked around, she said softly, "The body is gone, and the obsession is so strong. It's a wonder that he can gather together through snails." After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Lupo again. "You must have calculated that the second son of the Chin family was in this pond a long time ago, right?" Lupo sneered, "Why are you pretending to be a good person? Didn't you teach the elder Chin the method of cutting up the body and feeding the fish? But you forgot to say that the obsession also needs to be dealt with, and it caused this disaster." The cousin stepped forward. "No matter what the previous cause was, it's hard for you two to join forces to help deal with the family's funeral." The old man turned around and glanced at my mother. "This matter is not something that this resentful corpse can do. There are still people who want you dead." The aunt's face turned pale. "The second brother won't look for me if he wants revenge? I don't know. Cause and effect are in order, the hatred has been settled, don't hurt people anymore." The old man took out the bell that Lupo gave to my aunt and the others. "You use the bell to kill the resentful bell, and you also use this bell to lead the resentful corpse. I am afraid it is for the property of the Chin family?" I was stunned. "What property does our family have? As far as I can remember, I have lived a very hard life. I can only eat meat dishes occasionally when I go to my grandmother's house. Property? Ha tilde! If I want money, I have other ways. Don't think about burying the standing corpse today. I want all the Chin family members to die." Lupo is no longer kind, and her crazy look makes me a little scared. People have died in our family one after another. Today, no one dares to come and watch the corpse recovery. In the noisy cicadas, only the rapid breathing of a few of us is left. My aunt was furious and asked, "Lupo, you have no grudges with our Chin family? In the past few years since you moved to the village, my mother often invited you to dinner. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Well, you might as well go to the underworld and ask your good brothers. Was it one person or two people who were chopped up 7 years ago? Granny Lu said that her son went out 7 years ago and never came back, and all his property was lost. You, old man, are not a good person. It is you who covets the Chin family's finances, right? Some of them are dead, some are crazy. If you cheat more, you can live a rich life, right?" Granny Lu pointed at the black dog blood in the old man's hand. "You just want to suppress it temporarily, get the property and run away. This standing corpse is obviously obsessed, and the second son of the Chin family is the obsession of the standing corpse." The old man didn't say anything, just threw the bucket into the pond casually, and the bucket seemed to have life and floated straight towards Grandma's body. "You also saw that this old woman didn't want you to live, and now only I can save you." The old man poured the black dog blood in his hand on the headscarf that Grandma often used, and then looked at his cousin. "I can let your family rest in peace, but everything your father had must be given to me." The cousin took 2 deep breaths. "I don't know where he hid it, you can search at will, and it's yours if you find it." The old man smiled, went into the water again and tied the headscarf over Grandma's eyes. Then he chanted something to Grandma and Uncle's bodies, and then he gently pulled, and the 2 bodies slowly lay flat on the water. The old man turned around and walked to the pond, and the bodies in the bucket followed him back. Seeing this, Lupo sneered and turned to leave. My aunt wanted to stop her. "You killed so many people in our family, you can't just let it go." I didn't do anything. It was your second brother who borrowed rice. It was also him who killed people for revenge. I just didn't have enough ability to stop the resentful corpses from doing evil." When Lupo left, she looked at me with some meaningful eyes. I looked at my mother beside me. I was a little scared. She reached out and took my hand, and patted my hand gently as usual. The old man successfully buried the body, and there were 5 coffins in the yard. The bucket was placed in the coffin that belonged to my father, and the bucket was full of snails. My cousin was burning paper money numbly, and my aunt followed the old man to search around the house. Finally, I found a few vases and plates under my grandmother's bed. The old man's eyes lit up, and after putting the things away, he neatly set up the table in front of the coffin. This time, from carrying the coffin to burying it, no forks were used. My cousin and aunt knelt in front of the grave and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over, nothing will happen in the future, right? The old man said, "It's okay, your second brother has long been dead, we bury the bucket and snails he was obsessed with, and your mother's obsession is your second brother. As for the others, it's karma, and they've all been dealt with. As for the son that the old woman said, there is no corpse, I have also suppressed it again. I'll keep watch tonight, don't worry. Although the old man said so, I know something will happen tonight. I always knew that the person who borrowed rice was my father, and the murderer was also. That day, I saw that face covered with snails, but I just knew he was my father. Later, he secretly came to see my mother, and I knew it all. He is so stupid that he can't hide his stinky fish smell every time. When my uncle died, my dad was trying to wipe the mud under his feet, but the more he wiped, the more mud he had. When my third uncle walked towards my grandmother's body, it was my dad who asked him to touch the snails. So I knew it was my dad who killed the man, but I didn't want to tell them. I don't believe what Lupo and the old man said. My dad's obsession is not the bucket or the snails, but my mom. Just like now, even though the old man has finished dealing with it, I know my dad is still there. Even though I can't see it, the stinky fish smell in my bones has been around my mom. I don't know who my dad will take away tonight. Maybe he just took the last chance to see my mom. Lupo came to me in the evening, your dad borrowed the lifespan, and he will disappear after tonight unless he borrows the lifespan again. Lupo said that she taught my dad to use snails to shape his body. My son is not a good person either. He also stole the money. But your uncle and his family shouldn't have left me with no thoughts. Lupo's son was chopped up and fed to fish, and his clothes were pressed into the mud of the pond. The water washed away, leaving no trace, and there was no chance to reshape his body and save his life. The smell of rotten fish slowly spread, and I knew that my father had heard what Lupo said. Lupo left, and she said that her great revenge had been avenged. Next, I will go wherever I go and live wherever I want. Dua, remember that people are more terrifying than ghosts. I hope my father can lend me rice again, but who will lend it to him? It was getting dark, and the yard was filled with the smell of rotten fish, but it seemed that only I could smell it. The gate of the yard slowly opened, and my mother, who was squatting by the wall, stood up suddenly. But there was nothing outside the door, and my mother suddenly cried. "Why are you so stupid? You can lend it to me, I will lend it to you." The smell of rotten fish in the air gradually faded until it disappeared, and I understood that my father was gone. My cousin didn't say anything, but my aunt seemed to be frightened by something and fainted. The old man never showed up, so I helped my cousin carry my aunt to the bed, and we stayed up until dawn. My aunt went crazy, "Go away, go away! You are covered with snails! Don't touch me!" I guess she saw my dad. The old man never showed up, and the vases and other things that had been packed were gone. My cousin was so angry that he cursed, but fortunately nothing strange happened afterwards. My aunt was sometimes sober and sometimes crazy. My mother miraculously recovered her consciousness, and she wanted to take me away from here. Before leaving, I found my cousin, who said he would take good care of my aunt in the future. Second mother, let's end the hatred of the previous generation, and don't come back again. Let me guard this place and atone for my dad's sins. I heard from my cousin again 10 years later. He sent a large sum of money to my mother. He said that the village was repairing the road, and when he moved the grave, he found the bones and the vases and porcelain that the old man took away in my dad's coffin. We haven't mentioned the things in Chintang village in these years. Sometimes I wonder if those ghost stories in my childhood were nightmares I had, and I woke up and took them as real things and sealed them in my memory. My mother looked at the news about my cousin and sighed softly. Dua, are you afraid of that? It took me a while to react. Mom was talking about my dad's appearance covered with snails. No, people are much scarier than ghosts. I repeated what Lupo said when she left. I actually look forward to your dad coming back suddenly one day, so when Lupo told me that your dad was dead and it was a sibling cause and effect, I wanted to kill your uncle with my own hands. But I didn't dare to do it easily. I'm not afraid of death, I can't leave you. I have doubted it over the years, but I always have a fluke. The first time my mother told me this, her eyes were red again when she mentioned my dad. Lupo told me that she could help me get revenge, but if your dad lost his mind, he might kill us together. At that time, I thought, your dad would not do that. Even if he becomes a resentful corpse, he will definitely recognize us. Mom smiled gently, reached out and patted me. From now on, we two will carry on your father's life and live well. The end.
A shrill cat cry woke me up from my dream. It was still pitch black outside the window. I looked at my phone and it showed 5 a.m. The nightmare and the sudden awakening made me exhausted. I sat on the bed for a long time before I realized that I was covered in cold sweat. I couldn't sleep. Now as soon as I closed my eyes, I could think of the thick black smoke and the flames climbing along my skin. Thank you just now. I touched the black cat nestling at the head of the bed, got up and took a bath with a towel. I had already washed once before going to bed, but the cold sweat from the nightmare made me feel uncomfortable, so I simply rinsed a little. In the hot bathroom, I felt the temperature of the water hitting my skin, and then I felt like I was alive. The burning feeling in the dream was too strong. Until now, the thick black smoke still remains in my mind and lingers. I turned on the computer to record the dream I had just had. The cat was still lying motionless on the bed, as if the meow was not made by him. The sun was rising, and the room was filled with a hint of warmth from the sunlight. I picked up the cat and took a few puffs. It was always lazy. I touched him and hugged him, but he just glanced at me slightly, with his green eyes full of pride. Xiaohei, Mommy made delicious food for you today. Xiaohei is a cat I picked up, or he took the initiative to come to my house. I adopted him because I felt that we were destined to be together. The water in the bathroom was still dripping, which made me upset. The faucet seemed to be broken and could not be tightened. I tried several times, but finally gave up. When I closed the bathroom door, the temperature in the bathroom instantly rose, and the dripping water gradually slowed down and fell on the ground, turning into wisps of black smoke. It rose and rotated along the wall. Recently, I always have some strange dreams, and I can't remember the things in the dream clearly when I wake up. I only remember the black smoke, the fire, and the strong feeling of suffocation. Every night, I would wake up from my dream and get a minor illness. It was a minor illness, but it took more than half a month to recover. I am not in good health, but I have never stayed in bed for more than half a month because of an ordinary minor illness. And the inexplicable dream, I suspect that there is something wrong with the new house. I fell ill with nightmares just a few days after moving here. I had no appetite and no strength to get out of bed every day, so I haven't looked at the house carefully. I rented the house from a woman wearing a mask. It was very cheap. The woman was honest and told me that the house had been burned before. Even if no one died, no one dared to buy it after it was renovated. Most houses that have suffered disasters, diseases, and deaths are not bought by anyone. But I don't quite understand, do people nowadays avoid fire so much? Looking at the burn marks on the woman's face that were not completely covered by the mask, I finally rented the house at a price half of the market price. The house was beautifully decorated, without any trace of the fire. The price, location, and decoration can all be said to have hit my heart, except for this illness. My grandfather said that I had too much yin energy since I was a child. Men are yang and women are yin, and girls have heavy yin energy. I was born at the wrong time, when the ghost messenger was getting married. It is said that when I was a child, because of my heavy energy, a living person was almost taken away by the ghost messenger as a dead person. I never took these words to heart. I don't believe in any ghosts and monsters. I always felt that what my family said was just a lie made up to scare me, because they were afraid that I would be abducted by human traffickers. Although I was weak since I was a child, I lived without disasters and illnesses for so many years. Until I had a big fight with my parents and moved to this city. The clock in the living room ticked, and I stood at the door of the bedroom in my pajamas. There is a black shape on the wall at the door, which looks very strange. I touched it with my hand, and it didn't look like it was stained with ink or something, but more like a mark seeping from the wall. Cheap things are really bad, I muttered and prepared to find something to cover it. Although the mark doesn't affect anything, it can always be seen back and forth, which makes people upset. This position was soon occupied by a SpongeBob sticker with a silly smile. I didn't think much about it. The rented house will have some unsatisfactory places more or less, and a little black mark is not a big deal. Not long after I sat down, there was a sound at the door of the bedroom. I closed the computer and went out to check the situation. I don't know where a black cat came from and knocked off the SpongeBob sticker I just put on. The cat didn't know how to run away after making a mistake, and just stood at the door of my bedroom. It should be a wild cat. I came to this conclusion after asking in the community group to no avail. The cat is very beautiful, without any stray hair on its body. The eyes are like emeralds, and it doesn't look like a stray cat at all. I touched the cat and made up my mind to adopt it. Before I went to primary school, I lived with my grandfather. I don't remember his other words very clearly, the only thing that impressed me was that everything has a soul. When I turned around and prepared to go back to the bedroom with the cat in my arms, I suddenly realized why the clock in the living room didn't move. I turned around suddenly, and the ticking sound rang in front of me. The clock was still ticking diligently. Was it an illusion? I ordered the things needed for raising cats to be delivered in the same city, and they arrived very quickly. But what surprised me was that the cat didn't eat the cat food and cat strips I bought specifically. I tried to make some chicken breasts myself, and he just took a look. I looked at the cat's stomach worriedly. Maybe he was not hungry now. Soon I had no time to take care of the cat. These few nights meant torture and terror to me. No matter how much coffee I drank, I would fall asleep around 1 o'clock and repeat those nightmares. A lot of smoke rushed into my mouth, and the fire snake licked my skin. Thick black smoke filled everything I saw. I slumped on the ground, my hands and feet were so weak that I had no strength left. I could only let it go. I was burned by the flames, and the temperature of the wall I was close to slowly rose. Help, help, calling for help was a luxury for me at this moment, and I couldn't stop coughing as soon as I opened my mouth. The fire was getting bigger and bigger, and I felt that the whole world was intertwined with black and red. Like being trapped in a steamer, the fire and black smoke entangled me endlessly, and there was nowhere to escape. My consciousness gradually dissipated, and my eyes were blurred, leaving only darkness. In the sound of the burning flames, I heard a tiny heartbeat. It was different from me, but so similar. My stomach bulged with my heartbeat, getting bigger and bigger, like a balloon that was about to burst. A pair of bloody hands broke out of my stomach and rushed straight to my face. Another late night, the sharp alarm woke me up. I lay on the side of the bed and coughed violently, as if my lungs were stuffed with countless cotton balls. The cat passed by my bed and looked at me with a slightly cold look. At that time I was panting greedily, as if I wanted to suck the air around me dry. Familiar flames, familiar black smoke, the stinging feeling of being burned by fire, and the hand coming out of my stomach. I had this dream again, and my intuition told me that this was not a good sign, so I decided to find a master to take a look. Many people in our village believe in ghosts and gods, especially the older generation. Therefore, there are also several masters who wander around the village all year round and are very respected. I didn't believe in these things before, and I didn't pay attention to the master's contact information. I had to contact my childhood friend and asked him to help find a reliable master. Didn't you never believe in this before? Why, have you changed your personality after going out for a while? I can't explain it clearly for the time being, anyway, you can help me find it. I always feel that my surroundings are not clean recently. Okay, wait for good news. However, your grandfather is a master, very famous. Several villages respect him, why do you go far away? I had a quarrel with my parents, you know that. Otherwise, how could I run away and live here? Don't tell them about this in advance. Okay, got it. My childhood friend was very fast, and the master came to the door soon. He was an old man with a long beard, wearing a Taoist robe, and looked quite intimidating. I don't know if he has real skills. When I told him about the symptoms, he frowned. The peachwood sword provoked the fire, and I instantly seemed to be in the fire again. In front of me was black smoke everywhere, the wall behind me was red, and my belly was quietly bulging in the dance of flames. Just as the ghost hand rushed straight to my face, the peachwood sword with fire dispersed the surrounding smoke. Sharp cries sounded around me, and the originally calm black fog around me was stimulated to surge. The ghost hand visibly accelerated its speed, and I even smelled the smell of burning on his body, but it was blocked by the peachwood sword one by one. I don't know how long it took, but the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a little light. I came back to my senses, and found myself sitting in the living room. Master, did this work? The scene just now made me feel that this Taoist priest had some real skills, so I became respectful. From not believing in ghosts, to thinking there were dirty things, and then asking the master for help, it took only 3 or 2 days. Growing up, my mom and dad told me so many things about ghosts, but I just didn't believe them. I was so stubborn that I had to experience it myself, before I was willing to believe it a little bit. Ghost babies are very resentful, and they usually parasitize women who have lost their children. How could they entangle a little girl like you? It's really strange. The master sighed a few words, but didn't go into the details. I suddenly remembered the tiny heartbeat that gradually became clear in the firelight, which was different from mine, but so similar. After saying goodbye to the master, I felt a lot more relaxed. The solution to the nightmare incident that had troubled me for a few days gave me a little peace of mind. Therefore, I didn't see the master staring at Xiao He with a thoughtful look on his face. Days passed, and it seemed that everything was developing in a good direction. Except that I seemed to have a stomachache during this period, and I felt nauseous and wanted to vomit when I saw greasy things. I have always had a poor appetite, so I didn't take this matter to heart. The cat is as lazy as ever, lying on the sofa all day and rarely moving. Only when I put stickers on it, it will be a little interested. At first, I thought he was interested in the stickers, so I took them down and teased him several times before I was sure that he was interested in the black mark on the wall. As long as I cover it with something, he will definitely come to knock it off. The mark is really annoying, and I even feel a little dizzy after looking at it for a long time. But the cat always goes against me on this, and over time I don't care about the black mark anymore. The cat's appetite is as bad as mine. I feel sick every day and can't eat anything. The cat only eats a little every day. He is only willing to eat 1 or 2 bites of the chicken breast I made and the cat food I bought. I really can't do anything about him. But seeing that he didn't enjoy it at all, I can only attribute it to the fact that he is a wild cat and will find food for himself. I have lived with the cat for more than a month, and he has no intention of being tamed by me. Several times I saw him finish my meal at home and then go to the flower bed outside the community to vomit. I couldn't help but feel sad, but I couldn't take care of myself at this time. The sound insulation in the community is not very good, and I can always hear the baby crying in the middle of the night. It's sharp and piercing, and it makes me unable to sleep. Occasionally, I will be woken up by the heat when I fall asleep, and my hair will be wet with sweat and become strands after waking up. I am a person who is afraid of heat, so the air conditioner temperature is also turned very low. After being woken up by the heat in the middle of the night, it will be followed by a cool feeling. The alternation of hot and cold makes me increasingly depressed. Sometimes I start to be dazed for no reason while doing things, and I forget what I am doing when I come to my senses. What's even more strange is that I eat less and less, but the fat on my belly is gradually increasing. I suspect that it is because of my lack of energy that I have endocrine disorders. I went to the city hospital for a checkup and wanted to get some sleeping pills to help me sleep, but I didn't expect. Congratulations. However, it is recommended that your husband should accompany you for a comprehensive pregnancy checkup. When I got the test report, I stared at the data on it blankly. The words blurred in front of my eyes and turned into a few simple black blocks. The sound of wind filled my ears, and the doctor's words turned around in my mind. Why am I pregnant? I don't even have a boyfriend. Is it a ghost again? The baby crying in the middle of the night suddenly came into my mind. I suddenly remembered the blazing fire and the hand that pierced my belly. Was the ghost really solved by the master, or is it quietly parasitic in my belly, waiting to be born? I can no longer care about the conflict with my family. Face is always not as important as life. After returning from the hospital, I quickly packed my luggage and embarked on a journey back to my hometown. This house is too weird. It is definitely not like no one has died. The moment I pulled the suitcase out of the door, the clock on the wall behind me stopped turning. It was opposite to the black marks on the opposite wall, as if laughing at my stupidity. The bus was shaking on the mountain road. The hot sun in July and August made the bus like a moving steamer. I felt like I was going to be thrown out. Strangely, I didn't feel nauseous at this time. The cat was curled up on my legs, calling out from time to time. It wasn't until I got off the bus that the foul air in my chest was finally vomited out. Grandpa lives in a small village far away from the county town. We always wanted to take him to the city, but he never wanted to. Hey, Xiaoying is back? Oh my, you have grown into a big girl after not seeing you for a few years. You are so beautiful. As soon as I stepped into the village, I met Grandma Wang next door. Are you back to see your grandpa? Old Xia should be at home at this time. Go back quickly. Look how hot the child is. Grandma Wang looked at the sun in the sky and told me. I thanked her and walked towards the old house. Xiao He seemed to be very shy. As soon as Grandma Wang spoke, he shrank into my arms and refused to come out. This child, why is there a ball of black air behind him? Passing through the layers of woods, the hut appeared in the mottled forest. Grandpa was lying on the rocking chair in the courtyard to enjoy the cool. Grandpa, the fears of these days were finally released at this moment. There were more wrinkles on Grandpa's face than before, and his hair was gray, and there was no trace of black hair at all. He opened his eyes and stood up from the recliner. The moment he saw me, the smile on his face instantly turned serious. How did you get so much ghost energy? It takes a lot of effort to form the summoning array. Grandpa tied a red line on me and locked me in the house. He said that too much yang energy was sucked away by ghosts from my body, and my soul was unstable. He had to use the summoning array to get the yang energy back. When he said this, his eyes were full of regret. I almost lost my life to ghosts in just a few months away from home. I think it's a bit ridiculous. The cat and I were locked in the room together, and my grandfather thought that something was wrong with Xiao He. But the black cat recognized its master and was good at communicating with spirits, so he was placed in the same room with me, hoping to help me to consolidate the spirit. After wrapping the red thread, I could no longer hear the baby crying. But the fire was still spreading in the dream, the flames licked my skin, the air smelled of burnt hair, and black smoke was everywhere. Tears were smoked out uncontrollably by the thick smoke, and the fire snake climbed up from my calves inch by inch. It is said that most people in fires are choked to death by thick smoke, but I really felt the feeling of being burned by the fire. This fire must not be an accident. Being locked in the room and unable to go out, I was bored and lay by the window every day, watching my grandfather prepare the spirit summoning array. The rooster was pinched by the neck and placed on the chopping board, with a talisman paper underneath. My grandfather said this was the key to summoning spirits. Roosters crow when the sun rises, and they are animals with strong yang energy. Kill it before it crows, and transfer all the yang energy in its body to its blood and onto the floating paper. The ceremony was set at noon when the sun was at its most poisonous. The red thread wrapped around my body was reduced to a talisman paper drawn with chicken blood on my wrist, which was placed in a circle around me. The confusion and drowsiness of these days seemed to be cured all at once. I felt countless warm lights flowing into my body from all directions. Meow, a sharp cat cry interrupted the transmission of warm light. It was Xiaohei. Since I raised Xiaohei, I have only heard him cry so sharply twice. One time was when I first dreamed of fire, and the other time was now. He is always quiet on weekdays, so these two calls are particularly impressive to me. The black cat is psychic. Why did he interrupt my soul solidification? The warmth dissipated, and the coldness came out from my bones, and my limbs were stiff like rusted gears. If I was absorbing yang qi just now, then now I can clearly feel that the yang qi in my body is scattering. My body is like a holy pocket that can't stop the wind from blowing in. When a person is cold, his brain can't work. The soul-catching lock was put on my neck and I was led for a long time before I reacted. The surroundings were barren, with no trees, no flowers, no leaves, and no grass. It was a vast expanse of white, and I couldn't see the way forward or the end. The other end of the soul-catching lock was held in the hand of a headless man. Blood couldn't stop flowing from his neck, flowing all the way, becoming the only bright color on this road. This place looks like a mass grave, but it's worse than a mass grave. Countless babies gathered here, some with bruises all over their bodies, and some with placentas. Others only had half of their bodies, and the remaining half was bleeding. Without any warning, I was thrown here. Have you ever heard the sound of nails scratching on a blackboard? I was surrounded by such sounds at this moment. It was the sound of countless babies chewing my bones. The ghost babies had long fangs, and every bite was painful. I was crawling all over with these ghost babies, wrinkled and small, huddled on me, and gnawing at me. More ghost babies drilled directly into my body, and the blood from the bones slowly crawled out. The pain magnified every second infinitely, and I felt as if several centuries had passed. The ghost babies that had eaten my flesh and blood turned into stars and drilled into my stomach to become a part of my body. I became a hotbed for the ghost babies, and the intense pain blurred my vision. My face was wet and I couldn't tell whether it was tears or sweat. Most of my face had been eaten. The only intact part of my body was my stomach. The ghost babies were eager to be born from there, so they naturally avoided it carefully. My body turned into a pile of rotten meat, and the blood was mixed with bone residue. In a pure white wilderness, a pair of unfocused eyes captured a patch of black. It was a ghost baby with a black body, a circle smaller than the other ghost babies. It curled up tightly, with only its sharp teeth, greedily biting my arm. He seemed to be weaker than the other ghost babies, and even bit much slower, so I could catch him. The flesh and blood of my right arm had been bitten to almost nothing, but fortunately my hand was still intact. I watched him quietly, biting all the way from my right arm to my right hand. As he bit my palm slowly, I grabbed him. I met the ghost because of that house, and this ghost baby was all black. At first glance, it looked like it came out of a fire. The ghost baby struggled violently in my hand, screaming and crying while tumbling. The baby spirit in the stomach seemed to have reached a consensus, tumbling with the ghost baby in my hand. During the struggle, the pain was twice or even more than before. The baby spirit in the stomach kept colliding, as if it was about to be born. I used all my strength to hold the ghost baby tightly in my hand. I don't know where the courage came from. I endured the pain and picked up the bones on the ground that were not completely eaten by the baby spirit. A sharp white thorn was gnawed out at one end of the bone. Hatred surged in my heart. I pierced the bone through the palm of my right hand and stabbed it into the body of the ghost baby. The blood remaining on the bone was intertwined with the black body of the ghost baby. The ghost energy spread in my right hand, and the charred ghost baby gradually turned into a dead black cat. A red line suddenly appeared on my index finger, pulling me forward, and the sun sprinkled on me again. When I opened my eyes again, I felt as if I was in another world. A piece of talisman paper drawn with chicken blood appeared in front of me. Not far away, my grandfather frowned tightly. I didn't care to think too much. I pulled down a handful of talisman paper and rushed towards Xiaohei. The black cat was lying lazily under the eaves, looking like he was asleep. Until I ran to his side, he didn't notice it at all, lying on the ground motionless. The moment the talisman paper was attached to the black cat, the cat was awakened instantly. With a sharp scream, countless black air ran out of his body. He struggled hard to get rid of the talismans, but it was in vain. Slowly, the strength of his struggle weakened. The curled-up body gradually turned into a charred baby. It was indeed his doing. Ghost. Grandpa noticed this scene and walked forward to check. The talisman paper flew up and surrounded the baby as he walked. This little ghost even fooled me. Grandpa, what's going on? I barely stood firm against the wall, and my right hand pierced by the bone spur couldn't stop shaking. Everyone has karma and blessings, but the babies who have just been born don't have it. They come to this world naked, and all karma must be taken from their parents. Once they don't form their own karma, they will die early and cannot enter reincarnation and reincarnate as adults again. This is his case. The baby was surrounded by the talisman paper and was motionless, as if he was suppressed. He was smart enough to find the body of a dead cat and wanted to return to the world through the belly of a living person. So what should I do now? Grandpa waved his hand and motioned me to go into the house. The messy red lines were piled on the bed, and I hadn't had time to clean them up. If you want to get rid of him completely, you need to go to the illusion before his death and kill him with your own hands. Let him know that he is completely dead and can't return to the world again. Only when he stops thinking about it can his soul fly away. After a few days, I returned to this house with the talisman paper my grandfather gave me. The house was the place where the fire occurred, and the talisman paper here will automatically take me into the illusion. Late at night, the fire was lit in the bedroom. A woman stood expressionlessly in front of the flames, and the child was thrown on the bed. No matter how loudly he cried, he couldn't get a look from the woman. The lighter was tightly held in the woman's hand, and the broken family portraits were scattered on the floor beside the bed. The fire was getting bigger and bigger, and someone downstairs could be heard shouting that there was a fire. The woman seemed to have just come to her senses at this time, and she threw down her lighter in a panic and tried to run out. The thick smoke blocked the way out, and she heard the crying of a child in the raging fire. She looked back at the child on the bed for the last time, and then rushed out in a panic. There was fire everywhere, and black smoke was circling around people, and the road in front of them was completely invisible. When my spirit arrived, the child had stopped crying. His breath was very weak. I glanced at the woman who ran away and confirmed that she was the woman who rented the house to me. Then I picked up the broken glass on the ground. Facing an adult, the baby had no power to fight back. Especially a dying baby, even if he was now a ghost baby. But when I stabbed the glass into his neck, he just weakly bared his fangs at me. The woman was quickly taken away by the firefighters who rushed to the rescue. The baby had long lost his breath in the room where the fire started. When the flames dissipated around, there seemed to be a stinging feeling of glass flowing down on my palm. I sat on the sofa in the living room in a daze. Suddenly I found that a black mark on the opposite wall disappeared. It turned out to be related to him. No wonder he always knocked off the stickers. Even if the ghost baby disappeared, I couldn't live in this house anymore. I contacted the landlord, the woman with burn marks on her face, overnight. In the illusion, it was obvious that she had set the fire. Why she set the fire had nothing to do with me, and what her relationship with the ghost baby was had nothing to do with me. I only knew that her concealment had caused me to suffer this catastrophe. I couldn't wait to quit the lease, and I wanted to stay away from this house. This was not in line with the agreement. We had agreed to stay for 3 months. If you suddenly quit the lease like this, I couldn't do business. You know what's in the house best. If you don't quit the lease, I'll have to make a good announcement. How did the fire start a few months ago? There was no movement from her for a long time, and in the end she didn't answer my question, but only returned the remaining rent to me. A long time later, I accidentally heard her story from someone else. It was said that she had a falling out with her family because of a man, and when she got pregnant, she found out that the man already had a family. After the child was born, the man gave her some money and never came again. A cheerful girl was suddenly gone. At this time, her family was also in a fire, which burnt her son to death, and her face was also disfigured. Talking about this, several ants under the tree sighed, pitiful. Perhaps, now only me and that woman know who set the fire. Maybe she felt that she didn't want to live anymore and wanted to burn herself and the child to death, but she backed off at the last moment. Or maybe she just didn't want the child. No one can predict what's going on in the world. It's pitiful that she was deceived, but arson is even more harmful to others and herself. I don't know if the last look back at the ghost baby contained regret. After the ghost baby's matter was settled, my grandfather kept me in my hometown and studied the art of medicine for several years. According to my grandfather, if I don't know how to avoid ghosts and catch ghosts, I will be eaten by ghosts sooner or later, and there will be no residue left. Dealing with ghosts is really exciting. At least, the ghosts that can be left in the world are mostly resentful, and naturally, they will not die normally. After seeing those bloody scenes, I feel that I am much braver than before. Sakura, Sakura. It's time to get up. Today's homework is not finished yet. Grandpa called me from the window again. I resigned myself to my fate and wrapped the red thread around my wrist. I sighed and walked out of the house. Here I come, Grandpa. The sun was shining outside, and the leaves rustled in the wind. Maybe I will become a great master like Grandpa in the future. The end. I grew up in a small mountain village, deep in the mountains, and the nearest town is dozens of kilometers away on foot. I have never seen my parents since I can remember. I was brought up by my grandparents. They told me that my parents went to work in the county town. I knew they were lying to me. They were old and confused, and even the name of the county town they said was different every time. But it didn't matter. My grandparents were very good to me. The people in the village were poor and lived off the mountains. Young villagers went into the mountains to hunt, and if they were lucky, they could eat meat. But hunting was very dangerous, and many people never returned. There were only 2 old people in our family, with a child, and we just grew some vegetables to make a living. When I was 12 years old, a big thing happened in the village. Someone died in a family surnamed Wang at the head of the village. The dead man was called Wang Lian, and he had 2 sons. The Wang family was the richest family in the village. They were not only rich, but also very prestigious. His home is only 100 meters away from mine. The news of his death was reported by his second daughter-in-law. When she came, I was hitting stones at the door, and she stood in front of me. Li Chui, are your grandparents at home? The second daughter-in-law blocked the sunlight, and I looked up at her. The second daughter-in-law had a gap, that is, her mouth was big. She smiled at me, and I suddenly felt a chill all over my body. The young me instinctively felt that she was a little different today. Fear made me cry out. The black dog next to me barked at her. Black Dog was a black dog raised by my family and was the closest to me since childhood. It was always docile, but now it suddenly barked fiercely. Grandma came out of the main room and saw the second daughter-in-law coaxing me. After asking about the matter, she sighed. This child is not timid, but the soul is too light. My grandmother told me my fortune when I was a child and said that my fate was too easy to be frightened, and easy to get dirty. The second daughter-in-law did not answer Grandma, but wiped her eyes with her sleeve. We have to trouble Grandma Lee this time. Such a big thing happened to us young people. It's really. After saying that, she sobbed again. After everyone left, my grandfather came out of the main hall. He was injured while hunting when he was young and became lame. He relied on an old elm wood for daily movement. After a long time, he said, "Old Wang's death is strange. It's better not to go." "What's the strange death?" I looked at my grandmother and she shook her head. "Everyone knows. The dogs in the village barked all night last night, and his death was scary. After saying that, a creepy expression appeared on her face, as if she remembered something. I haven't seen old Wang's body, and I continue to lower my head to hit my stones. My grandmother finally went to old Wang's funeral. Nothing else, the villagers are poor, and only weddings and funerals will have banquets. This is a rare day to eat meat, and it's meat from other people's homes. My grandmother is an old elder in the village. If she goes, she will help with the arrangements, so she doesn't have to pay for the funeral. She took me there on purpose and asked me to sit with several elderly neighbors. Chui chui, eat more, and you will grow taller. The funeral started soon. It was my first time to attend a funeral, and I was carried to the hall. Inside the hall was the prince, placed on the door panel. Everyone in the village knew him, and they had to worship him separately, and the family members returned the greetings. As soon as I entered, I felt the hall was cool. The weather in August was so cold that I shivered. But the people around me didn't seem to be unusual. They walked in silently. I was too small, so I could only follow the flow of people to go deeper. The halls of rural earth houses don't have windows. It was afternoon, and the house was very dark. The prince's face was shrouded in a shadow, and I didn't dare to look closely. When the neighbor led me to worship, I bowed 3 times and raised my head. Because I was close, I could see the appearance of Grandpa Wang clearly in the shadow. His body was bent in an extremely twisted way, and the position of his eyes became 2 black holes, as if they were dug out by someone, but from the wrinkles on his face, it can be seen that his eyes were wide open before he died, and his expression was extremely terrified, as if he had seen something very scary. This weird scene made me feel even colder, but I don't know what force made me not turn my head away. Then, I saw that the dead man's mouth was exaggeratedly grinning, bending all the way to his ears, as if he was smiling at me. Ah! I shouted loudly, and the neighbor immediately supported me, and several people around me also gathered around. He smiled, Grandpa Wang smiled. I pointed at the dead man on the board and shouted. The people around looked at each other and looked in the direction I pointed. I also found that Grandpa Wang had turned back to that face. Although it was a little weird and scary, there was no smile on his face. Everything that happened just now was just like my illusion. When the family members Wang Laoda and Wang Lao Er heard what I said, their faces turned pale immediately, but they didn't say anything, just let us go over and call the next person to pay homage. Outside the hall, mourners came. This is the custom in the village. 5 or 6 people wearing masks and white clothes walked around the yard and began to beat gongs and drums and play swona. People around stood up and followed these 5 or 6 people, crying as they walked. It was getting darker. It was almost dark, but not yet dark. I was wrapped in the crowd, surrounded by the sound of musical instruments and mourning. I didn't know what they were saying, and I couldn't hear the meaning clearly. I just felt that the tune was desolate and mysterious. Although I was in the crowd, a growing sense of fear gripped my heart. Following the crowd to the front of the hall door, I seemed to see a figure standing upright in the dark room. I was squeezed by people and couldn't see it when I looked back. Just when I felt I was about to suffocate, the music stopped. People from the kitchen came out with dishes. A large bowl of pickled vegetables and meat dishes was sizzling and oily, and was placed on the table. I saw my grandmother inside, and my heart suddenly felt bright, and I ran towards her. She put a bowl of fried pork in front of me, wiped her hands, and then touched my head. There is still work to do, you should eat more to grow taller. After that, she went to the kitchen again. The villagers were busy all day, and when the feast came, of course there was a rush. I just ate 2 pieces of meat, and the dishes on the table were swept away. It was late at night, and everyone said some comforting words to the host before leaving the Wang family one after another. Grandma hadn't come out yet, so I sat on the bench waiting for her. Looking at the increasingly empty yard, to be honest, I was a little scared. I didn't want to stay here, and wanted to wait for Grandma at the door. When I got up, someone grabbed me. Ah! I screamed, turned around suddenly, and found that the person who pulled me was Wang Er's wife. Maybe because she was wearing morning clothes, her face was very pale, holding me with one hand and holding a bowl of pork in the other hand. The bowl of pork noodles was raw, like raw meat, but it was filled with a strange fragrance. I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wang Yair's wife stuffed the pork into my hands, and I quickly pushed it away. Thank you, I don't want it, I don't take other people's things. Wang Yair's wife stuffed it into my arms more forcefully. Hurry up and take it. Suizui and Grandpa Wang are destined to be together. You were born on the same day and month. That's right. Every year on my birthday, the Wang family will have a big celebration to celebrate the birthday of the Wang Yi, and I can also get some candies and preserves. I still didn't move, and the second wife continued. Hurry up and take it, your grandma has been busy all day and didn't eat meat. This is the return basket from the Wang family to your grandma. Return basket is a term in our hometown, which means that when someone comes to the host's house to help, the host family returns the gift when they leave home. Hearing her talk about grandma, I couldn't help but be moved. Grandma didn't eat the feast. It would be great to bring such delicious pork back to grandma to eat. Seeing my hesitation, Wang Yair's wife put the pork in my arms and walked into the hall. As soon as she left, grandma came out of the kitchen and saw me and came to hold my hand. Seeing a bowl of pork in my arms, she asked, "Isn't this the bowl of meat on the altar? Why is it in your hand?" Hearing that it was meat for the dead, I hesitated a little, but told the truth. This was given to me by Wang Yair's aunt. She said it was for your return basket. In the village, the younger sisters are called aunts. When I said that, Grandma knew that it was given by the head of the family. Smelling such fragrant pork, Grandma was also moved. The village was so poor that there were so many taboos. The dead can't eat. When other families hold funerals, they have to take down the offerings for the dead after a few days and eat them themselves. Grandma held my hand, and I held the pork and went home together. When I got back, I saw Grandpa sitting on a long bench at the door. His legs would hurt when it was cold and rainy, and he would rub them with cooked moxa leaves. He rolled up his pants, and his calves below the knees were pale blue, like a dead person, which was a bit scary in the dark. Black Dog Mole saw me coming back, rushed over and grabbed my legs, sticking out his tongue in excitement. Grandpa stood up on one leg to greet us. Seeing that I was holding pork in my hand, he frowned, and before he could say anything, Grandma answered. This is the basket that the Wang family gave us. I will cook braised pork for you and your father tonight. The bowl of pork was bright red, with a strange color in the night. Hearing the fragrant aroma, Grandpa didn't say anything and nodded. At night, only one candle was lit at home, and the candle was placed in a small basin. The wax oil that flowed down was used to make thin ropes. The light was very dim, and I could only barely see things. The braised pork was soon ready. When Grandma brought it up, there was only a thumb-sized piece of meat on the plate. Grandma said, "It's really strange. Such a big piece of pork becomes so small after stewing." After saying that, she took a little bit and put it on the altar in the hall. It was for the mountain god to eat. But although the meat was small, the fragrance was stronger. The reddish-brown meat exuded an intoxicating fragrance. I didn't notice it myself. When I came to my senses, I was lying on the plate. Grandpa looked at the piece of meat and said, "Maybe it's not pork." I heard from the young people who came back from outside that some meat outside becomes smaller when it is cooked. Grandma also nodded. She always believed in Grandpa. What's more, it was such a good piece of meat, and it was stewed. What could go wrong? Yes, it must be good meat. The Wang family is the richest. It must be good meat shipped from outside. In the dim light, the aroma of the meat filled the whole room, like a strange call. Grandpa and Grandma swallowed visibly. But in the end, Grandma pushed the piece of meat in front of me. "Chui Chui, eat it." Grandpa didn't look at it again. "Chui Chui is growing up. Your grandma and I are old and don't need to eat meat. Although I really want to eat it, it is a great temptation to me, but I feel sorry for Grandpa and Grandma, so I finally shook my head and closed my eyes to resist the temptation." When I no longer smelled the fragrance, I opened my eyes and the piece of meat in front of me was gone. Thinking that Grandpa and Grandma have finished eating, I was also very happy, and picked up the white rice in front of me and put it into my mouth. But I found something wrong after taking a bite. This is the taste of meat. It is very fragrant and fresh. After taking a bite, the delicious taste seems to flow to my limbs. I feel a moment of bliss all over my body and can't help trembling. Looking at Grandpa and Grandma, they must have buried the meat in my rice when I closed my eyes just now, and they smiled at me. Your grandma and I ate too much when we were young. Yeah, we don't like it. I knew they were lying to me again, and my mouth was sour, but I had already bitten the meat, so I could only nod and swallow the whole piece of meat. After dinner, it was time to go to bed. There are not many entertainment activities in the countryside, and we have to save wax oil. Generally, we have to go to bed at night. Today, I went to Wang's house to help, so I was delayed. I have been sleeping alone since I was 10 years old. The bungalow is very large, with several rooms on the left and right of the hall. Grandpa and Grandma sleep in the big room on the right side of the hall, and I sleep in the small room on the left side of the hall, close to the toilet. It stands to reason that I should sleep very deeply today, but I always sleep restlessly. I felt very cold between half asleep and half awake, and a chill came from the middle of my stomach, making my whole body feel frozen. When people are asleep, they have no concept of time and season. I completely forgot that it was August. I opened my eyes in a daze and wanted to pull the quilt to cover myself. The bed was placed next to the small window. Because of the summer heat, I slept with the window open at night. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a figure outside the window. A person stood upright and looked at me from the outside. The windows of rural earthen houses are very small, with several crossed wooden sticks in the middle for protection. At first glance, the person outside the window looked like a photo hanging on the wall. The moonlight outside was very bright. By the moonlight, I saw that the person was thin, wearing a flowery dress, and the wrinkles on his face were like old tree bark. Isn't this Grandpa Wang Lian? Why is he standing outside the door in the middle of the night? Just when I wanted to take a closer look, the person outside the window moved. The eyes that stared at me turned into two black holes at some point. His lips were grinning, his facial features were twisted, and he smiled at me outside the window. It was the face on the coffin board. I woke up suddenly. Wang Lian, isn't Grandpa Wang Lian dead? What is that thing outside the window? I froze, looking at the thing outside. It seemed to know that I had found it, and a strange excitement appeared on its twisted face. Its lips widened even wider, as if it had been stretched to the limit, and it lay on the window. I was shocked and scared, and felt something next to the pillow, and immediately grabbed it and threw it out. In the dim light, I saw the thing hit his left face, and then he disappeared. I dared not move, staring out the window. After a long time, the thing outside really disappeared, and I became more and more sleepy, so I fell on the pillow and fell asleep in a daze. When I woke up, the sun was already high outside. I stared at the small open window in a daze, feeling a little dizzy. I had a nightmare again last night. I often have this, and it was even worse when I was a child. Later, when I was 7 years old, my grandmother picked up a black stone from somewhere and put it under my pillow. I had fewer nightmares. Thinking of this, I unconsciously touched under my pillow. Stone, stone. I sat up from the bed with a start, opened my pillow and quilt, and searched for it. The black stone was gone. I had a bad premonition in my young heart. At this time, my grandmother heard the noise and asked me to get up and eat. It was already lunchtime. I slept too late, so my grandparents didn't ask me to get up in the morning. Who knew that as soon as I arrived at the hall, I saw someone walking on the road at the door. It was Aunt Zhang, from the neighbor's house. She asked my grandma to go out and talk. She had a loud voice, and her voice could be heard clearly in the house. I saw her saying to Grandma, "Something happened. Something happened to the Wang family last night." When I heard it was the Wang family, I held my breath and listened to Aunt Zhang continue. "This morning, I heard a commotion in the Wang family's house. The eldest son of the Wang family was yelling at the door, saying that someone broke into his house in the middle of the night and beat his father. Beat his father? Isn't his father dead? That's what they say, but I went to the Wang family's house this morning and saw that there was a dent on the old man Wang's face, which was black, as if it was hit by a stone. This is too scary. I have to go to the mountain to worship the mountain god today. Bah, bless you. I didn't listen to the rest of the words. I just felt a buzzing in my ears. I finished lunch listlessly and went out of the house alone after the meal. There, I saw the black stone that was supposed to be under my pillow, lying under the window, broken into 2 pieces. A chill ran up my scalp instantly. I had a high fever in the evening. My grandmother thought I had caught a cold, so she boiled a basin of boiling water for me and wanted to scrape me to get rid of the cold. When I took off my clothes and sat in the wooden basin, I heard my grandmother ask behind me. Chui, why do you have a red spot on your back? Red spot? I couldn't see it myself, so I had to shake my head. It was probably not a big problem, so my grandmother didn't say anything else. When I finished taking a bath and was about to go to bed, I remembered what happened last night and didn't dare to sleep in the left room alone. My grandmother was worried about my weakness, so she took me to the right room. That night, sleeping between my grandparents, I slept soundly until morning, and I had no dreams all night. When I woke up the next day, my head hurt so much that it almost seemed to split, and there seemed to be a black fog in front of my eyes, and I couldn't see clearly. I could only hear my grandmother talking to my grandfather in my hall. Last night, our house was probably robbed. The window of the left room was open, and Chui's quilt was thrown on the ground, but nothing was lost. My head hurt so much that I didn't even have the energy to think, and I fell asleep again in a daze. When I woke up again, it was already evening. Looking out of the small window, the sky outside was blood red, as if it was the aftermath of a fire. A black bird, flapping its wings, landed on the window, its black eyes staring at me. Grandma came in with a sling, saw that I woke up, and put a piece of clothing on me. Her voice was very distant and vague, and I used all my strength to hear it clearly. Chui's fever won't go away, I'll take her to find Lupa. Lupa is a weird person in our village. It is said that she got lost in the mountains when she was young, and went crazy when she came back, talking nonsense all day long. But she later accurately predicted a natural disaster in the village, and everyone discovered that she had psychic abilities and respected her a lot. When I was a child, my grandmother took me to have my fortune told. She said that my fate was too mean and it would be difficult for me to keep my destiny. Grandma carried me on her back and walked out of the village. Lupa lived at the foot of the mountain, a mile away from the village. There was a wooden house here, which used to be a hunter's house. The surrounding vegetation was dense, almost blocking out the sun, and there was no sunlight. In this cool place, my high fever symptoms seemed to be relieved a little, and I could see things more clearly. Grandma knocked on the dusty wooden door. Lupa, it's me. I heard 2 bells ringing in the house. Then the wooden door opened with a creak. The moment the door opened, a string of wind chimes hanging in front of the door suddenly danced without wind and shook violently. The tinkling sound made my head hurt even more. Pingwa, you came to see me. An extremely hoarse voice came from the house. Grandma's name is Li Ping Degree, and this Pingwa is calling Grandma. In the early years, everyone thought that Lupa was crazy and had no respect for her. It was Grandma who brought her water and food. I heard the elders in the village mention this matter. I was carried by Grandma and placed in front of Lupa. The room was very dark and hung with various rags. Lupa sat on a straw pile and looked down at me from above. Her face was the oldest I had ever seen. Grandma knelt in front of her and choked. Lupa, save Chui girl, she has had a high fever for 2 days, otherwise she will die. Lupa didn't say anything, suddenly picked up a bowl of water next to her, took a big sip, and then sprayed me. I smelled the smell of talisman ash, and the place where the water droplets splashed was as painful as if it was splashed with hot oil. The pain made me roll on the ground and scream loudly. Chui girl, you have encountered a ghost. Lupa said calmly, as if she didn't take it seriously at all. Help her up and eat the bloody sticky rice. I saw her take out some red and white rice from the jar, with some white hair on it. Grandma helped me roll the rice and fed me. Strangely enough, in less than a quarter of an hour, the discomfort in my body gradually faded and my mind gradually became clear. Seeing that I was getting better, Grandma cowed out on the ground in a hurry. "Thank you, Grandma Lou, thank you, Grandma Lou." Grandma Lou didn't say anything else. Grandma helped me walk out of the house. When we got close to the wooden door, the string of wind chimes rang again, more intense and crazier than the last time. Dingling dingling, dingling dingling. Slow down. Grandma Lou stood up from the straw. She was very short, and standing up seemed to be no different from sitting. She suddenly came over, grabbed my shoulders, and pulled my clothes off. Then, I heard her take a breath behind me. Grandma also found that something was wrong and walked around to Grandma Lou. "I saw one red dot when I gave her a bath yesterday, but how come there are two today?" "This is not a red dot. It's the 7-star evil." "7-star evil? What is that?" "The ghost Shui encountered is not an ordinary ghost. This ghost can cast the 7-star evil. Even the gods can't save the 7 stars. We are in big trouble." Grandma Lou sighed and continued to ask. "How did you get into trouble with such a thing? What strange things have happened recently?" I turned around and saw the expressions of Grandma Lou and Grandma, and knew that this matter was extraordinary, so I told them everything I saw at Wang's house and after I went home. Grandma Lou shook her head. "It seems that it was this old man Wang Lian who did it." She took out a few talismans and handed a roll of red rope to Grandma. "He will come again tonight. These things can trap him. I will come here in person tomorrow. No matter what, don't talk to him." After saying this, she let us go. On the way back, I asked Grandma. "Everyone says Lupa is crazy, but I don't think she is. When she was young, she went into the mountains. When she came back, her clothes were torn and naked. The villagers saw her naked. Her family said she was crazy, and everyone else said she was crazy. Hey, if others say you are crazy, then you are crazy. If others say you are not crazy, then you are not crazy." We walked on the dark road, and I nodded, not quite understanding. It was late at night when I got home. Black Dog Mole was lying in front of my door, looking a little weak, but still waiting for me to come home, wagging his tail at me. Lupa said that ghosts have no eyes, they smell the breath, and he can find me by the breath of my location. At this time I was in the left room, standing against the wall. Before midnight tonight, I must stay in the left room alone. The door was closed, with only a dark window opposite me. On the ground was a formation drawn by Grandpa and Grandma with sand powder according to Lupo's spell. The wind outside was blowing against the window, and I was just looking forward to that thing coming at midnight. The earlier it came, the longer I had to delay. Time passed little by little, my legs were sore and numb from standing, and there was still no sound outside. The strings in my heart gradually relaxed, and I took a nap against the wall. A crow flew past the window, flapping its wings, making a sound like a baby crying. Dang, dang, dang. A strange sound came from the darkness. Every time it made a sound, it got closer to my window, like a person jumping and walking, or like someone banging their head on the ground. I woke up suddenly. But the sound disappeared. It seemed that I had another nightmare, because I was too nervous. I looked at the window. It should be past midnight now. It seems that the thing will not come tonight. Suddenly, a rotten head poked into the window, its black eyes stared at me, and on that face was Wang Lian's weird smile. It had been hiding under the window. My scalp exploded instantly, and the numbness made me unstable. Until now, I am surprised that I didn't faint at that time. In great fear, I watched the thing crawl in through the window. In just 2 days, it became even stranger, and its hands and feet seemed to have been transformed into the limbs of a reptile, and it was extremely fast. In a flash, it crawled into the house from outside. Although I knew that the talisman given by Lupa was pasted on my forehead and it couldn't see me, I couldn't help trembling when I saw the inhuman monster in front of me. What kind of power made the dead resurrect and turn into a monster again? I couldn't think about it carefully. The thing seemed to be unable to find me, and it became visibly anxious, crawling around in the house. This talisman not only prevents ghosts from seeing me, but even if ghosts touch me, they will only think I am a wall. After going through the extreme tension and fear in the early stage, I slowly relaxed a little and waited for the arrival of midnight. As luck would have it, a gust of wind blew in from the window at this time, and a corner of the talisman on my forehead was lifted. The breath leaked, and the monster instantly found my position. It turned its head suddenly, its lips stretched to its ears, and a sticky liquid flowed out of it. It found me. The talisman only works once, even if I put it back now, it will be useless. I immediately ran to another corner of the wall, and in just a moment, it pounced on the position where I was before. At this speed, I couldn't escape at all. I was in the innermost corner of the wall. The monster failed to hit me and turned around to approach me again. When people are most desperate, they will instinctively call the person they trust the most. "Grandma!" I shouted heartbreakingly. Almost at the moment when I shouted, Grandma and Grandpa, who heard the movement in the house, also opened the door and rushed in. According to the original plan, at midnight, I went to the cinnabar formation to tear the talisman and lead the ghost into the formation. Grandma and Grandpa went into the house and tied up the ghost with red thread, waiting for Lupa to come to deal with it at dawn. But now something unexpected happened. Before midnight, it had already discovered me. After Grandma came in, I regretted it. I called her out of survival instinct just now, but letting her in was dragging her into the fire pit. Who knew that Grandma stood in front of the cinnabar formation and said, "Wang Lian." The monster heard someone calling his name and stood in the same place. Then he turned his head and looked at the position of Grandma with his black hole eyes, as if to determine the source of the sound. The creature that was originally extremely fast was now much slower. Grandma slowly stood in front of the cinnabar formation. "I'm here." She spoke again, exposing her position. When the monster heard this, it actually exploded with a layer of black hair, regained its speed again, and pounced towards where Grandma was. I was extremely tense. "Grandma!" At this moment, a nightingale cried loudly outside the window. "Zisher, it's Zisher, it's Zisher." At this moment, the monster also walked into the cinnabar formation, and instantly seemed to be frozen, unable to move. Grandpa ran over with the red thread, tied it up in circles, and fell into the cinnabar formation like a zongzi. I knelt on the ground, feeling that cold sweat had soaked my whole body. As soon as the sky was light, Lupa came to my house. The monster saw the sun and now it has returned to the appearance of a corpse, lying on the ground, motionless. Lupa took 2 bamboo poles and passed them through its armpits, and carried it all the way back to Wang's house. Some people who got up early saw Lupa carrying the corpse and scrambled to avoid it. I don't know whether they were avoiding the corpse more or Lupa more. After hearing the whole story, the Wang family was shocked and scared, but they didn't doubt it at all. They directly asked Lupa to nail 19 long black nails on the coffin. They also dipped the chicken blood with ink line, put a net on it, and performed a big ritual. That afternoon, they called a few strong men to carry the body to the cemetery on the mountain. They actually wanted to bury it directly, and the body would not stop for 3 days. In the afternoon, we came out of Wang's house, and I breathed a sigh of relief. This matter should end here. Lupa also sighed and said to Grandma, "I told you not to talk to him because he always wanted to drag you down, and you are too brave." Grandma looked at me and said, "Chui girl is there, how can I think so much?" Grandma and Grandpa invited Lupa to have dinner at home. It seems that Lupa has a lot of contacts with our family. This should have happened before I was born. At night, Grandma gave me a bath with mugwort to get rid of bad luck. How could this happen? Why did you grow another one? Grandma shouted at Lupa loudly, with fear in her tone. After Lupa came, I saw solemnity on her face for the first time. It's not that bastard Wang Lian. There is something more powerful. Who did you offend? Grandpa and Grandma frowned, but finally shook their heads. Except for the time with Wang Lian when we were young, there is no more. With Wang Lian? I was confused and didn't know what it meant. Lupa finally took out a wind chime. I looked carefully, and it was the one I saw in the wooden house yesterday. She took off another thing from her neck. That thing looked like jade and stone. It looked like a talisman on the outside. If you look carefully inside, you can see many colors. Grandma came over and covered the jade. I remember this is your life-saving treasure. How can you let Chui Yatu wear it? Grandma Lu forced the jade pendant to hang on my neck. It's already this time and you're still talking nonsense to me. If she waits until her back is full of 7 stars, she will definitely die. Chui Yatu, take the scene bell and follow the location where the bell rings. Since that thing is coming for you, only you can sense it. Don't lose this talisman. No matter what evil spirit you encounter, it can save your life. Before leaving, Grandpa put his coat on me. There are wild beasts in the mountains, put it on. I looked at Grandpa in confusion. Can this clothes protect against wild beasts? Grandma touched my head and explained. When your grandfather was young, he was the best hunter in our area. Mountain tigers would be afraid of him. Later, his leg was broken, so he stopped hunting. However, the wild animals in the mountains were scared of your grandfather. When they smelled his scent, they would go around him. So there was such a thing. I had never heard my grandparents talk about their youth. At this moment, touching the coat that was still warm on my body, I felt inexplicably relieved. When I first took the calling bell, the sound was still very weak, and it was only heard when facing west. When I left the village, the bell became louder. Outside the village were barren mountains, and it was very quiet around. Occasionally, a few crows would make a wah-wah hissing sound. It was evening, the sun had just set, and it was about to get dark. In the barren mountains and wild ridges, the bell in my hand rang without wind, ding ding ding, infinitely magnified in my ears. I held the bell in one hand and the jade tablet on my chest with the other hand, praying for the mountain god's blessing. Actually, I was scared to death at that time, but I knew that if I didn't bite the bullet and go, I would die in a few days. I walked deeper and deeper into the mountains and came to a wild lake. This is a dead lake, with dense aquatic plants growing in it, almost reflecting the water into a dark green. There was someone by the lake, and I was very familiar with the back. Isn't this the second daughter-in-law of the Wang family? She held a very old wooden comb in her hand, facing the water, combing her hair one by one. I felt relieved at the first moment, and meeting an acquaintance gave me a brief sense of security. Just as I was about to go up and call her, I suddenly felt something strange in my heart. No, it's getting dark. What is she doing in this wilderness? He. At this moment, Wang's second daughter-in-law turned her back to me and laughed at the water. The alarm bell in my hand suddenly sounded loudly, ringing like crazy. Dingling dingling. Dingling dingling. I wanted to run, but my legs didn't obey at all. The second daughter-in-law turned her head. Her wet black hair blocked both sides, and her face was very white, as if it had been soaked in water. It was obviously the same face, but it gave me an extreme fear. The moment she turned her head, the moving bell in my hand broke. This magic weapon that could restrain Wang Lian actually broke directly when it met her. The broken bell stopped ringing and rolled out of my hand. The second daughter-in-law stared at me straight, and the magic weapon fell to the ground. She suddenly widened her eyes, and her eyes turned dead white. The next second, she crawled towards me. Ah! I don't know where the strength came from, and it poured into my legs again. I turned around and ran down the mountain. I don't remember how far I ran back, I just felt my calves trembling constantly, and then I stopped. At this time it was completely dark, and I only relied on the moonlight to light the way down the mountain. I looked up to distinguish the way down the mountain, but found that there was a dark green lake in front of me. In front of the lake, there stood a woman in a long blue dress. Run! Without waiting for her to make the next move, I turned around and continued to run. After running for more than 10 minutes, I saw a woman in a blue dress standing on the path in front of me. I was trapped in a maze and couldn't run out. Endless despair filled my mind. She seemed to be tired of playing, just like a cat that wants to play with its prey before killing it. I only saw her disappear on the path in front of me, and before I could react, she appeared in front of me the next second. Those dead white eyes were right in front of me, staring at me. Her face was dead white from being soaked, and countless nematodes were drilling under her skin. The air was filled with a rotten stench. I closed my eyes tightly, and my heart was beating as if it was going to vomit out of my mouth. I was dead this time, I was dead this time. At this time, my chest felt warm, as if something was gushing out. As the heat continued to rise, my eyes rolled back and I fainted. When I woke up again, I was already lying on the bed at home. Looking at the familiar wooden beams above my head, my grandmother sitting in front of the bed, and the black dog Mole lying on the ground, it seemed to have lost a lot of weight. I couldn't control the sourness in my eyes, and I cried. How did I come back? What happened to that thing? Lupa came in with a bowl and told me what happened after last night. The jade tablet was Lupa's natal talisman. After I left, Lupa set up a formation at home and followed my direction. When the talisman sensed the ghost, Lupa immediately rushed to where I was. The talisman can ensure that the ghost can't hurt me, and it can also trap the ghost. This trip is for me to lead the snake out of the hole. But I didn't expect the snake to be so tricky. When Lupa rushed over, it actually ran away, leaving me lying on the ground and the talisman still glowing on my chest. After listening to the story last night, I still have lingering fears in my heart. Now the talisman is on Lupa's chest, and I can clearly see a crack across it. Granny Lu knew what I was thinking. What came this time is unusual. I struggled to sit up from the bed, and my voice was extremely hoarse, as if I had aged several decades. It's the second daughter-in-law of the Wang family. It's her. Go find her. At this moment, the sound of suona and gongs came from outside, and mourners wearing masks on their faces passed by my window. Grandma stroked my hair with heartache. Last night, Granny Lu found the body of the second daughter-in-law of Wang at the place where you fainted. It was hidden at the bottom of the lake. The meat was soaked and rotten. They said. Grandma was about to say something, but Granny Lu completed the following words for her. They said that the body of the second daughter-in-law of Wang must have been dead for at least a month. Dead for a month? Who came to report the death 5 days ago, who was seen at the funeral, and who gave me the pork? I lay on the edge of the bed, and couldn't help retching, but I couldn't spit out anything. As we expected, there are already 4 red spots on my back. Granny Lu said that when the 7th one appeared, even if the great Luo immortal came, it would be powerless to save the situation. The fear of death enveloped me. I was in the room, feeling a suffocating depression. The sound of the suona outside the window gradually faded away. Grandma, who was sitting at the head of the bed, cried until her eyes were swollen, and Grandpa's eyes were also bloodshot. Granny Lu pondered for a long time, and finally made up her mind and uttered 2 words. Call the soul of the second daughter-in-law and ask who killed her. Granny Lu said that the newly dead soul did not have such heavy resentment and could not become the 7 stars. The mastermind behind the scenes must be the thing that killed the second daughter-in-law. That was the thing I saw by the lake yesterday. After I got up from the bed, I followed Granny Lu to the Wang family. The second daughter-in-law died suddenly, and according to the rules of the hometown, it could not be celebrated in a big way, so they simply set up 2 tables and called it a day. The second son of the Wang family knew that he had slept in the same bed with the ghost attached to the corpse for more than a month, and he was so scared that he fell ill and could not come to preside over the funeral. The rest of the Wang family also looked depressed. If this happened to anyone, they would probably feel sick. Within a few days, the Wang family had 2 funerals in a row, which was extremely ominous. The Wang family now saw Lupa as if they had seen a life-saving straw, and nodded in agreement to everything. Lupa took me into the morgue. Originally, we were going to carry the body up the mountain this afternoon, but tonight, we had to do the soul-calling ritual, so we postponed it to tomorrow afternoon. The second daughter-in-law was lying under the white cloth. The moment the white cloth was lifted, a strong stench of corpses hit me in the face. Seeing that familiar face and the nematodes crawling under the skin, I held the door and retched again. Summoning the soul at night. Use the flesh and blood of the closest relatives as the medium, and the clothes of the dead as the medium. Use the magic weapon to suppress the formation, and the lifespan as the price. The ritual of summoning the soul is not as simple as I imagined. If you want to invite the person killed by the evil spirit to possess the body, you need a magic weapon to suppress the formation, and the lifespan of the caster is also required. In other words, Lupo's lifespan will be shortened. Late at night. I was protected in the middle by my grandparents and sat aside. Lupo sat in the middle, and the four corners were filled with white soul summoning banners. There was a huge magic circle drawn on the ground, which was drawn with cinnabar mixed with the fingertip blood of the second daughter-in-law's own son. According to the yin and yang of heaven and earth, a white candle was lit at the gate of death. This white candle is the center of the formation tonight. If the soul is summoned successfully, the dead will possess the body, and the white candle will go out. If the dead leave, the white candle will light up again. If it does not light up again, it means that the dead does not want to leave and wants to take over the body. Lupo wore the clothes that the second daughter-in-law wore when she was alive, sitting in the middle of the formation and chanting. The night of August was very dry and hot. As Lupo performed the ritual, the white candle actually began to tremble without wind. Is it coming? I nervously held my grandmother's hand, and my palm was wet and sticky. I could clearly feel my heart beating so violently that it seemed to jump out of my throat. For a long time, Lupo's incantations became more and more rapid, and the sound became louder and louder, but the white candle never went out. Lupo seemed unwilling to give up, and stood up from the formation. She formed a seal and her body trembled slightly. I saw blood flowing out of her 7 orifices, and I bit my lips tightly to prevent any sound. After a long time, Lupo finally ran out of strength and collapsed to the ground. She opened her eyes full of blood. The second daughter-in-law of the Wang family, her soul is scattered. The thing that killed her swallowed her soul. Although the soul could not be summoned, it could not be changed at the price of life. And because Lupo forced the formation, her life was even more severely damaged. Granny Lu seemed to have aged in an instant, sitting on the ground withered. But she still did not give up, and said, "The soul of Wang Er's wife has dispersed, so we will summon Wang Lian's soul." Grandma and Grandpa could not stop it. This magic circle can still be used. After all, the son of the second wife is Wang Lian's grandson and a close relative. Granny Lu changed into Wang Lian's clothes, and everything else remained unchanged. Originally, I had given up hope in my heart. The things in the Wang family were too weird. The second wife, a young and strong person, had her soul eaten. How could Wang Lian, an old man in his twilight years, be spared? I just repeatedly told Granny Lu not to force the formation. Unexpectedly, this time an accident happened. Granny Lu had just started chanting the spell when a gust of wind suddenly blew. The white candle that was the center of the formation swayed in the wind, as if it would go out in the next second, but it kept a faint light. At the same time, I felt a sharp pain all over my body, as if there were countless centipedes in my body, trying to crawl out of my pores. I fell to the ground and twitched. When Granny Lu saw this, she immediately grabbed me and dragged me into the center of the formation. Just as I was sitting in the cinnabar formation, the candle went out in an instant. I heard a sound of gasping in my ear. The person who was summoning the soul and the dead soul was the one sitting in the middle of the formation. In other words, at this moment, Wang Lian was on me. Granny Lu was beside me, anxiously teaching me to make gestures. I followed her and asked 2 questions, both of which were the simplest soul-asking questions. Who are you? Who killed you? But Wang Lian, who was attached to me, didn't answer a word. The cinnabar plate in front of me didn't move. Granny Lu tried a few more times, and when she found that she couldn't ask anything, she had to teach me the soul exorcism ritual, but this time, the candle didn't light up again. My scalp felt numb again, and the formation on my hands became faster. This dead soul refused to leave my body. Lupo brought in black dog blood and raw chicken blood from outside, which was to kill Wang Lian's soul, directly. I felt a smelly blood waterfall pouring down in front of me, and the sharp pain came from my body again. I screamed, but the voice that came out of my throat was another person's voice. Hoarse and weird, shouting madly. The pain almost tore me apart, and I always felt that I would die in the next second. The dead soul can't leave my body, and it can't be killed. Lupa had never seen such a situation before. In extreme panic, she took out countless talismans from her pocket and greeted me. "This is impossible, this is impossible." At this time, Grandma crawled over, grabbed my hand, and hugged me tightly in her arms, covered in blood. I heard her say in my ear, "Wang Lian, Brother Lian, it's me. If you remember my voice, let Chui Yata go." Strangely, after saying this, the tearing restlessness in my body unexpectedly calmed down strangely. But there was still a low roar in my throat. Before I could ask my grandmother, I saw several people rushing in from the small courtyard outside. The leader was Wang De, who shouted as he rushed in. "Fairy, fairy," I heard my father's voice. When they saw that the voice came from my throat, they were so scared that they sat down on the ground. The candle never lit up. It was past midnight, and 5 red dots appeared behind me. There were only 2 days left before the 7 stars conjunction. Mrs. Lu grabbed Wang De, who was sitting on the ground, and said sternly, "Tell me exactly what happened to your father and your sister-in-law before they died." How dare Wang De not listen? He kept nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. Wang De said that in fact, the second daughter-in-law had been to the mountain where her body was found more than a month ago. It was her father who called her that time, saying she was going to worship the mountain god. People in the mountains believe in the mountain gods. They not only offer sacrifices to the mountain gods during festivals, but also respect the mountain gods when eating meat. What's more, it is said that the mountain god has the power to reach heaven and can help you realize all your wishes as long as you are sincere. So the second daughter-in-law went up the mountain with the incense. From that day on, the second daughter-in-law seemed to be a little different. Wang De recalled that it was a bit strange anyway. Then he recalled his father, before Wang Lian died. At this point Wang De paused, and Mrs. Lu angrily scolded. "The evil ghosts have come to your house, and you are still here waiting for me. You are tired of living, aren't you?" Wang De immediately shrank his head and said everything at once. From the time Wang De can remember, the Wang family has been the richest family in the village. He never had to go hungry like other children, and there was always plenty of meat and fish on the table. When he was young, he often chased the chickens and ducks at home. He said he vaguely remembered that there would always be more chickens and ducks in the house for no apparent reason. He said that he once slept next to the chicken shed and no one came in or out all night. When he went in the next day, he found that there were 5 more big hens. Later, he grew up and stopped running into the shed. He didn't even know whether those memories were true or false. Just a week ago at night, Wang Lian suddenly called his name. Wang De heard it and did not go in, because everyone in the Wang family knew that Wang Lian had a habit of talking in his sleep in the middle of the night. Later, Wang Lian came out to look for him in person, and Wang De realized that his father was still awake. I will never forget that night. My father dragged me, and the first thing he said was that he was going to die tonight. I was scared to death and asked my father to stop talking nonsense. Who knew that my father would laugh out loud and say that he had finally made it to this day and that he was not going to die, but that he was going to enjoy happiness. He said he had a few words to give me. He said that after his death, he would keep his body mortuary at home for 7 days, and not arrange for anyone to keep vigil overnight. All the sacrifices on the table should not be touched. He asked me to repeat these few words 10 times, and kept asking me if I remembered them. I just thought the old man was sick again, so I could only repeat them over and over again. Mrs. Lu's face was very ugly, and she asked many more questions before letting Wang De go back, who was already stunned by fright. When everyone was gone, I remembered what happened just now, and asked my grandma, "Grandma, why is that Wang Lian so afraid of you?" It was the case last time, and it was the same this time. Whenever Grandma spoke, Wang Lian would stop. Hearing my question, Grandma Lu, Grandma, and Grandpa all changed their expressions. Finally, Grandpa sighed and said, "Actually, more than 40 years ago, old Wang Tu, also known as Wang Lian, proposed to your grandma." Mrs. Lu snorted coldly when she heard this. "At that time, your grandpa was born into a poor family, but he was a good hunter and had the fastest legs and feet. He could compete with rabbits in the mountains. Your grandma and your grandpa had a good relationship when they were young, and they had already agreed to get married. Wang Lian also likes your grandma, but according to the rules of our village, marriage can only occur if both parties are willing, otherwise the mountain god will punish you." Wang Lian tried every possible means to obstruct your grandma's marriage, but because Pingwa didn't change his mind, he failed in the end. After listening to what Mrs. Lu said, I realized that Wang Lian was not afraid of Grandma, but because of what happened in the past, Grandma didn't know what she thought of and sighed. "Mr. Lu, I'm afraid I know what's going on." Mrs. Lu also nodded. "I guessed it too, but I want to go to Wang Lian's house to have a look." Wang Lian's house is in the east wing and is now sealed with several large iron locks. On the night when Wang Lian died a week ago, the dogs in the village barked all night, and the scene of his death was so scary that no one in the village, not even the Wang family, dared to approach him. Wangda helped Granny Lu open the door. The four of us walked into the dusty room. It was late at night, and only the candle in Mrs. Lu's hand gave off a faint light. Mrs. Lu walked around the house, rummaged around and found nothing. Just when everyone thought they had gained nothing tonight, I suddenly felt a chill. There was that familiar chill again, and it seemed even colder here, and there was a sharp pain in my chest. I looked at the other people's faces. No one seemed to notice the difference, only I could feel it. I originally wanted to speak out, but Mrs. Lu suddenly came over, covered my mouth, and shook her head at me. Mrs. Lu let go of her hand and touched the wall behind me. It was actually loose. She removed the bricks bit by bit, revealing a black hole. Lupa did not think and went straight into the hole. I followed closely and got in. The inside of the wall was even darker, as thick as substance. In the darkness, bursts of scarlet light could be seen. I took a few steps forward, and suddenly a woman appeared in front of me. The resentment in the woman's eyes was exactly the same as what I saw by the lake. She was staring at me with a smile on her twisted face. I fell to the ground, and a strong fear and depression seemed to control me. The pain in my chest became more and more severe, and thick liquid flowed from my face. I knew it was blood without touching it. Mrs. Lu noticed something strange about me, came over and pinched the acupuncture points on my hands, and recited the Qingxin mantra quickly. I could only hear broken fragments in my ears, and I endured the pain and started chanting along. I don't know how long it took before I could clearly see the object in front of me. "Girl Chui, look, this is a mountain statue." Mrs. Lu pointed forward, and with the candle in Mrs. Lu's hand, I looked at the woman again. Only then did I realize that it was just a statue, carved so lifelike that in the dim light, it looked like a real person. When I got closer, I realized that the statue's clothing and posture were the same as those of the mountain god, except that its head changed into that of a young woman. The scarlet light from her body just now has disappeared, and there are a few fragments on the ground that look familiar. I just wanted to take a closer look when Mrs. Lu suddenly fainted next to me. At this time, several cock crows came from outside the cave. It's finally dawn. I didn't dare to stay longer, so I quickly dragged Mrs. Lu to crawl outside. Fortunately, she was not heavy, and I could barely pull her out at that time. Grandma was so anxious outside that she said when she saw us coming out, "We can't get in." "What's inside? What happened to Mrs. Lu?" I took a few breaths, and Grandpa frowned and said, "We'll talk about the rest later. It's important to save people first." The three of us were old and weak, so we had to ask the Wang family for help, and then we carried Mrs. Lu out of Wang Lian's house. Lupa was unconscious for a long time at Wang's house and woke up in the afternoon. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel like she seems older. The room was full of people, including the Wang family and some other villagers. When they heard that something like this happened in the village, everyone was worried. After Lupa woke up, Grandma took her hand and asked, "Your natal amulet is gone. Did you kill that thing in the cave?" It turned out that the fragments I saw on the ground just now were the broken amulets. No wonder I felt so familiar with them. I also knew from their expressions that the amulet was very powerful, and it could be dealt with even if it encountered a very powerful ghost. "Who knew?" Lupa said. "When I encountered that thing, my amulet was only slightly injured, and I also injured my body." When I heard that Lupa was injured, I couldn't help but shed tears. "Chui girl, don't cry, it was that thing that hurt you?" Grandma asked. "What on earth is that thing?" Lupa struggled to sit up from the bed, walked to the shrine of the mountain god in this room, picked up the mountain god statue and smashed it to the ground. Everyone around was shocked. This is the god that every family has worshipped for generations. Some people who were close to her immediately tried to stop Lupa. But Lupa was faster, and the mountain god statue was smashed to the ground. Everyone saw that the original mountain god's head was broken, revealing a white woman's head. Even in the sunlight, the white severed head still looked cold and terrifying, and people dared not look directly at it. This is what the village has been worshipping. For hundreds of years, there is no mountain god in it. What you believe in has always been a fierce ghost. After saying this, all the villagers around took a breath of cold air. How is this possible? That's right, maybe the Wang family believes in ghosts themselves. How can we say that all of us believe in ghosts? That's right, Wang Lian must have bad intentions and worship ghosts at home. Questions came one after another, and few people believed such an incredible thing. If you don't believe it, go back and smash the statues at home to see if it's nonsense. Lupa was angry, and everyone around was silent, but no one moved, and no one dared to do such a rebellious thing. Grandma helped Lupa calm down. "What should we do now? Today is the 6th day. The red dot on my back has grown to the 6th one. After midnight tonight, I will definitely die. It's not that there is no way to break the 7-star evil." Lupa said this slowly, and for a long time, she didn't continue. I held my breath and concentrated, and after a long time, I heard her continue. "To break the 7 stars, 7 people are needed. These 7 are willing to die for you. If any one of them hesitates, the formation will be broken and everyone will die." We were all silent after hearing this. The villagers sighed after hearing this. It's no wonder that Granny Lu didn't want to speak, because they couldn't find 7 people. "Granny Lu, is there no other way?" Grandpa asked. "Yes." After Granny Lu finished speaking, she looked at the people in the room and motioned them to go out. After all, it was a matter of life and death, so everyone left the Wang family wisely. There were only 4 of us left in the room. Granny Lu slowly said 4 words. "Life for life." I don't know what it means exactly, but it is absolutely impossible for anyone to exchange my life for mine. I shook my head desperately. Grandma hugged me. "Granny Lu, what should we do?" Granny Lu replied, "If we can't find 7 people, less than 7 people is fine, but we can't break the 7 stars evil, so we can only exchange lives for lives. Tonight at midnight, 1 person must die. I'm willing, go up the mountain with Chui girl tonight." I struggled desperately, but my grandmother covered my mouth. "The old man and I must go. We are old, and it is worth it to exchange for Chui Chui." Grandpa stood up with the old elm wood, came over and touched my head. "Tsue Tsue, don't be afraid." Lupa nodded, this was what she expected. "I will go with you, the 4 of us." Hearing this, I couldn't control my tears anymore and shook my head vigorously. "Lupa and I are not related, why should she go?" As if she saw what I was thinking, Lupo's always serious face showed a trace of kindness. "Chui girl, do you know why you have never seen your parents?" I suddenly opened my eyes wide. "Your horoscope is Purine. I brought you back from the mountains when you were a few months old. Your grandparents were childless and adopted you from me. So I am half your relative. It's nothing to help you once." Grandma let me go and smiled. Your grandpa and I can't have children. We will never have children. We all have to thank Tsuetsue. It's great to have you. After hearing this, I was already crying. Although I was let go, I still stood there motionless. Girl Chui, I don't know if you saw the mountain god in Wang Lian's house last night. Both the location and the offerings are very particular. Our previous guess was correct. Wang Lian has been raising ghosts. Raising ghosts? What is raising ghosts? It's probably a deal with evil spirits. Remember Wang De told us that live birds appeared in his home for no reason? That should be a deal. We don't know what else we know. We don't know what Wang Lian gave to the ghost mountain god. The only thing I can calculate is that you and Wang Lian's horoscopes are both extremely yin, which is very good for the ghost mountain god. At this time, the sun was setting, and the blood-like setting sun shone in through the doorway, revealing an ominous look. Have you heard of it? People in the mountains believe in the mountain gods. They not only offer sacrifices to the mountain gods during festivals, but also respect the mountain gods when eating meat. What's more, it is said that the mountain god has the power to reach heaven and can help you realize all your wishes as long as you are sincere. This is my second visit to this mountain. Just like the last time I came here, it was late in the day, the bells and talismans were gone, and only my grandfather's coat was covering me. Mrs. Liu said that ghosts cannot see things and recognize people by their breath. They asked me to cut my middle finger and let it bleed, and applied a line between the eyebrows of the three of them. They also made each of us drink a bowl of fuhui water. This is used to blur the sight of the ghosts and mountain gods. 4 people walked from the 4 directions at the foot of the mountain to the mountain temple halfway up the mountain. I went east. There were many crows flying on the dead trees, as well as a few big black birds. When I passed by, they all screamed wow wow. Their black eyes stared at me like they were looking at a plate of rotten meat. Strangely enough, I'm not as scared as I was last time. Of course I want to live when I can, but I will never let my loved ones take my life. When we arrived at the last lake, the water was greener than last time, and the dark green water plants dyed the water almost black. There was a rustling sound in the grass behind him. I turned around and saw that my grandma and Grandma Liu were here. Mrs. Liu took an old compass, and the pointer pointed to the end of the lake. We pushed through the clumps of weeds and found a grave deep inside. The tomb is made of stone bricks, and the name of the owner can no longer be seen clearly. But we see other words on it. The arrangement is very strange. It doesn't look like it was written on it, nor does it look like it was engraved on it. Mrs. Liu said this was a ghost contract. She pointed to the row of words on the far right. This is Wang Lian's contract. In 1960, this bastard made a ghost contract. 35 years. Mrs. Liu continued to look down. Under the reflection of the fire, the words seemed to be scratched by some kind of claws, which was weird and terrifying. I didn't dare keep staring, so I didn't look too far. After an unknown amount of time, Mrs. Liu finally finished reading. She turned around, her expression turned terrifying. It was like fear, but also like extreme anger, making her whole body tremble slightly. Wang Lian came to the lake 35 years ago and made a wish with the mountain god. Because of the special 8-character bead, he could see ghosts and gods and make a ghost contract. He asked for marriage with Pinghua, for abundant food and clothing, and for a pair of sons. Ghosts and gods cannot control the wishes of living people, so Wang Lian begged Li Jian to break his leg so that he could no longer hunt, and to break his organs so that he could no longer have children. It turns out that Wang Lian injured Grandpa's leg. No wonder Grandma said they would never have children. It turned out to be Wang Lian's fault. But even so, Grandma still did not marry Wang Lian and stayed with Grandpa her whole life. Grandpa's expression was not that of shock, but more of calm. Grandma bit her lip and said nothing. The ghosts and gods want Wang Lian to leave behind 3 souls and 7 souls, and be a puppet for a lifetime, luring people up the mountain for the ghosts and gods, and devouring the souls of living people. The ghosts and gods have promised that Wang Lian will have a lifespan of 60, and his soul will be returned to him at that time. If Wang Lian gets his soul before the first 7 days, he can reach bliss with the ghosts and gods. In 1961, Zhao Yan; in 1963, Lin Erwei; in 1963, Lu Qianer. These are the people who Wang Lian brought up the mountain, that is, those who did not come back from hunting before. Everyone present clenched their fists. It's hard for me to believe that someone would bring people in the village to the devil for their own selfish desires. Grandma shook her head and murmured, "Devil, devil." I don't know if she is talking about the ghost mountain god or Wang Lian. After Mrs. Lu finished speaking, she analyzed, the last person Wang Lian brought to this ghost mountain god should be his second wife. On his 60th birthday, he knew he would die and thought he would be able to take his soul back and enjoy bliss after death. Who knew that the ghost mountain god would regret it, but had to abide by the ghost contract, so he possessed the second daughter-in-law, returned to the Wang family, and placed the soul on the altar. If I guessed correctly, it was the piece of raw pork she gave you. You and Wang Lian have the same birthday, one is 60 and the other is 12, they are both born in the same year. The ghost mountain god used you to trap his soul. As long as he doesn't get his soul back before the first 7 days, he can only disappear. And if the ghost mountain god plants the 7-star evil in you, you will die in 7 days. At that time it was nourished by 2 purine bodies, and it could do nothing more. I took a long breath. It turned out to be like this. No wonder Wang Lian has been following me. No wonder he was inside me during the conjuring. If you make a deal with a ghost, you will end up reaping the consequences. Granny Lu's plan is. At 11 o'clock in the evening, disguised as Zisher. All of us fake death. Granny Lu said that the 7-star evil was not only a curse on me, but also trapped Wang Lian's soul. Souls cannot be mixed together. Since the ghost mountain god wants to devour both, the curse of the 7-star evil must be removed. Until then, those who fake death will have my blood in them. No matter who the ghost mountain god chooses, I can get away with it, and when the talismanic water they drank before enters the ghost mountain god's body, it will seriously damage its roots and it will not be able to come out to harm others for at least a while. Mrs. Lu told me many things and asked me how to deal with them in the future. She was chattering away as if she was about to leave. I nodded, but actually I didn't listen at all. I cannot accept letting these old people die for me. I also have my plan. Mrs. Lu finally finished speaking. She raised her head and looked at the moon in the sky. It's 11 o'clock. Then she raised her head and cried, which was exactly the same as the nightingale's cry. The nightingale cries, "Midnight is here." Taking out the talisman that Mrs. Lu had prepared earlier and pasting it on the yin tang, she could hide the breath of the living person. Now in front of the ghost eyes, we are just 4 dead people. A brick fell from the grave deep in the weeds. In the dark night, I stared at the old grave. A pale hand suddenly stretched out from it. Even though I was prepared, I almost screamed. In the dark night, the bloodless deathly white was still very conspicuous. A person crawled out of the grave. Although it was called a person, it was actually not in human shape. Its crawling posture was very strange. Its hair was too black and too long, covering its face, so its appearance could not be seen. It was still wearing the clothes of the mountain god, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a person or an insect under the clothes. It seemed to be crawling on the ground in a twisted manner, but at a very fast speed. The air was filled with a rotten and damp smell. It crawled past me and didn't notice me, but when it approached, I felt a heavy pressure. It was different from before, as if its soul was being strangled by something. I couldn't help trembling, and I couldn't help being afraid. The resentment of the evil spirit was stronger than we wanted. If it devours 2 purine souls, the consequences will be unimaginable. It passed me and crawled towards Grandma, apparently mistaking her for me. Grandma also saw this. She was not afraid at all, just raised her head and looked at me with a smile. Right at this moment. There was no time to hesitate, my eyes were blurred by tears. I immediately took off the talisman on my head. I used the stone that I had just put in my pocket to cut my arm. Everything happened in an instant. The air was suddenly filled with the smell of blood. Choi girl, Lupa shouted and ran towards me from the other side. I saw Lupa, Grandma, and Grandpa all running towards me, and Grandpa's old elmwood was trying hard to support the ground, one high and one low. Haha, I told him to change one earlier. The ghost mountain god smelled my breath, turned around immediately, and approached me at the fastest speed. The twisted face appeared from the hair. I heard the voices of all my relatives in my ears, and I even heard the cry of the black dog mole, and felt a little peace in my heart. Just as that pale hand reached out to me, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. Before I could see clearly what it was, I only heard a whimper and fell at my feet. Black dog mole. When I saw clearly what was on the ground, I screamed wildly. It was lying on the ground, no longer breathing, but still with warm blood flowing out. The round black eyes were still looking at me before dying. At the same time, my blood mixed with the black dog blood splashed on the ghost mountain god. Just like a candle burning paper, holes appeared where the ghost mountain god was splashed with blood. The holes became bigger and bigger, and the ghost mountain god twitched and struggled on the ground, making very sharp and terrible cries, as if being burned by the fire of hell. I listened to the numbing waves of scalp, squatting on the ground and covering my ears hard. The ghost mountain god seemed unwilling to dissipate like this, and stretched out his hand to grab me. When the sharp black fingers were about to reach me, the three of them were still some distance away from me. Grandpa stretched out the old elm in his hand in a hurry, and it just happened to block the claw. The ghost mountain god used up his last strength to attack, but it only caught a piece of wood. If it hadn't destroyed Grandpa's leg, it wouldn't be like this today. The resentful soul spewed out a cold black gas, and all of us immediately held our breath and concentrated. Fortunately, we were prepared and didn't inhale a breath. When the black gas disappeared, the ghost mountain god also disappeared, and only a set of god clothes fell to the ground. The tomb behind collapsed with a loud bang. The water grass in the lake withered in an instant, the dark green lake water turned into ordinary water flow, and the yellow grass leaves at the bottom of the water swayed with the water. Lupa lifted the clothes on my back, the red dot disappeared, and the 7-star evil was broken. From then on, the nightmare that had shrouded this village for thousands of years finally ended. Black dog blood can overcome ghosts, but how could a fierce ghost like the ghost mountain god, who has practiced for thousands of years, dissipate so easily? Lupa said that maybe it was because the blood on my arm splashed on its body before it died, so it became the fifth person in the formation and exchanged its life for mine. Maybe it was because the black dog's blood was originally a very young thing, and it died for me, and its loyal blood could destroy all the evil things in the world. These are just guesses, and we will never know why. I didn't have a trace of joy after rebirth. I knelt on the ground, holding the body of the black dog, and I had already burst into tears. Its body was already cold, and it had shed its last drop of blood for me. The four of us surrounded the black dog until the light in the east appeared. Lupa pulled me up from the ground. We carried the black dog to the top of the mountain together and buried it under a tree that could get sun. Later, we returned to the village. The people in the village knew about the ghost mountain god, and they were all scared, so they quickly smashed the statue. The family where the hunter died took the lead, burned the ghost graves in the mountain clean, and demolished the Wong family's ancestral graves, which lasted for nearly a month. I no longer had the seal of the 7 stars, so Lupa forced the soul out of my body. The first 7 days had passed, and Wang Lian had long since dissipated. The soul he left behind turned into a ball of crystal. Lupa used it to make up for her lifespan and practiced a new talisman. She took the rest out of the village. When she came back, Lupa brought a bag of money, tens of thousands of yuan, which was a huge fortune in that era when there were not many people with 1,000,000 yuan. Lupa said that purine souls were the most precious, and this was still a bargain. She was going back to the mountains, and all the money was left to us. With the money, our family moved to the city. When we left, the whole village came to see us off and stuffed us with a lot of pork. Many years later, I went to college and found a job, and I never saw anything unclean again. My childhood memories became more and more vague, like a vague dream, and sometimes I even doubted whether it really existed. Only the black dog mole remained so clearly in my heart. Sometimes I wonder, if people have souls after death, why don't dogs have souls? If you are still wandering in the world, please come and see me. The end. Women in our village have to have their bones replaced when they turn 21. Otherwise, the original bones will slowly disappear, and they will become paralyzed and die as a pile of rotten flesh. My sister is still 10 days away from her 21st birthday, but she has not found a candidate for bone replacement. My father and I have been looking for bone sources for her outside. But I am studying in college and rarely have the opportunity to meet evil people who deserve the death penalty. 3 days ago, I had a quarrel with my sister about whether to give Songxing to my sister. Just because Songxing used a fake perfume worth 9.9 yuan to deceive me that it was a counterproduct worth 3,000 yuan, my sister asked me to take Songxing home and extract his bones. I didn't want to. It's understandable that poor college students have no money. Songxing's crime is not punishable by death. Our family has a principle not to harm innocent and kind people. In addition, this is my first time to fall in love, so it is inevitable that I feel reluctant to part with Songxing. Finally, my sister made a suggestion. I won't make it difficult for you. Let's make a bet. Whoever is willing to take the bait, how about it? After listening to her suggestion, I accepted the bet. This week, I was studying hard for the final exam. Songxing was concerned about my body and coaxed me to spend the night outside. After the lovemaking, I lay on the bed and played with my phone. According to the bet, I forwarded my sister's dancing video and added a sentence, "My sister is so beautiful." Songxing was smoking and browsing his phone beside me. Soon, I heard him open the video. After the BGM looped 5 times, Songxing turned the screen to me with an unbelievable look on his face. "Is this your sister?" After getting my affirmative answer, he swallowed his saliva. A trace of disappointment flashed in my eyes. "Do you regret it?" "She is prettier than me and has a better figure than me." I laughed at myself. "And she and I have had the same vision since we were young. If she had met you earlier than me, maybe she would be the one lying here now." When Songxing heard me say this, his throat became dry and his eyes became confused. I whispered in Songxing's ear again, "Besides, her body is much softer than mine." My body is very soft, and Songxing has been praising it after trying it. Every time he hugs me, he immediately becomes as fierce as a tiger. But compared with my sister, I am far behind. In the video, the tight dress outlines my sister's exquisite figure. The enchanting dance perfectly shows her slender waist. "Don't make trouble." Songxing pushed me away and pulled the quilt a little over to cover his lower body. When sleeping, Songxing hugged me from behind. He asked my sister indirectly if she had a boyfriend. I shook my head and said, since she broke up last year, she has not left the house and has been staying at home to heal her emotional injuries. After saying that, I found that Songxing's heartbeat became faster. Jing, I have always wanted to go to your hometown to see the scenery of the mountain village. How about I go home with you this summer vacation? The voice in my ear was warm, but my heart was getting colder. "Okay," I said calmly. After Songxing fell asleep, I took out my phone and sent a text message to my sister. "I'll admit defeat. Tell your parents that I've found someone to replace your bones." A week later, after taking the last exam, the school was on holiday. Songxing and I took the bus back to the village. When we arrived at the entrance of the village, the driver dropped Songxing and me off, and we walked into the village. Along the way, the villagers saw Songxing behind me, and they all smiled. They looked at Songxing from head to toe, and some couldn't help but compliment him. "Your height is suitable. Your proportions are correct. Xianxian is so lucky." I winked at the people who were talking, asking them to shut up. They said suitable height because bone replacement requires putting one person's bones into another person's flesh and blood. If the height difference is too large, the flesh and blood will be pulled and hurt for 3 days and 3 nights during the period of bone and flesh healing. Songxing is 172 centimeters tall, and my sister is 165 centimeters tall. The skin and flesh are only 7 centimeters long, so there is no pain. At this time, Songxing came close to me and whispered, "Jean Jean, who is Xian Xian?" I panicked and explained quickly, "It's my sister. The uncle just now must have mistaken me for her." Seeing that Songxing didn't suspect anything, I cursed these people in my heart. I have to ask my dad to report them to the village chief. Suddenly, Songxing said out of the blue, "Jean Jean, why do I feel that your village is weird?" My heart skipped a beat. I asked him, "What's strange?" Songxing said, "Besides the strange way they looked at me, there were 3 people standing at the door of the house we passed just now. They looked like a family, but not a family. We just passed by Wang Ping's family." I frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Songxing said, "They look like a family, but I estimate that the daughter is about 170 centimeters tall, but her father looks at most 1.6 meters tall, and her mother is even shorter, probably just over 150 centimeters. I felt a little nervous, because Songxing was talking about Wang Ping's family of 3. Wang Ping was only 155 centimeters tall, and she couldn't find a bone source until the last day, when she pulled back a stranger who died in a car accident from a nearby rural road, but his height was 170 centimeters. On the day of the bone replacement, Wang Ping was in excruciating pain, and her screams at night could be heard by half of the village. My brain CPU was about to burn out, so I pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Actually, that's not her father, it's her second uncle. Her father was quite tall, but unfortunately, he died early. Her second uncle didn't get married, and he always took good care of her and her mother, and gradually became the male owner of the family. So that's how it is." Songxing looked at Melon. After a narrow escape, we finally got home. My father hadn't returned to the village yet, and there were only my sister and my mother at home. My mother warmly welcomed Songxing into the house. My sister came out of the house and greeted Songxing. She was wearing a loose t-shirt and shorts, revealing 2 well-proportioned long legs. Songxing's eyes were straight. My mother asked us to chat for a while, and turned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Songxing was full of interest in my sister, and talked to my sister without caring that I was next to her. My sister responded patiently, and was often amused by Songxing's humor. Songxing found a rope and performed magic tricks for my sister in various ways, taking the opportunity to create physical contact and take advantage of her. My sister didn't care about being molested, and even got closer and closer to Songxing, allowing Songxing to see the beauty under her collar. I understood my sister's intention. In our village, if someone wants to have a bone transplant, they will bring the original bone owner home the next day and submit a lawsuit against the original bone owner to the village chief. Human nature needs to be restrained. In order to prevent people from killing good people indiscriminately, the village chief and the review team will strictly check the bone transplant application. Even the special potion required for bone transplant is stored and managed by the village. However, those who have committed serious crimes are basically in prison and cannot fall into our hands. Therefore, we have to increase the severity of criminal trials against women and children. My sister is seducing Songxing, step by step towards crime. What does a mere appearance mean if it can be exchanged for being a healthy person for the rest of my life? And I finally saw clearly that Songxing is a completely wretched man. The last bit of attachment to him in my heart also vanished. I couldn't bear to watch it, so I took the initiative to help my mother in the kitchen. Finally, the meal was ready. I brought out a pot of bone soup and called Songxing to come over for dinner. When Songxing helped to serve the dishes, his sight was suddenly attracted by the window. "Huh? I think I saw an acquaintance." Songxing was a little surprised. "I'll be back soon." He put down the dishes in his hand and ran out. I looked at my mother and sister in surprise. How could Songxing have acquaintances in the village? We were planning to make him disappear here. My sister winked at me, and I hurriedly chased after him. "Sorry, I recognized the wrong person." Songxing called a girl passing by, and found that she was not an acquaintance, and looked embarrassed. "It doesn't matter." Xiaoju from the same village smiled friendly and turned away. Songxing watched Xiaoju's back blend into the night, with an expression of disbelief on his face. How can they be so similar? Songxing muttered. What's wrong? I came to Songxing's side. Songxing's expression was solemn. It's incredible, Jin, the girl just now, the back is exactly the same as my uncle. Even the walking posture is a bit similar. I asked curiously, your uncle? Songxing sighed. He has been missing for 3 years, and his daughter is only in junior high school. Poor my aunt and her daughter, they have been orphans and widows for these years. I remembered. The man Xiaoju changed his bones was a married man she hooked up with. Not only did the man abuse his wife for many years, but he also molested his daughter after his daughter went to junior high school. Xiaoju saw the little girl's request for help on the internet, took the initiative to approach the domestic violence man, and brought him back to the village to change. My mother served Songxing a full bowl of bone soup. Songxing drank until his mouth was full of oil and praised it highly. He didn't know that what he drank was the bone and blood soup specially made in our village. Before we change the bones, we need to let the original bone owner take bone and blood soup for 3 consecutive days to improve the adaptability of the bone source. In this way, after the bone change, we can minimize our rejection reaction to the new bones. Poor Sister Wang Ping, she used dead bones back then, and a series of complications occurred after the bone change. Until now, she needs someone to take care of her all the time and dare not leave the village easily. This soup is harmless to the body, and my mother added pepper to remove the fishy smell. We each served a bowl, and Songxing didn't doubt it at all. After the meal, chatting, Songxing took the initiative to lead the topic to my sister. Sister Xianxian is so beautiful, how can she not have a boyfriend? My sister sighed helplessly. Most men have no sexual tension in my eyes, and I can't get interested. Songxing's appetite was immediately whetted. What type does sister like? My sister stared at Songxing's eyes, with a slight smile on her lips. I like men with true nature. Men should be lustful and chauvinistic. They should also be domineering. If anyone dares to look at his woman for a second longer, he will fight with them. He can have many affairs outside, but the person he loves most is me. My sister leaned her upper body towards Songxing and drew circles on his chest with her index finger. The worse the man, the more I want to conquer him. You, a good college student, should have a good talk with my sister. My sister, who had drunk, was even more charming. Before the meal, my sister was full of admiration for Songxing. Songxing must have thought that my sister had a good impression of him, but this sudden denial made him lose his composure. Songxing gritted his teeth, and a resolute look appeared on his face. Sister Xianxian, it's wrong to judge people by appearance. Songxing grabbed my sister's hand and pulled her towards him. How do you know that I'm not a bad man? You? My sister pulled her hand away and laughed. Then tell me, how bad are you? Songxing raised his glass and drank it all, and he told me all the dirty things he had done. When he was a child, he threw a kitten to death. In junior high school, he and his classmates beat up homeless people and robbed elementary school students. In high school, he installed a pinhole camera in the bedroom and secretly filmed the female tutor. He also secretly put some kind of slime that he was proud of into the female teacher's water cup and watched her drink it with his own eyes. I resisted the urge to vomit. My sister sneered and said contemptuously, "That's it?" Songxing's face turned pale. He looked at my sister like a hungry beast looking at a piece of tempting fat meat. His whole mind was thinking that he had to eat this piece of meat no matter what. Songxing looked fierce and launched an attack. Then let me tell you, just last year, I and a few brothers took turns to have sex with a woman. As soon as the voice fell, the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. My sister and I both showed shocked expressions. My sister was the first to regain her composure on her face. It was a lie, right? If it was true, would you still be sitting here? Songxing sneered. At that time, a brother from my high school got married, and I went to be the best man. There was a bridesmaid sister on the bride's side. She looked coquettish and wore glasses. Several brothers couldn't control themselves when they were playing games. Later, it was my idea. We got her drunk together, took her to the hotel, and took turns to have sex. She didn't call the police? I asked in surprise. Songxing said proudly, she has no evidence, and calling the police is useless. And that idiot, I heard that the first thing she did after she realized what happened the next day was to take a shower. Ha 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 ha. I laughed to death. How can there be such a stupid woman in the world? Looking at Songxing's wanton laughter, my heart was instantly filled with anger. The sister must have been very sad to have encountered such a thing, so she would have thought of taking a shower to wash away the disgusting memory. But Songxing, the sinner, used this as a topic of conversation and smugly made fun of the victim. However, the anger in my heart was soon replaced by excitement. Because there were a total of 7 pinhole cameras in the corners of the furniture around us. They recorded Songxing's confession clearly from all angles. The crime that Songxing confessed was enough to make him a source of support for my sister. Songxing, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I pretended to be angry and got up to go back to my room. Songxing realized that he was outspoken. Seeing the regret flash across his face, my sister chuckled. It's okay. My sister listens to me very much. I will help you to guide her tonight. Songxing heard this and teased, then I'll leave it to you, sister. You're so good to me. I really want to repay you if I have the chance. My sister forced a last smile, turned around and left, and came to my bedroom. Then, we worked together to sort out the bone replacement application materials. I'm going to have my mother send it to the village chief's house early tomorrow morning. Songxing returned to the bedroom and couldn't calm down for a long time. He didn't expect that Sister Jingjin would be so easy to tease. And she didn't seem to mind that he was Jingjin's boyfriend at all. The taboo stimulation made his blood boil all night, and several times, he couldn't help but rush into the toilet to release it. Songxing turned on his mobile phone and entered the secondary system. Click on the green bubble to join a chat group. Group members often share their hunting experiences and short videos in the group. Songxing couldn't wait to show off his romantic encounter today. He posted a few photos of Xianxian secretly taken during the day, saying, I went back to my hometown with my girlfriend and prepared to take down her sister. Group friends came out one by one. Wow, this is the best. Oh my god, there are still such people in the mountains. Keep going, it's coming out soon. This is really good, remember to tag me when you upload the video. Fantasy? Secretly taking photos of people means she is interested in you? It's hilarious. I'm not saying, unless you are as handsome as me, you have no chance. Agree with the above, I suggest you stop YY, this kind of stuff, you have to be tall, rich and handsome to have no chance. I didn't expect so many people to not believe in him, and Songxing cursed in his heart. When I succeed, I will record a video and send it out, and let you kneel down and call me daddy. A night of spring dreams. When Songxing woke up, it was just dawn. There was a sound of a door opening outside, and someone went out. Listening to the footsteps, it seemed to be Jingjin's mother. Jingjin went to sleep in her sister's room, so it was inconvenient to find them. The mobile network was not good, so Songxing got up and urinated, then went outside and lit a cigarette. The morning fog was heavy, and it was white outside. Songxing simply walked around. As he walked, he threw away the cigarette butt, looked back, and didn't know which direction he came from. A figure appeared in front of him. Through the fog, he couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. The strange thing was that the other party was obviously walking towards him, but he didn't get closer to him. Could it be a ghost? Songxing thought. He quickened his pace and caught up. Now, Songxing saw clearly. It was a woman, she was wearing a green top and a black skirt. Her face was very white, and her lips were painted scarlet. The weird thing was that the woman's upper body was facing backwards, but her lower body was facing forward. Her upper and lower body were in completely opposite directions. The woman suddenly turned her head and smiled at Songxing. Songxing was so scared that he peed and fell into the field, running away. He didn't know how long he ran before he dared to look back. The female ghost didn't catch up. However, the fog was still there, and there was no village house around. Songxing was lost. He ran around like a headless fly and came to the door of an old temple. Songxing wanted to go into the temple to worship, so as not to be entangled by the female ghost. He walked into the temple, raised his hand to wave away the lingering cigarettes, and saw the spirit tablets neatly arranged on the long table. It turned out to be an ancestral hall. Songxing was about to put his hands together to worship, but when he looked up, he saw that behind the spirit tablets, there was a pile of skulls. At this time, a woman's eerie laughter came from somewhere. Songxing's scalp exploded, and he turned around and ran. He screamed like a ghost, "Jean Jean! Jean Jean, where are you? There is a ghost here." When my sister and I got up, the morning fog had dissipated. As soon as I walked out of the bedroom, I heard Songxing running back from outside, yelling. His face was pale, and he spoke incoherently about his experience. I had a hard time holding back my laughter. The woman Songxing met was Sister Huang Ying, who often took me to pick birds and shrimps when I was a child. When she was changing her bones, I don't know what went wrong, and her upper body could actually rotate 180 degrees to her back. Every time the villagers brought back bad guys, she loved to scare the bad guys for fun. The skulls that Songxing saw were the 24 ancestors of our bone-changing women. My great-grandmother was also in it. As for the stories of the ancestors, let's put them aside for now. I thought that I was still angry with Songxing, and said unhappily, "If you don't do anything wrong, the female ghost won't look for you." At lunch, Songxing saw the bone soup and was a little confused. "Why do you drink this every day?" he asked my sister in a low voice. My sister smiled and said, "The mountain is full of energy, and beef bone soup can dispel cold and dampness, so drinking it will not cause ghosts." Songxing was skeptical, but he gulped down the soup. After lunch, the sound of gongs rang out in the village. The villagers came out of their homes one after another, walking in the same direction. My sister, my mother, and I could not hide the joy in our eyes. This was a signal for ancestor worship. It meant that my sister's bone replacement application was approved. "I have to go with you to worship the ancestors?" Songxing was puzzled. "Your ancestors are not my ancestors." I pinched his arm. "You are still not happy? If my sister didn't like you, would you have this opportunity?" "What?" Songxing looked at my sister in disbelief. I pretended to be wronged. "Didn't I tell you that my sister and I have always had the same vision? We have shared our favorite things with each other since we were young. Although this time is different, I figured it out after talking with my sister last night. My sister is the person closest to me. No matter what it is, I am willing to share it with her." I looked at Songxing with affection, and my eyes were wet. The day after tomorrow is my sister's 21st birthday. According to the custom in our village, before that day, a girl must choose a man she likes and complete the bathing ceremony with him on the eve of her birthday. Songxing's eyes widened. "Bath together?" My sister looked cold and said in an unhappy tone, "If you don't want to, I won't force you." Songxing was so happy that his tongue was tied. "Yes, yes. I am willing." When we arrived at the ancestral hall, Songxing realized that what we were worshipping were the 24 skulls. The village chief burned Songxing's indictment in front of the ancestral tablets. My sister kowtowed to the ancestors and silently recited the oath. "Take the bones of the sinners and do good to the living. Never betray the tribe and always keep the secrets of the bone-changing tribe." Songxing looked at us worshipping the skulls and felt an indescribable strangeness in his heart. In the morning, he thought he had encountered a ghost, but he didn't expect that this ancestral hall was real. Then, he found the female ghost he met in the morning in the crowd. Songxing pulled my sleeve, his teeth chattering with fear. "Jean Jean, that female ghost is here too." I was too lazy to explain, so I glared at him and told him to be quiet. The village chief walked over to Songxing. He handed the cup to Songxing and asked him to go forward and ask the ancestors for their opinions in person. "Go. See if the ancestors approve of you," my sister encouraged. Songxing looked at the skull, the female ghost, and my sister. Fear and lust intertwined, messing up his mind. He came to the ancestral tablet in a daze and knelt down, holding the cup tightly in his hands. After praying silently, he threw it on the ground. One yin and one yang, it is a holy jiao. There was a wave of applause in the ancestral hall. Songxing was also very happy. After offering sacrifices to the ancestors, a huge bathtub was sent to my house by the villagers. Also sent were buckets of special medicine for bone replacement. Upon learning that Songxing had successfully passed the certification, my father immediately rushed home. When he saw Songxing, he touched his arms and legs up and down. What a physique, young man. My dad was more and more satisfied as he touched. Songxing asked in confusion, "Uncle, are you a Chinese medicine doctor?" My dad smiled but said nothing. That night, our family fell asleep in a tense mood. Only Songxing was itchy and had no intention of sleeping at all. He opened the chat group and shared his latest progress. "Tomorrow I will take a bath with my girlfriend's sister, and there will be a big fight at night. Self-shot short video 10 yuan, early bird discount 8 yuan, limited places, first come first served." He curled up in the quilt, smiling and waiting for the reactions of the group friends. "Yo, it's you again? It turns out that you are a porn seller, writing a script here. You can cheat your brothers, but don't cheat yourself, be careful of starting from 3 years. Swindlers, die first. It's not fake, I stand upside down and eat shit." Songxing was not angry at all this time, he just thought, "Let's see how I will slap you in the face tomorrow night." At this time, the group leader suddenly spoke and tagged Songxing. "Group leader, this group does not welcome scammers. Please send photos or videos of intimate contact with the heroine within 10 minutes, and add the designated gestures of this group, otherwise you will be given a plane ticket." Songxing was anxious. This group is usually his first choice for relieving loneliness, and he doesn't want to be kicked out. Songxing got up from the bed and hesitated for 2 minutes. "Anyway, Xian likes me, she will be mine sooner or later," he thought. "As long as I am a little tougher, she will definitely give in half-heartedly, so why wait until tomorrow night?" Songxing immediately said in the group, "Okay, you wait." Everyone in the room was asleep, and Songxing came to my sister's bedroom quietly. The door was locked, but there were no anti-theft nets on the windows here. Songxing climbed into my sister's bedroom, through the window. He held his phone in one hand, and a group live broadcast was being broadcast on the screen. Oh my god, live broadcast, so exciting. The picture is blurry and stuck, but it is better than all the 4K and censored high definition I have seen. Songxing came to the bedside and pointed the camera at my sister's face. "Oh my god, so beautiful. Goddess level. Brother Xing is awesome. 66,666, 3 years of blood profit." Brother Xing sent the address, and the veteran who won the 3rd place in the imperial examination for 10 years requested to join the war. When Songxing saw my sister's sleeping face, all the blood in his body rushed to his forehead. He reached out to unbutton my sister's clothes, and my sister woke up with a start. Songxing was startled and quickly covered my sister's mouth. My sister struggled, but the force was unexpectedly small. Songxing was stunned for a moment and smiled. He leaned close to my sister's ear and whispered, "You didn't use any strength at all, bitch, are you playing coy with me?" Songxing arched his mouth to kiss my sister. My sister whimpered and pushed his face away with her hands. Songxing grabbed my sister's hand and pressed it hard to the side. Suddenly, he heard a few crisp weiba sounds. A strange touch came from his palm. Songxing turned his head and saw that his scalp was numb instantly. My sister's hand, which was held by him, became like a thick rubber glove, soft, and was held in his hand. It was like there were no bones. He wanted to confirm what was going on in disbelief, and pinched my sister's arm. The bones in my sister's arm quickly dissolved, and a strange smell emanated from deep in the pores. Songxing screamed. My sister took the opportunity to kneel Songxing, and Songxing rolled off the bed. My sister immediately shouted, "Dad! Mom!" My sister only wanted to catch Songxing, but she found that her legs were no longer able to move. She rolled over and rolled off the bed, crawling towards Song Xing with disheveled hair. In the pale night, my sister was like a female ghost. Song Xing was frightened and escaped through the window. My dad woke up first after hearing the noise. When he rushed over, Song Xing was trying to open the door and escape. The door was locked. My dad hugged Song Xing from behind, and Song Xing struggled to break free and pushed my dad down. Song Xing climbed up the wall, and my mom ran over and hugged Song Xing's feet tightly. Song Xing kicked my mom to the ground with a few kicks, but he also fell off the wall. I rushed over and picked up the shoulder pole by the wall. Before Song Xing got up, I hit him hard on the back. My dad and mom rushed over in time and pressed Song Xing to the ground. I found a rope, and the three of us tied Song Xing up together. Song Xing shouted for help, and I stuffed his mouth with a towel, although, even if someone heard it, they would not come to help. We threw Song Xing into the woodshed and hurried to see my sister. Under the violent injury, my sister's bones dissolved prematurely. We immediately began to prepare to replace my sister's bones. My parents poured the special medicine into the bathtub. I cooked the bone and blood soup and went to the woodshed to force Song Xing to drink it. However, where Song Xing was, there was only a bundle of loose ropes. He ran away. I forgot that Song Xing was proficient in rope magic, and we didn't notice when he changed the knot into a slip knot. I turned my head and shouted, "He ran away." The moon was covered by dark clouds, and there were dark mountains all around. Song Xing left my house and fled in panic. Soon, the sound of pursuit was everywhere. Song Xing didn't want to expose his movements, so he hid in a cornfield nearby. "Call the police." With only a little battery left on his phone, he called the police. But the call was hung up the second before it was connected. No way. Song Xing thought of the ancestral worship ceremony in the ancestral hall and the villagers searching for him in the distance. The people in this village are all in collusion. If he called the police, it would most likely be received by the police station in the village. If even the local police are their people, then they are just sheep in the tiger's mouth. Song Xing hurriedly opened the group chat just now. "There is a monster here. Help me call the police. Save me." Song Xing trembled and opened the location, wanting to send the location, but few of the group members saw Song Xing's words, and they all cursed him for the live broadcast just now. I was scared to death, dead liar. Where did the ghost movie actor come from? I was scared to death. I took off my pants, I was scared to death. Sima thing, you will be impotent for the rest of your life. Group owner, kick this Sima thing quickly. Song Xing sent the location and typed hurriedly, swearing that he was really in danger. But he saw that the location failed to send. There was a line of gray words on it, "You have been removed from the group chat by the group owner." Song Xing wanted to cry but had no tears. "There is a light over there." A loud shout suddenly came from a distance. Song Xing quickly turned off his cell phone and fled. Song Xing successfully got rid of the villagers who were chasing him. He came to the side of the road. But it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and there was no car on the road. Song Xing took out his cell phone, but found that it was out of power and turned off. Just when he was desperate, a beam of light cut through the darkness. In the distance, a car came. Song Xing hid calmly, and he did not run out immediately. He was worried that it was a villager's car. Song Xing found a few sharp stones on the ground and threw them hard on the road. The driver really saw the thrown objects and the car slowed down. What surprised Song Xing even more was that it was a police car. Looking at the license plate, it was not a local car. Song Xing rushed out and stopped in front of the police car, raising his arms and shouting, "Help! Help!" 2 criminal policemen, one old and one young, got off the car vigilantly. Both of them pulled out their guns and shouted to Song Xing to hold his head and squat down. After confirming that Song Xing was not a threat, the police asked Song Xing why he was asking for help. Song Xing spoke incoherently for nearly 20 minutes before he could explain what happened clearly. "You said they wanted to kidnap you, but from what I heard, it was more like you wanted to violate someone, so they wanted to catch you," the old detective asked. He was worried that it was a villager's car. Songxing found a few sharp stones on the ground and threw them hard on the road. The driver really saw the thrown objects and slowed down the car. What surprised Songxing even more was that it was a police car. Looking at the license plate, it was not a local car. Songxing rushed out and stopped in front of the police car, raising his arms and shouting, "Help! Help!" 2 detectives, one old and one young, got off the car vigilantly. Both of them pulled out their guns and shouted to Songxing to hold his head and squat down. After confirming that Songxing was not a threat, the police asked Songxing why he was asking for help. Songxing spoke incoherently for nearly 20 minutes before he could explain what happened clearly. "You said they wanted to kidnap you, but from what I heard, it seems more like you wanted to violate someone, so they wanted to catch you," asked the old detective. The young detective also said, "If they wanted to kidnap you, why did they treat you well for 2 days without doing anything? It's even more ridiculous that the bones suddenly disappeared. You should go with us to the nearby police station for a urine test." "Really? I didn't take drugs. Believe me. The people in this village are weird." Songxing tried to defend himself. The old detective said helplessly, "Okay, then take us to see the boneless woman." Songxing and 2 detectives walked into the police car. At this time a beam of flashlight light swayed from the woods. Someone came over. "He is an outsider and is not familiar with our village. Let me lead the way, comrades." It was a policeman from the nearby police station, Xiaoliuzi. "My sister and I have called him Uncle Lu since we were young." 40 minutes later, Uncle Six led 2 criminal policemen and Songxing to my door. A group of villagers followed behind him to watch the excitement. The village has always been peaceful. Apart from me, they have never seen a policeman. The villagers are curious and hope to understand. Uncle Six explained to the 2 criminal policemen with a smile. "This is the house." After Songxing pointed it out, the old criminal policeman went forward and knocked on the door. A few minutes later, my father opened the door sleepily. "Xiao Song? Aren't you sleeping in the house? Why did you bring the police?" My father looked surprised. "Xiaoliuzi, these 2 are." Uncle Six explained to my father that they were criminal policemen passing by and happened to meet Songxing. "Xiao Song is my youngest daughter's boyfriend. He has been living in my house for the past 2 days." "What happened?" my father asked. The old criminal policeman briefly repeated Songxing's words and asked to see my sister. The faces of the villagers became nervous. When everyone helped to catch Songxing, they all heard that Songxing saw my sister's bones disappear. My dad asked the 2 detectives to wait. He turned around and whispered a name into the house. A figure walked out and came to my dad. The villagers were all surprised. The person who came out was my dad's eldest daughter, Xianxian. Songxing was speechless when he saw that my sister looked no different from ordinary people. "2 police uncles, what's the matter?" "Oh, sorry, this is the police brother." Under the hazy moonlight, my sister's eyes were blank, like a beautiful and innocent little deer. The young policeman blushed instantly. The old detective looked back at Songxing. Songxing hid behind the old detective and pointed at my sister. "I just touched her hand, and it clearly had no bones. She must be a monster." "I know, it's a skin corpse." "She is a skin corpse." My sister was a little scared. "I was sleeping alone in the room just now." "When did you enter my room?" "You are my sister's boyfriend, what do you want to do?" My father sighed and said to the police, "This young man came back with my youngest daughter for less than a day, and he actually expressed his love to my eldest daughter." My eldest daughter naturally disagreed. My youngest daughter broke up with him, and his mental state began to become very unstable. Songxing was still trying to refute. "What about bathing together, throwing cups and dice, and there were many skulls in our ancestral hall," all of which he shook out to the detective. He saw Huang Ying in the crowd and hurriedly pointed at her and said, "That woman, she is also a monster. Her upper body can be twisted behind her back." Huang Ying performed a waist bend in public. "Are you referring to this?" The villagers laughed. Seeing the two criminal police officers looking embarrassed, Uncle Six said in a businesslike manner, "Let our police station handle this young man. You two comrades have been busy, do you want us to host you for a night?" The old criminal police officer waved his hand and said it was no trouble. The two criminal police officers turned and left. Songxing wanted to follow them, but my sister came behind him without knowing when. He heard a click sound behind him, and a sharp pain pierced his body like a sword, and he was instantly unable to move. Before Songxing fell, my father and Huang Ying's father held Songxing. Uncle Six sent the two criminal police officers away. Songxing didn't know what happened yet, but he couldn't move, and his throat couldn't make any sound. The girls in our village, after learning to walk at the age of 5, have to start learning to touch and disassemble bones. Just now, my sister quickly and accurately pushed the third vertebra of Songxing's cervical vertebra inward, causing it to be dislocated. The severe pain was enough to cause Songxing to fall into temporary paralysis and loss of voice. After the criminal police left, my dad thanked everyone. "I'm sorry for causing trouble to everyone, go back." Someone asked curiously, "Xian, whose bones did you replace?" My sister lowered her eyes and replied, "Jin's. I never thought that the person who would bathe with my sister would become me." The villagers who were chasing Songxing saw Songxing meet the police from other places and notified the village chief and my dad immediately. Although Songxing's experience was a fantasy, if these two policemen came to investigate, the village's secrets for many years might be lost. In any case, they couldn't see my sister without bones. However, there was no other bone source in the village to replace my sister's bones. I thought of a way. Use my bones. I am 19 years old this year, and my bones still have 2 years of life. When the villagers notified my dad that Uncle Six was bringing the criminal police over, we knew that there was no other choice. My mother, Huang Ying, and Xiao Ju put my sister, who was unable to move, into the bathtub. Then, I also undressed and took a bath. My sister and I were soaking in the tub, speechless for a moment. The last time my sister and I took a bath together was when we were about 4 or 5 years old. When we were both old enough to play with water. Even though my sister's bones were dissolving, she was still stunningly beautiful. Seeing the sharp scalpel cut a hole in my chest, my sister's eyes turned red. Jin, it hurts." I shook my head. My mother, Wang Ping, and Huang Ying quickly removed my bones one by one and put them into my sister's body. As soon as my sister's chest was sewn up, the old criminal police knocked on the door outside. Songxing was brought to me. Seeing me soaking in a tub full of crimson potion, with my boneless body half floating on the water, his expression was uglier than seeing a ghost. My mother fed Songxing the last bowl of bone blood soup. Then, she, my sister, Xiaoju, and Huang Ying stripped Songxing naked and put him in the tub. I smiled. "You didn't expect that the person you would bathe with was me, Songxing. Do you still remember that when I agreed to date you, one of the conditions was that you quit the school basketball team? At that time, I said that I was afraid that you would get hurt. Now, do you understand my concerns?" Songxing finally realized his usefulness. He was still paralyzed, but he could finally make a sound. He cried and begged for mercy. Jin, I was wrong, Jin, please let me go. I will go out and find a more suitable person for you, please don't kill me." I had no expression on my face. "Give up, Songxing, even if I don't kill you, there are still many people in the village who want to break your bones. You have missed the only chance to escape, what a pity." Songxing begged for mercy for a while, and seeing that I was indifferent, he became vicious. "So you brought me back on purpose, you bitch. You will die a miserable death. And you. My dad will definitely avenge me, he will definitely find this place and kill you all." My sister patted Songxing's head. "Your dad is also guilty of teaching a rapist like you. Welcome your dad to deliver the goods." At my nod, my sister used a scalpel to cut open Songxing's chest. After completing the bone replacement, I rested at home for 7 days. I grew 5 centimeters taller than before, and my shoulders became much wider. I am afraid that I can't wear the skirts I used before, which is really annoying. There are always more men who commit crimes than women, and we are helpless. Songxing's family reported the missing case, and the police found our village. The whole village said that Songxing was mentally ill and ran into the mountains and disappeared. If they insisted on going into the mountains to look for him, they might find Songxing's clothes and hair, and because of the significant changes in my figure, I had to apply for a leave of absence from school. I have to continue looking for new bone sources for my sister in the next 2 years. I can't go to school to kidnap college students. Before leaving home, I have one more thing to do. I put Songxing's skull into my backpack and came to the back of the ancestral hall alone. Unexpectedly, I met the old detective here that day. You scared me when you came over. The old detective smoked a cigarette. I thought it was the missing Xiaosong. I couldn't help but get nervous and tightened the shoulder straps of my backpack. I heard from my 6th uncle that the old detective was responsible for some seemingly related missing cases. He appeared in our village in plain clothes, and his purpose was not simple. Xiaosong said that you worship the skull, and it's true. The old detective's eyes were unfathomable. What secrets are hidden in your village? I looked into the old detective's eyes. I was thinking, if he knew our secret, would he keep it secret? This secret is about the women in our village. About why our bones dissolve at the age of 21. I smiled slightly, and the wind blew my hair. Are you ready to accept the truth? It was a time of war. Enemies were burning, killing, and looting everywhere. The war reached our village, and our ancestors were discovered by the enemy on the way to escape. They killed all the men, old people, and children who did not escape. They also took away more than 100 young girls. The girls were taken to the enemy's camp for their soldiers to vent their beastly desires. At that time, in order to prevent and treat syphilis, the enemy would inject a drug called arsenic 606 into the captured girls. This drug has many side effects that are not good for the body, including inhibiting the growth of bone marrow. There was an officer in the military camp where the girls were located who was a doctor. He was slightly dissatisfied when he saw that the girls he captured were pale and thin. He arbitrarily modified arsenic 606 to make its side effect of damaging bones more potent. Not only did the girls' bodies become softer, but they also had less power to resist. However, when these girls who were injected with the modified drug reached the age of 21, their bones would dissolve. Except for their skulls, all their bones disappeared. They eventually became paralyzed and died miserably soon after. However, people died every day in the war, and the officers easily covered up this secret. Later, the war ended. Only 24 of the more than 100 girls who were captured survived. They returned to the village. They had witnessed the tragic deaths of their sisters, and they waited for their 21st birthday in fear every day. They tried to seek medical treatment, but all doctors were helpless. The frustrated girls suddenly decided one day to try their best. During the trial, half of the girls died. Finally one day, they discovered the secret of bone replacement. This was an operation that only their bodies could accept. But what they didn't expect was that the pain caused by the devil did not end on them. Even the female offspring they gave birth to had the same disease. The girls in our village could only learn to walk at the age of 5. At the age of 21, you need to change your bones. Otherwise, you will be paralyzed and eventually die as a pile of rotten meat. My mother told me this story when I was 5 years old. Xianxian, Jin, our ancestors were very brave, and you must have the courage to grow up. Mom said to me and my sister. Perhaps, some people would say that freaks like us should not be born. However, my great-grandmother said, in the enemy's camp, I endured the torture of the devil every day. At that time, I felt that I was not a person, but a pitiful piece of breathing meat. Now, I can be a human again. I hope that my descendants will cherish the opportunity to be a human being. Cherish the opportunity to be a human being, this is the teaching of our ancestors. And some people in the world not only do not cherish this opportunity, but also deprive others of their opportunities. So, we swallow the secrets and cover up the scars. Swear to remove all the sinful bones in this world. I didn't tell the old detective this story in the end. I turned to leave, but he called me to stop. What's that round thing in your backpack? His eyes were as sharp as an eagle. I looked down at the backpack and reached out to touch the bulging part. It was exactly the size of a human head, so it's no wonder he noticed it. Besides, I was holding a short shovel in my hand. I almost forgot. I smiled and opened the backpack. I took out a sapling. I tore open the black bag under the roots of the tree, and it was a round lump of cultivation soil. It's a 21st birthday gift for my sister. She was too lazy to go out, so she asked me to help her plant it near the ancestral hall. After I explained, I came to the ancestral hall, dug a hole, and planted the sapling. A few days ago, I was at a loss as to how to deal with Songxing's skull. So I clicked on the avatar of a girl in the address book and sent a message. I accidentally picked up Songxing's skull, what do you want me to do with it? She didn't reply. I had no choice but to find a random place to bury Songxing's skull. But before I left, I received a reply from the girl, give it to me to plant succulents. So, I took Songxing's skull out of my backpack. I stepped on the soil around the saplings tightly. I picked up the shovel and backpack and waved to the old detective. Goodbye, police uncle. I strode away, thinking about the plan I discussed with Sister Xiaoju and Sister Huangying yesterday. The plan discussed by Sister Huangying. We want to open a small shop in the city, mainly engaged in massage and bone setting. I wonder how it works. The end. It was a rainy night. I was watching TV series at home. Maybe the lightning affected the power supply, and my home was disconnected from the internet. I had to open the master key and search for nearby networks. I actually saw a Wi-Fi name, I am under the bed in 303. I have never seen it before. The first moment I saw this name, my scalp went numb. Because my home is 303, and at this moment, I was lying on the bed watching TV series. In the middle of the night, one person and one cat were at home. Anyone who saw this sentence suddenly would be shocked. I was so scared that my hands trembled and I actually clicked on this network. When I wanted to quit, it was too late. The master key was unprecedentedly efficient and immediately connected to the internet with full signal. It was very close to me. At the same time, I heard a rustling sound coming from under the bed. I jumped up from the bed suddenly, and my whole body was numb. I didn't dare to look down. Thinking that there was something between me and a mattress at the moment, my first reaction was to run away. But reason forced me to calm down. If there is really someone under the bed, I jump out of the bed, he will immediately grab my legs, and I can't run away anymore. If I stay in bed now, if he dares to climb out, I can jump out of the bed from the opposite direction. It takes a certain amount of time to get out from under the bed, and I can use this time to escape. He is scaring me now, just to make me panic. When I was frantically thinking of a solution on the bed, a meow sound came from under the bed. Mimi? The string in my mind suddenly broke, and I lay down with a sense of relief. A pair of green cat eyes stared at me under the bed. The rustling sound just now was indeed made by this fat cat. It looked at me at this moment, and its hair stood up. It was fine, why did it get stressed? But there was nothing under the bed. I am really neurotic, a prank name can scare me like this. Before I could relax for half a minute, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocks were slow and mechanical, and there was an inexplicable weirdness in this rainy night. My heart was hanging again. I walked over barefoot. I saw a person standing on the side of the door through the peephole. I couldn't see his face, only half of his figure in a takeaway uniform. The knocks continued. The lights were on at home, and it was impossible to pretend that no one was there. I didn't order takeaway, you went to the wrong place. The man outside was talking in a deep voice. Ms. Gua from 303, last number 8976, is that you? It was indeed my information. Did someone else order it for me? The male voice outside continued, the order address shows this building. I was also a little shaken in my heart, maybe it was really a misunderstanding. What did you order? A serving of brown sugar water. It was indeed ordered by someone who knew me. I had severe menstrual cramps these days, and I was sick, so I had to take leave to rest at home. I didn't even have the energy to attend the crime simulator sharing session. Because I am one of the developers, the meeting was postponed for 2 days. Fortunately, you don't have to open the door to get takeout. Okay, you can put it at the door, thank you. I heard the sound of plastic bags falling outside and waited for several minutes. From the peephole, the voice-activated lights outside were off, and the delivery man should have left. I put my hand on the doorknob and was about to open the door. But I saw the Wi-Fi name tonight, and there was another unknown takeout in the middle of the night. A feeling of uneasiness enveloped me. I put down the doorknob and turned on my phone. There are 6 households in this building, 4 of which are on the 3rd floor. I am in 303, and 301 and 304 are on the diagonal side. The 3 of us are on one side of the corridor. At the end of the corridor are 302 on both sides, and their peepholes can see the entire corridor. I sent a message to the residents group. At 302 Tiandao, are you asleep? Can you help me see if there is anyone at my door? Put your hands together. I got a response soon. 302 Tiandao, is your peephole broken? I didn't explain much and admitted it directly. 302 was very straightforward and replied to me after a while, no one, but there is a takeaway on the ground. I breathed a sigh of relief, it seems that I thought too much. Thank you, brother. Just when I was about to open the door to get the takeaway, my phone rang with a reminder. It was 301 who was opposite me who sent me a friend request. Reason for application, don't trust 302. There is a girl living diagonally opposite, her WeChat nickname is Maine, and we have never contacted each other. At this time, such a shocking message was suddenly sent. I quickly agreed to her application and asked. What happened? 301, like me, can't see the whole corridor, why did she say that? 301 Maine, it was 8 o'clock tonight, and it was raining heavily when I went out. I met 302 Tiandao, who was out downstairs. I just came back half an hour ago, and the door of 302 is very clean. In the past half hour, I didn't hear anyone opening the door next to me. After reading this sentence, I felt a chill on my back. This is an old residential building, with many muddy construction sites nearby. Although the conditions are average, I have been living here since it was a relic left to me by my mother. In such heavy rain, my shoes must be wet and dirty after going out, and there must be marks on the corridor. Even if the water can evaporate, the mud stains cannot. 301 is on my side, closest to 302, so it is possible to discover this. All this information put together. Could it be that 302 did not come back all night? Then why did he say in the group that there was no one in the corridor? At this time I stood by the door, and my mind became extremely focused and thinking. Suddenly, I heard a slight breathing sound. This sound was in my ears, like an electric current, which made me tremble all over. I lay on the security door, very slowly. I heard a strange breath, just on the other side of the door. The sound was very low. It was the delivery man just now, he didn't leave at all. He squatted at my door, waiting for me to open the door. I covered my mouth tightly, held my breath, and dared not make a sound. I opened my phone with trembling hands and wanted to call the police. I realized that when I was listening to the noise just now, 304 asked me several questions in the group. 304 Bowsy, at 303 Fireworks, do you want your takeaway? At 303 Fireworks, I heard you didn't open the door. If you don't want it, give it to me. I'm really hungry. I was about to reply to him not to go out, and suddenly I heard the door across the street open with a creak. It's 304 Bowsy's house. He didn't even wait for my reply, and opened the door to get it directly, but it's not surprising, because 204 and 403 got married before, and they put wedding candies in the elevator. 304 Bowsy actually took them all away. We all know that he is a person who likes to take advantage of small things. I was anxious and didn't know what the purpose of the person outside was. But before I could think more, I heard a scream when 304 opened the door. Ah! I held the wall next to me and immediately looked out through the cat's eye. The voice-activated light was also on, but from my perspective, there was nothing outside. No delivery man, number 304 Bowsy. There were thunders outside, and the rain was getting heavier, as if it could drown out all the sounds. Woo! I turned around and saw Mimi breathing under the bed, looking very nervous. But I had confirmed several times that there was nothing under the bed. Mimi's state made me even more panicked. The sound of a door closing outside drew my attention back. It sounded like 304 Bowsy's home. I immediately turned on my phone and asked 304 in the group chat. Me, at 304 Bowsy, why did you suddenly open the door? Did you see anything outside? 301 Main, at 304 Bowsy, what the hell are you screaming about? After a long while, 304 replied to the message. I didn't see anything. What the hell are you yelling about? It's too dark in the corridor. I bumped into the electric meter box. The electric meter box on this floor is at my door. It's not placed high, so it's easy to bump into it. 304 Bowsy didn't see anything, so what was the breathing sound I heard behind the door just now? I wanted to talk about this in the group, but for some reason, I opened 301 Main's dialog box. Sister Main, just before 304 went out, I heard someone behind the door. 301 replied almost immediately, are you sure? 303 Hanabi, I heard someone's breathing behind the door, but it's not very clear. 301 Main, 304 Bowsy said he didn't hear anything. Either you heard it wrong, or... The following words are self-evident. My heart was beating violently, and a wave of fear swept through my body. 301 Main continued to reply, I'll help you check it now. I typed quickly on the keyboard, don't go out. 301 Main, don't worry, I'm not that stupid. I'll use the small skylight on the door to take pictures for you. Yes. There is a small skylight. I looked up and saw a very small window above the entrance door. It can be opened a little bit inwards. It is impossible for a person to get through, but it is easy to stick out a mobile phone. I didn't even think of this just now. At this time, 301 Main had sent me a video. I immediately turned on the mute after I answered the call. The screen was pitch black. With the light of a safety indicator in the corridor, I could barely see the outline of the corridor. 301 Main turned the phone around, and I saw the entire corridor from the rear camera. No one, no takeout. Nothing. This is still the corridor where I go home every day. Everything that happened just now seemed like an illusion. At this time, I received a private message on WeChat. It was sent by Xiaojing from 204 downstairs. Xiaojing is my only friend in this building. She and 403 Xiaoyong met as neighbors in this building. Xiaojing is a teacher, Xiaoyong is a policeman, and they got married not long ago, but because their rental contract has not expired, they have not moved in together in order to get back their deposit. 204 Xiaojing, I just heard someone calling upstairs, who is it? Me, it's 304 Bowsy. 204 Xiaojing, speaking of Bowsy, the water in his bathroom is always on, making me unable to sleep. In the middle of the night, Bowsy took my brown sugar water and didn't drink it quickly, but ran to take a shower? 204 Xiaojing, no, he takes a shower at 8 o'clock every day, and it has never changed. He takes a shower as soon as I have dinner every day. I remember it very clearly. Xiaojing lives directly below Bowsy. There is a water pipe up and down, and the old residential building has been in disrepair for a long time, so the water use upstairs can be heard clearly downstairs. After Xiaojing heard my story, she pulled Main and me into a small group of 3 people, and also pulled her husband 403 Xiaoyong in. I repeated what I had just said to Main. Everyone, please be careful. It may not be safe in the building now. Don't go out. 204 Xiaojing sent a row of horrified expressions. Too scary, someone sneaked into our building? Me, I'm not sure, the breathing sound just now was also intermittent. 301 Main, I just took a video from the small window, and there was nothing in the corridor. After that, Main posted the video recording of our video just now in the group. Me, I always feel something is strange, so I'd better be more careful. From the Wi-Fi name I searched, the kitten's stress, to the screams of Bowsy in 304, and the water flow in the bathroom. It was like a mess, and I couldn't find the clues accurately from it, but I always felt that there was something key that I overlooked. No one spoke in the group for a while. To be at ease, I looked under the empty bed again. I went to the room and opened all the wardrobe doors, and checked the bathroom and kitchen. All the windows in this building are equipped with anti-theft nets, the anti-theft doors at the entrance are very strong, and the neighbors are awake. This is the safest situation. I repeated these words over and over again, but the feeling of thorn in my side still did not disappear. Someone was talking in the small group. It was Xiaoyong, from 403. He hadn't spoken just now, and I thought he had fallen asleep before me. 403, Xiaoyong, did you find anything wrong with the video in the corridor? He is a policeman, so his observation is naturally better than others. I opened the video recording again. The big screen was the dark corridor, and my small window was in the upper right corner. I watched it several times, and there was nothing special. Me, what's wrong? 403, Xiaoyong, do you think that there is a floor tile with a dark color? In the dark corridor, you can only see an outline of an object, and you can also distinguish between light and dark. After Xiaojing finished speaking, I immediately took a screenshot and enlarged it. My scalp exploded. Under the electric box at the door of my house, on a piece of floor, there was an irregular dark mass. It was like a dark liquid. Is it blood? If it was hit by the electric box, how could it bleed so much? 403, Xiaoyong, was there this thing at the door when you came home? The electric box is at my door, and I immediately said that I didn't see it when I came back. 403, Xiaoyong, I have called the police. Don't go out. 1. There was a thunder outside the window, and my hands were shaking. A stranger sneaked into this building, and I don't know what the purpose is. If this is really blood at the door, how is 304 Bowsy now? Xiaoyong tagged him in the large group of the residential building. 403, Xiaoyong, at 304 Bowsy, are you hurt? After a while, 304 Bowsy replied in the group, no injury, probably just a little skin broken. If such a large pool of liquid at the door is all blood, Bowsy must not be awake. I was editing text in the small group, and Xiaoyong directly opened the microphone in the large group. Isn't the pool of blood at the door of 303 yours? I was shocked. Xiaoyong, as his name suggests, actually asked directly. If it was really the murderer, I wanted to discuss countermeasures behind his back, and I didn't want to anger him so quickly. But now that Xiaoyong has asked, let's see how Bowsy answers. I thought Bowsy couldn't explain it, but he replied so quickly. What a pool of blood, that's because I hit my head with brown sugar water and it spilled on the ground. It spilled all over me, so I took a shower when I got home. It turned out to be like this. Not only can the dark liquid at the door be explained, but even Xiaojing's statement that she took a shower upstairs makes sense. I breathed a sigh of relief, and the tension that had just been tense relaxed again. On such a rainy night, it is inevitable that you are too nervous and think too much. 403, Xiaoyong and 204 Xiaojing talked about something else. I felt that Xiaoyong and Xiaojing were quite cold today. Usually, the two of them show off their love in the group every day. The couple didn't have a quarrel. Since she started asking Bowsy, Main in 301 has not spoken. She is calm and rational, and I don't know what she thinks. Unexpectedly, she privately chatted with me at this time. 301 Main, I just watched the video several times again. I have something to tell you. Hearing her say this, my heart was hanging. 301 Main continued, is there someone under the bed behind you? Seeing this, my legs suddenly became unstable and I almost sat on the ground. I checked several times just now, and there was nothing under the bed. I almost forgot the name of the prank. Now the curse of this Wi-Fi name has appeared again? Buzz. The phone vibrated. It was 204 Xiaojing, the water downstairs has finally stopped. 204 Xiaojing, I just heard someone dragging a stool upstairs. Baozi is always like this. With Xiaojing speaking for Baozi, his suspicion was temporarily cleared. But I have no time to care about the group messages now. I immediately asked 301 Main, is there someone under my bed? I just checked several times and there was nothing. 301 Main, I just watched the screen recording and found that the bed behind you seemed to move. It's not that there is someone under the bed, it's the mattress. A thunderbolt broke through the sky and my scalp exploded. I stood at the door like a petrified man, not daring to move. I checked under the bed so many times, but I always ignored it. The thick mattress can accommodate an adult. The cat has a keen sense of smell and has long discovered that there is something wrong with the bed. That's why it was so stressed. At this moment, it squatted beside me, its eyes still staring at the room motionlessly. In a flash, I figured it all out. The house that I thought was impregnable is now hiding a stranger. The anti-theft net and anti-theft door are all useless. He just hid under the mattress and even changed the Wi-Fi name just to enjoy my fear. This is a complete pervert who may take action at any time, and the consequences are disastrous. I looked around and made a decision almost immediately. Now contact 301 Main and ask her to video chat with me using the same method as before. If there is no one in the corridor, I will open the door and go to her house. 301 is on the side of me, only 4 or 5 meters away, and it will take me only a few seconds to rush over. Even if there is someone in the mattress, it is impossible for them to catch up with me. But just when I was about to contact 301 Main, my phone vibrated again. It was 204 Xiaojing who tagged me in the group. At 303 Fireworks, I'm here to find you. At 303 Fireworks, I'm here to find you. At 303 Fireworks, I'm here to find you. Xiaojing is coming to find me? 301 Main objected first. No, I don't know what's going on in the building now, stay home and wait for the police to come. But I can already hear the sound of high heels stepping on the corridor. Da, da, da. It's mechanical and dull, and it seems a little heavy. In this quiet rainy night, it is infinitely magnified by the narrow corridor. Not only I heard it clearly, 301 Main also heard it clearly. 301 Main, at 204 Xiaojing, why don't you listen? 204 Xiaojing, I'm a little scared, I want to find Sister Huahua, let's wait for the police together. My mind was in a mess at the moment, and my mental endurance was almost at its limit. I didn't dare to check the mattress. The best way at this moment was to leave. But Xiaojing came to my house. If there was really a conflict, 2 people against 1 person seemed to have a better chance of winning. She was much stronger than me. In the past, when we played arm wrestling, I was always firmly crushed by her. The sound of high heels was very fast, and it stopped at the door of my house. 204 Xiaojing, open the door quickly, sister. I am a few months older than her, and this has always been her usual name for me. Looking out through the peephole, it was indeed Xiaojing's face outside. In the dim corridor, her face was too white and her lips were as red as blood. A head of smooth black hair blocked both sides, making her face look narrow and small. It's so late and you haven't taken off your makeup yet? I put my hand on the door handle, wanting to let her in. But at this moment, I received a message from 403 Xiaoyong. Why would he private message me? I added him because of Xiaojing. After becoming friends, he has been lying on the list and never said a word. 403 Xiaoyong, don't open the door. Xiaojing is not right tonight. After saying that, he sent me a screenshot of the chat. It happened just now. In the screenshot, Xiaoyong asked Xiaojing if she would still go if she couldn't buy the ticket to Guangzhou. Xiaojing replied that she would not go. It was a very simple conversation. 403 Xiaoyong sent me a message, but I didn't tell her that I was going to Guangzhou. I felt a chill on my back. Xiaojing outside was still knocking on the door. Dong, dong, dong. The frequency of knocking on the door became faster and faster. I stood behind the door and felt the iron door shaking constantly. Xiaojing sent a message in the group, "Open the door quickly. I seem to hear someone going up the stairs. Xiaojing is my only friend here. Should I believe what Xiaoyong said and leave her alone outside?" I wanted to imitate 301 Main and use my phone to check the situation outside through the small window on the door. But the sound of opening this small window is so loud that it will definitely be discovered by people outside. I was caught in a dilemma. I said to the outside, "Xiaojing, the door can't be opened from the inside. Find the place where the spare key is and open the door from the outside." When I said this, my eyes were glued to the cat's eye. The blank face outside did not react at all. I watched her squat down slowly. It was no longer within the cat's field of vision. My heart was cold. The person outside was definitely not Xiaojing. I had always kept the spare key in the electrical box before. After Xiaojing found out, she said it was too dangerous to do so, and I never let it go from then on. The door handle was soaked with my sweat. What was outside? I squatted down slowly. I lay on the ground. There was a narrow gap in the security door. I saw two people standing outside. One was on the side, wearing sports shoes. One was in the middle of the door, wearing Xiaojing's favorite pair of red high heels. At this time, the pair of feet wearing high heels fell to the ground in an extremely twisted posture. I can imagine that there is a man standing outside, holding Xiaojing, standing in front of the cat's eye like a puppet. He is waiting for me to open the door. Bang! There was a loud noise from the iron door. The man didn't hold Xiaojing, and she fell straight down. A head rolled to the crack of the door and looked at me. I looked at Xiaojing's lifeless eyes, staring at me motionlessly. My tears flowed down, and I tried my best to endure it, so as not to make a sound. The knocking on the door outside continued, the frequency became faster and faster, and the sound became louder and louder. In the big group. 204 Xiaojing, sister, open the door quickly. 302 Tiandao, open it for her, it's really noisy. 304 Baozi, I feel the walls are shaking. Only Main from 301 was still private messaging me, don't open the door. She sent me a photo. The angle was taken from the small window on her door. No wonder I didn't say anything just now, and I took the risk to take pictures. The moment I saw the photo, my chest was choked. The voice-activated lights in the corridor were already on because of the knocking on the door, and the photo was very clear. There was a sticky pool of blood under the electrical box at my door. Two people stood next to the blood, a very tall man in black, holding an axe in one hand and Xiaojing in the other. The axe was still dripping with blood, and Xiaojing was held in his hand like a broken doll. When I saw Xiaojing's body, tears welled up in my eyes again. The murderer was just outside the door, and I hated that I couldn't go out and cut him into pieces now. In the blurred vision, I suddenly found that the photo seemed a little weird. The man with the axe, although his face was in profile, his eyes were all black, and there was a strange smile on his lips. I immediately sent a message to 301 Main. He found you. He found you. He has been looking at you with squinting eyes. But for a long time I didn't wait for Main's message. Only then did I realize that everything was quiet. No one knocked on the door outside. How is Main? My heart was like being burned by hot oil. I even slapped the security door hard, trying to hear Main's voice across the street. But there was nothing. It can be seen at a glance from the photo that the water under the electric box at the door is definitely not brown sugar water. Baozi from 304 deceived us. Looking at the bloodstains, Baozi is probably unlikely to survive. His mobile phone has long been in the hands of the murderer. This crazy murderer has killed Baozi from 304 and Xiaojing from 204. There is no news about Tiandao in 302 and Mian in 301 at this moment, and it is likely that they are in danger. I leaned against the door, listening to the news outside while looking at the room. At this time, Mimi suddenly jumped onto the bed, bit the sheets, and started dragging. It had never done this before. The feeling of uneasiness in my heart became stronger and stronger. The murderer entered the building and was wandering outside at this moment, but I could feel that the person in the mattress seemed to have reached the limit of his patience. It is not possible to go out now, and it is not possible not to go out. Either way, it is death. Knock, knock. Police, you called the police, please open the door. A gentle young man's voice sounded outside the door, like a life-saving straw in despair. I was ecstatic and glanced outside through the cat's eye. A police uniform with a badge on the chest. For 03, Xiaoyong's police finally came. I turned the doorknob while thinking. The moment the click sounded, I immediately thought of the key. No. For 03, Xiaoyong called the police, why did he knock on my door? 2. There was such a big pool of blood at the door, why did the police act as if they didn't see it? I quickly let go of the door handle, and the door lock that had been opened bounced back instantly. Almost at the same time, I felt a huge impact on the iron door. Someone outside was knocking on the door. If I was a moment later, the door would have been knocked open. My hands were numb from the impact, and I stepped back a few steps and fell to the ground. I felt a shadow cast on it. I slowly raised my head. There was a face on the small window above the security door. I could tell at a glance that it was the man with the axe in the photo. He was lying on the small window, looking at me and smiling. Although this small window could never let a person in, the mental impact of this scene was huge. Ah! I screamed madly. He seemed to enjoy my fear very much, and the smile on his face became more and more distorted. Then he left the small window. I listened to his footsteps leaving the corridor and slowly disappearing. My heartbeat was like a drum and it didn't calm down at all. In the extreme fear and despair, I found the clues and the chaotic information. At present, it can be confirmed that the victims are Baozi from 304 and Xiaojing from 204. Baozi from 304 took the initiative to open the door to get takeout, and was ambushed by the murderer at the door and killed with one blow. The murderer entered 304 in this way, but how did he get to 204? The anti-theft door of this residential building is very strong and will not be broken by external force, and there is no loud sound of breaking the door. The windows of this house are all anti-theft nets. How did the murderer get in? In a flash, I thought of a place that I would always ignore. Escape window, it's an escape window. The anti-theft nets of this building have escape windows, which are usually fixed with only one wire, so you can leave quickly in case of fire. Xiaojing from 204 is right below Baozi from 304. District Hand entered 204 and killed Xiaojing in this way. The murderer was wearing a police uniform, and the only policeman in this building was Xiaoyong in 403. Xiaoyong is Xiaojing's husband, and Xiaojing probably has his key. If the murderer entered 403 and got the police uniform, Xiaoyong might have been killed. 403 is right above me. At this moment, using the same method, I can get to my house through the escape window. I turned my head slowly, and saw a person lying outside the security net outside the room. He looked at me with an extremely exaggerated and ugly smile on his face. I don't know when the wire of the escape window broke, and it was opening and closing in the wind and rain. It only took 2 steps to get in through the dark window. At this time, the zipper of the mattress next to it began to open from the inside. The movement was very small, and if I hadn't stared at it, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. Maine was not wrong, there was indeed a person hiding inside, but now it was a life and death moment, and I didn't have time to be too surprised. It was now. It was too late to wait for the police. I could only save myself. The desire to survive surpassed everything at this moment. I quickly stood up from the ground, rushed to the bedside and pulled the curtains to block my view. At the same time, I ran to the kitchen outside and picked up a kitchen knife. He suddenly opened the zipper of the mattress. "Didn't you want to get out? I'll help you." At the moment when the window was violently broken outside, I got under the bed. Watching a pair of wet men's shoes jump in from the windowsill, a strong smell of blood filled the whole room. I tried my best to control my breathing, but I couldn't control my heartbeat, which was almost overloaded because of the huge fear. The man stood in front of the bed. I didn't know if he saw the zipper gap of the mattress now. Seeing him hesitate, I reached the kitchen knife into the mattress from under the bed and stabbed it hard. The mattress immediately bounced violently. The killer was fast. Before I pulled out the kitchen knife, I heard the sound of the axe on the bed. The axe man thought I was hiding inside. But he didn't know. There was someone under the bed. This was my only time. When he unzipped the zipper to check the body, it would be too late. I used the greatest strength of my life to swing the kitchen knife in my hand at the axe man's feet. I only have this one chance. The sound of the kitchen knife cutting into the bone made people's teeth ache. I almost cut off the axe man's ankle. He let out an extremely painful roar and immediately sat on the ground. Without hesitation, I immediately crawled out from under the bed and ran towards the door. I opened the door and went downstairs in one go. I ran on the street in the heavy rain. I ran for a kilometer until I was soaked and exhausted. I called the police with the help of a convenience store owner. When the police car arrived with sirens blaring, I couldn't bear it anymore and passed out. When I woke up again, I was lying on the hospital bed. The doctor said that I was just in a temporary shock due to exhaustion and I could leave after a checkup. My colleagues in the laboratory heard about this and came to visit me. There were many flowers in front of the French window. After I left the hospital, I went to the police station on purpose. I learned that the two murderers were targeting me from the beginning. This rainy night was the anniversary of my death they chose for me. Because there will be a sharing session of the crime simulator in 2 days, which is called sharing but actually publishing. This simulator can make a very accurate suspect portrait analysis based on the victim information and on-site survey. For many criminals, it will be more difficult to commit crimes in the future. I don't know who posted my information on the dark web where criminals are active a few days ago, claiming that the source code of the simulator is here. The two habitual criminals decided to kill me. On the one hand, they thought they could destroy the simulator, and on the other hand, they wanted to become famous. The killer wants to receive orders and needs fame. The more neat and tidy the method, the more unsolved the case, and the bigger the order they can receive. Taking advantage of the high popularity of the simulator, both decided to live broadcast their killing process. The most brilliant killer is the one who can make the victim die in extreme fear and despair. The first person decided to hide in the mattress. The second person decided to disguise himself as a delivery man. Unfortunately, the two people were not accomplices, and they were even worried that the other party would snatch the prey, which gave me a glimmer of hope. After the case was solved, I learned that the first victim was Xiaoyong from 403. The number one murderer in the mattress broke into 403, killed Xiaoyong, came to my house through the escape window, and hid in the mattress for a day and a night. Xiaoyong's mobile phone has also been in this person's hands. He changed the Wi-Fi name of 403 just to show off his skills in the live broadcast. He was confident that even if I found him, he could kill me. The second killer who appeared later chose to kill me on the same day as him. That's why he specifically reminded us of the blood under the electric box at the door and asked me not to go out. He was afraid that the prey would be snatched away by others. But he also found that the live broadcast of the murder attracted the attention of many sponsors because of the appearance of the second killer. He was confident that the second killer would never come in, and wanted to pull the fear to the extreme before killing me, but he dug his own grave. The second killer took advantage of 302's going out and killed him at the construction site. Then he got the key of 302, but he didn't expect that there was no place to stay outside the house of 302, so he couldn't get to my house at all. He had to pretend to be a takeaway man to trick me into opening the door. Bowsy 304 opened the door to get the takeaway, and was killed on the spot. Then he brought the body into room 304 and washed the blood on his body with water. It was discovered that the escape window of room 304 could lead to Xiaojing's home in room 204. After entering room 204, Xiaojing was killed, so Xiaojing suddenly changed her words to Baozi in room 304. The second murderer then carried Xiaojing's body to trick me into opening the door, but was discovered by Maine in room 301. The second murderer chopped off Main's hand that was stretched out of the window. The phone and arm fell to the ground. Main fainted on the spot because of the severe pain, so he did not reply to the message later. The second murderer got the key of Xiaoyong's home from Xiaojing in room 204 again and entered room 403. He stole the police uniform and wanted to trick me into opening the door, but I didn't fall for it. He had to give up the live broadcast effect and use the same method to enter my house through the escape window. But he accidentally met the first murderer in the mattress. He saw the zipper open, and the mattress moved, so he chopped it down without hesitation. All the coincidences came together to save my life. But the lives of Xiaoyong in 403, Tiandao in 302, Baozi in 304, Xiaojing in 204, and the hand of Main in 301, can never be recovered. I was depressed for a long time, and once thought that everything I did was worthless. I thought about that night countless times. If I did this, if I did that, what would the result be? If I didn't live here, what would the result be? I was stupid, I was too stupid, I hurt everyone. On the day when the second murderer was sentenced to death, Main was discharged from the hospital. Her arm was replaced with a mechanical hand, which was equally sensitive and dazzling in the sunlight. She deliberately wore short sleeves and claimed that she had become a mecha warrior. I was very sad. Without her help that night, I would have died long ago, but what I brought to her was a lifelong disability. Facing her joke, I could only force a smile. She pulled my face and said, "To be honest, forcing a smile is uglier than a ghost." We went to the cemetery together to sweep the graves of 5 neighbors. The weather was nice, with a slight breeze. After that night, there was no more heavy rain. Main seemed to be trying to comfort me, using her mechanical arms to place the offerings, showing her flexibility. She looked up and smiled sincerely. "We all know that this is not your fault. There is nothing wrong with fighting crime, but the sin is wrong. I don't know what your invention is, but I heard that it can save many people. No one can hide in the dark anymore, and no one will be under the bed anymore. That's good." She raised her hand and saluted me seriously. My eyes were full of tears, and I saluted her back. Under the sun, there were dazzling spots of light. It was illuminating every dark place. The end.